car had got in his way, but we'll come to the TCR World Tour in a little while, because before all of that, we've got the podium for the Road Sport Challenge drivers to come. And I can see more and more people amassing behind the podium, which, as you look down the pit straight, is just on the left-hand side on top of the start of the pit building. That very impressive permanent race control and Grand Prix organising office building you can see with the tinted glass in front. Grandstands to the right, and then that fast run down towards the first corner. The podium awaits then, and very shortly out will come the three drivers ready for the celebrations to get underway. The trophy girls are there as well, and then the dignitaries will be called forward as well. And the podium is set to get underway then for the
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 70th Macau Grand Prix. Now it's the Macau Grand Prix 70th anniversary.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Macau Guia cars and TCR World Tour event cars. Paddock gate will open in 4.5 minutes. Paddock gate will open in 4.5 minutes.
Now it's the Macau Grand Prix 70th Anniversary Challenge Race 1 Trophy presentation ceremony. First of all, let's welcome the top 3 finishers to the podium. On second runner-up, number 6, Lu Long-in from Hong Kong, China. And the first runner-up, number 25, Chen Chi-ha from Macau, China. For the winner is number 7, Li Keep-meng from Macau, China. Congratulations. Now I would like to invite the guests to present the laurel and trophy to the winners. Let's welcome Mr. Craig Fullerloff, Chief Financial Officer and Chief Administrative Officer of Win Macau Limited, to present the laurel and trophy to our second runner-up, who is Lu Long-in from Hong Kong, China. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Fullerloff. Now I would like to invite Ms. Linda Chan, President and Vice Chairman of the Board of Win Macau Limited, to present the laurel and trophy to our first runner. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Chan. Now I would like to Mr. Puan Wan Kun, President of the Sports Bureau and Coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the winner's laurel and trophy. The winner is number 7, Li Keep-meng from Macau, China. Congratulations. Would all the guests please gather at the center and take a photo together, please. Congratulations. And our winners can reach to the top of the podium, take a photo together. 咁多位車手，我哋都可以去到最高一級一齊影張合照啊！多謝。Thank you all the guests. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again to the top 3 winners of the Macau Grand Prix 70th Anniversary Challenge Race 1. Thank you, congratulations again.
So great celebrations down on the podium for our second car race of the day on this 70th Macau Grand Prix weekend, and it is Grand Prix weekend. We should hopefully very soon get the starting grid for the next race of the day for Lev 1, the Guia race of Macau. But let's have a look back at the highlights of our 70th anniversary challenge. Welcome to Macau for the first of two legs of the final races of the year for the TCR World Tour event of Macau, and in particular it is the Macau Guia race. The cars are working their way through the pit lane and doing some exploratory laps, some warm-up laps before the race gets underway. They have 4 minutes and 20 seconds in which to do it. It's a lovely day here at Macau, 21 degrees, it's sunny, there are no clouds in the sky. You get that beautiful look of the skyline here at Macau on a race the like of which there is no other on the planet. It is the week of the 70th Grand Prix for the Macau Grand Prix and two races for the Macau Guia race. This first leg about to get underway, around 9 laps of the Guia circuit here at Macau, and we are on board with the man that has won more touring car races than any other. Rob Huff makes his way around the Guia circuit, and David Addison in the commentary box alongside me. Rob Huff has something to prove today after yesterday qualified in 4th place.
And he was held up in that qualifying session by Michael Ashkener, who got a grid drop as a consequence of all of that, but in so doing, with the points awarded for qualifying, so Rob Huff ended up losing the championship lead, and it means that now Norbert Mikelish, who came here third, a point back on Rob and Jan Elesche. They were tied on points. Norbert Mikelish was third, 1 point back. He now is the championship leader. It means he's 6 ahead of Elesche and 10 ahead of Huffy. And Rob was Huff by name and nature after qualifying, because he was decidedly grumpy when he was approached by the championship officials. Or they did later apologise, but it shows how emotions run high. And having been impeded, he was very, very unhappy about it. And the net result of all of that, as I say, was the grid drop for Ashkener. But it doesn't really change life for Rob Huff in terms of the points that he was able to score in the qualifying session. So here is your new championship leader, Norbert Mikelish.
Not only that, but also pole position sitter for this first leg of the weekend, threading his way around the circuit. He's got a good pedigree here at Macau as well as Norbert. Makes his way around the tight and twisty section, even finds space to weave the car at every possible opportunity to get a bit of heat into those tyres on what is a very, very sunny day here at Macau. It's a beautiful day. The grandstands are packed, of course they are, and everyone is catered for. If you like your touring cars, if you like your GT cars, if you like your single-seaters or your motorcycles, we've got something for you. And a real feast of touring car action today. We've already had the Chinese Touring Car Championship working for the Macau Touring Car Cup. And now leg 1 for the Macau Guia race. That gets underway tomorrow at 10:35 tomorrow morning. And we're about to get a few words from pit lane ahead of this race. And Paul Jeffries is down there in the pit lane. Let's get down in the sunshine to Paul.
Hello everybody and welcome to the pit lane down here at Macau, and let me tell you, the atmosphere is electric down here. Ahead of the first race of the weekend, just pulled up on the grid is Jan Elesche. Jan, if we could have a quick word with you. First race of the weekend, how are you feeling? How's the car? How's your prospects?
Car is good, mate. I feel all right, you know. I'm working every day of my life to be in this position, so no reason to put any extra pressure. Just enjoying the fight for the championship, you know, in Macau. It just feels amazing. I remember when I was a kid watching Ivan fighting for the title here, and now it's just pure fun.
And you said that the qualifying lap was one of the laps of your life. Just how exciting is it to drive on this circuit?
You know, it's like when you do like a racetrack like here in Macau, when you push the limit, I touched the wall 3 times, I had 40 kilo in the car, so I knew that it was all or nothing, so I had to give everything, so for sure it's like an amazing feeling to put a lap like this on the edge in Macau.
Fantastic, Jan, have a very good race, thank you for your time. Jan Elesche, of course, for Cyan Racing Link & Co, one of the 3 drivers that head into this weekend as a championship contender. Bebu Girolamo that we can see here in the Honda, he's not in his car at the moment, so we will come back to Bebu. One man I do want to speak to is Rob Huff. So let's see if we can have a quick word with the self-styled King of Macau. Mr. Rob Huff, can we have a quick word? how are you feeling ahead of this race?
A little bit hot. It's very warm down here. I think, you know, at the end of the day, I think it's almost a perfect finale. You know, top three in the championship on the top four of the grid. Makes for an interesting, spicy finish, doesn't it?
It really does. And you are somewhat of a master around here. What's the strategy going into this start?
I mean, ultimately, Norby and Jan obviously qualified ahead of us. They stole some points from us, so we need to try and work on getting them back. But ultimately, the big hunt is tomorrow's race. You know, we need to get through today with some good points, try and stay as close as possible, or close the gap as much as possible, and then yeah, that sets us up for one hell of a final.
Fantastic, Rob. Very best of luck. We'll look forward to watching the charge. So, of course, Rob Huff for Kumho TCR in the Audi. Had a great season, won a number of races already this season, and as somewhat of a master at Macau, it'll be interesting to see if he can move forward. We've seen Mikel Azcona in the car here at the minute. Mikel started in fourth. Let me see if I can try and slide my way in here and have a quick word with Mikel. Mikel, okay for a quick word? Okay. How are you feeling ahead of the race?
Yeah, it feels really good, to be honest, after very good qualifying yesterday, being the fastest man. If you take the ideal lap time, you always feel with a very full confidence going ahead into the first race. It's a shame that we dropped 3 positions by this penalty yesterday, but you know, now we focus on race 1, so we're gonna give everything to try to go in the first position, and obviously, you know, Norby is alone. I will try to help him.
Mikel, appreciate it. Have a good race. Thank you very much. Almost got crushed by Hyundai there, so that's one to tap on to my list of things I've achieved. As you can see, the grid's really filling up now. The crowds are very expectant of what should be an interesting race. It's the first of 2 this weekend. 10 points separate our 3 drivers, led by Norbert Mikulix for the Hyundai BRCN Quadricorsa team. 6 points in arrears, Jan Elishay, and then 10 points for Rob Huff. It's going to be a great race. So I think now it feels like a good time to head back to our commentary teams before we get on the track and go racing.
So the grid formed, and very shortly the installation lap will be underway. Then it is a busy grid, and tomorrow set to be even busier here at Macau. And with temperatures rising, we are just about 1 o'clock local time now. So understandably, when Rob Huff said it's pretty hot down here, he's of course in his overalls and his helmet and hands device. He's about to get into a hot car as well. Then for 9 laps, the gear race. It doesn't sound like a lot, only a 9-lap race, but it's still a lot of kilometres to cover around here, and an awful lot can happen in it.
It's enough. It's enough, because these races always give us some tremendous excitement, that's for sure. Absolutely sure. And good to hear from the drivers down on the grid. Good to hear from Rob Huff, because wherever you are in the world, you'll be tuning in to find out whether your favourite driver is going to command the gear circuit here at Macau. Confirmation of the driver standings in the TCR World Tour event. Norby Mikulix with 398 points, from Jan Elishay with 392 points, and Rob Huff there in 388. Rob making the point that the top 3 in the championship are covered in the top 4 on the grid, so this is going to be quite some battle, isn't it? I know Rob's family are tuned in. His mum and dad, Peter and Kate, they'll be tuned in. So too his sister, Francesca, and nerves are jangling ahead of this penultimate race of the World Tour event. They're used to this. They remember doing this in 2012, cheering on their boy, their lad, who claimed the World Touring Car Championship title here at Macau. He is an expert here. He was uncharacteristically a little bit grumpy at the end of qualifying yesterday, and after the investigation by the stewards, with good reason being held up right at the end, because we noted at the start of that lap that he had engaged full Huff mode around the gear circuit, but was never allowed the chance to shine.
We did know that something was amiss when he came down the pit lane, because he was clearly on the radio to Paul Ridgway, his engineer. There was lots of hand gesturing as he was talking through the lap, and was, pretty unhappy about it.
He was gesticulating in the car.
But 4th is where he starts, and if anybody can make progress from there, it is Rob Huff. So expect a demon start. Of course, what doesn't help is that the championship leader, his main rival now, Norbert Mikulich, will start on pole position. And also going against Huffy is that he hasn't really got much help from teammates around him. He's a bit of a lone furrow plougher there, because the next of the Audis is Fred Vervish, and he will start way back 7th, and then it's John Filippi, and he's going to start 8th on the grid. So Rob has to do it himself, whereas Norbert Mikulich does have at least one Hyundai up there. That said, Jan Erlacher, who was also in the title fight, well clear of his teammates, because Ma Xinghua is 6th, Ted Bjork is 9th, and Santiago Urrutia will be 10th on the grid. So really none of them can perhaps rely too much on their teammates, because they're all ahead of them.
Yeah, they are. It might be interesting to watch what sort of start Fred Vervish gets, actually, from the 4th row of the grid, the inside of the 4th row of the grid, with Mikkel Ashkona just directly in front in the Hyundai. So you said quite rightly that Rob's teammates are a row back. However, there is something that Fred Vervish could do off the line, is there not? And something that John Filippi could be involved in as well. Going to need to get a really good start, and good to see that Rob is in good spirits ahead of this race, away from the camera. Ma Xinghua, of course, is another driver that has a huge amount of support around the world, and a huge amount of success here at Macau and in touring cars around the world as well. Qualified in 6th place, and chance for a couple of last words with the team before we get this race underway. Qualified in 6th place, Ma Xinghua. Fred Vervish, that is the teammate of Rob Huff. They were going around the Macau Grand Prix Museum together a couple of days ago. They had a little tour guide to take them around. I'm sure Rob just wanted to go to his waxwork, didn't he? He is the only driver on the grid to have his own waxwork, and with good reason as well. Huffy has had such success here.
Yeah, last year he wasn't in the Guia race, was he? He was in the Macau Touring Car Cup, but he won one of those races anyway, and was absolutely electric in the MG. So here in the car that he's been driving all season, at a circuit he knows, a circuit he loves, but a circuit he respects. He appreciates where it can bite, so he'll be doing this the intelligent way. Ted Bjork, good to have the former sports car racer as part of that Link & Co squad, but he is lining up 9th. The Link & Co's all with 40 kilos of weight. The Link & Co's of Jan Erlacher, Santiago Urrutia and Ted Bjork. So those 40 kilos for Erlacher particularly significant in terms of him trying to fend off Rob Huff, whose car should be that little bit lighter and maybe have a slight advantage at certain parts of the circuit. Grid now starting to be cleared, as we will have the green flag in just under 2 minutes' time.
And so, yeah, all of the glitz and glamour that precedes races here at Macau cleared off the grid, including, I think, a very large, was it a chicken? Was it a pheasant?
Sorry, what?
The large cuddly bird that made it onto the grid.
I didn't see a large cuddly bird.
You've
been at the metal polish again, Hyde. You're talking out loud again.
I did, yeah.
Yes.
Had tails and everything. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's get on with the race, shall we?
Fine, what a good idea. So it is going to be Hyundai and Link & Co at the front of the grid, Honda and Audi on the 2nd row, the Honda being that of Nestor Girolami. That is Ben Bargwanna, son of Jason Bargwanna, who's been a great character all weekend, and Ben did a really good job to get himself into the top 12 shootout. In the end, he has ended up 11th, so he's going to miss out on the reverse grid. But it's been quite a turnaround for the weekend for the Australian, because the Claret built, Teddy Claret's team, Peugeot, stopped in free practice with rising water temperatures, and yet he was the last man across the line in Q1 and did enough to get himself into Q2, and in so doing bumped one or two of the other fancied drivers out of the equation. But it was a really, really good effort to do so. You see the grid scroll through. Norbert Mikulich at the front, with Jan Erlacher for company, ahead of Nestor Girolami and Rob Huff on the 2nd row. The 3rd row, Mikkel Ashkona and Ma Xinghua. Then it's Fred Vervish ahead of John Filippi, Ted Bjork, and to round out the top 10, Santiago Urrutia. Ben Bargwanna is on the 6th row with Lo Se-ho, one of the local drivers that qualified through TCR Asia last week. He in turn is ahead of Yan Chuang and Paul Poon. He's got a good track record here, as Alan will explain in a moment. Next up is Tian Kai and Deng Bao Wei with Marco Butti to round out the grid.
Yeah, Paul Poon, a multiple saloon car, touring car winner here at Macau from the various categories that we have racing. Green flag is waved and the cars get off on their final warming up lap. This is going to be critical, as much heat into the tyres, and yet Rob Huff straight away off the line, weaving the car, and that means that every little weave from side to side, absolutely critical for the start of this race. Making up places, so too for the pole sitter, Norby Michelitz leaves the car. He's got success in his history here at Macau. So too was Jan Erlache. All of them know this circuit. All of them know this circuit can bite. And having a conversation with Rob Huff just a few nights ago on Tuesday evening, he was saying that even he, with all the success, he breathes in at Mandarin Corner, and it's always a bit of nerves as you go around that very, very fast corner on the run down to the overtaking position on the circuit, the favoured and preferred overtaking point down at Lisboa. That said, if you're in a touring car, you can squeeze through on the tight and twisty part of the circuit. See Rob do that, and I can't bear to look, to be perfectly honest. He does. Barely blinks when he's at the wheel of the car around this track.
Well, the man behind the Motorsport coffee brand hopefully will have had a double shot, because that's going to stand him in good stead then for the next 9 laps as he generates the warmth in the Kumho rubber, ready to get round to the grid. This is how we now stand in the championship then. So Norbert Mikulich 6 up on Jan Erlache and 10 up on Rob Huff, but it could all shuffle again come the end of the next 9 laps. One or two slightly nervous faces peer on there, look, from the Hyundai pit box as they wait for Mikael Ashkana and Norbert Mikulich to slot back into place on the grid. The BRC Hyundai N Squadra Corsa, the Hyundai Elantras these days. Hyundai has got through quite a lot of its model range in TCR rule set, taking on the Audi RS3 of Rob Huff, and of course the Lincoln Co. of Jan Erlache. The Cyan Racing Lincoln Co. 03 FL TCR to give it its full title. To come to you, the team that's been operating Audis both in touring cars and GTs this year, they look on and will be very expectant indeed from Rob Huff's first lap, and it's going to be spectacular to say the least.
It most certainly will, and we've got quite a few significant on-board shots as well, not least on board with the King of Macau, Rob Huff, weaving the car to get as much heat into the tyres before the start of the race as he possibly can. Yes, indeed, the rest of the field do threading their way around Donna Maria. The long left-hander downhill to the Melco hairpin, single file through the hairpin. Road cars get bigger and bigger as the years go on, and so too therefore to touring cars, and that makes it even more tricky negotiating the Melco hairpin. No overtaking throughout. It's always good, that shot of the driver working at the pedals as well. You see just how smooth the application of the pedals, either one of them.
So this, the wide part of the circuit, this section that brings you from Fisherman's Bend round to Lisboa, and then boy does it narrow after that. But to the grid comes the championship leader, Norbert Mikulich, and as he slots into place then in the Hyundai Elantra, it's the 1x1 staggered grid formation, so he's got that car's length advantage over the opposition for when we do go racing. Everybody else slots into place around him. But Mikulich, who has been the World Touring Car Cup champion back in 2019, Seat Leon Euro Cup champion a decade before that, is the man on pole position. This is race 1 of 2 in the Kumho TCR World Tour event of Macau. It's the first race that constitutes the Guia race at the Macau Grand Prix.
Certainly does, and the nerves continue to rise, not just on the grid but around the world, for all the support that these drivers will get for the first leg of the Macau Guia race this weekend. The final meeting of the year for the Kumho TCR World Tour event here at Macau. Green flag at the back, the engine notes rise, we're about to get the lights on, 5 lights on, they go off and we get the race underway. Who gets the best start? Rob Huff gets a good start, quickly off the line, slots in behind. He's going to set himself up to be very, very close to Guilherme as they go down towards, well, turn 1. They get through turn 1. Does everyone get through okay? They do.
Dreadful start by Erlache though. That car staggered off the line, and so one of the 3 in the hunt for the championship has gone backwards in a big, big hurry. So Rob Huff won up into third place. He's on the tail of Girolami as they come down to Lisboa, and it is Norbert Mikelic in the lead as he tries to go defensive. Huff goes to the outside line, look at the blue Audi. Can he get the undercut coming out of the corner? Let's see. Mikelic under big pressure from Girolami. They go right at Lisboa. So far so good. Huff looks on the inside, 1 or 2 run wide. Marco Butti just skims against the barrier in the back of the pack then as they climb the hill. That 1 of 9.
I reckon that's probably the best you could hope for off the line for Rob Huff. Up into third place, he's in a podium position and carrying good pace as well. There was a little wiggle just in front of him. That shows how much pressure there was moving into Lisboa.
That's Lachey trying to get back ahead of John Philippi and salvage something out of his dreadful start. Yan Twang's red Lincoln Clo drops down the hill for the first time, but it's Mikelic and Girolami, and it's not going to be long before Rob Huff is lining up the Honda to get second place. So he's a man in a big hurry.
He certainly is, and Rob Huff keeping as close as he possibly can, keeping up the pressure on Girolami in second place as they thread their way through the tight twists of the top part of the Macau Guia circuit. Then the circuit around, ultimately, one of the pinch points on the top part of the circuit at Police, then into Moorish. It's a very short blast that they can get caught out on either one of these two right-handers, and then into the left-hander at Donna Maria. Tightens up on the exit, does Donna Maria. As a result of that, you can see a little bit of a lock-up there, bit of tyre smoke as they thread their way around Donna Maria, then single file into the Melco hairpin. Down from the Melco hairpin. Now we begin to see the power come in, and Rob Huff needs to stay very close to the back of Girolami.
Yellow flag at turn 15 within sector 4, and that's the reason why, because Tian Kai has hit the barrier and he's ended up in the middle of the road, and there's just about room for the medical team cars to squeeze by. Hopefully that can be moved out of harm's way as the cars now come down towards the end of lap number 1. And here, look, Mikelic is trying to build that gap over Girolami. Huff in third, trying to get close enough to make a run on the way down towards Lisboa, and the move starts now, really. This is where he's got to be really brave. Going through Reservoir, trying to get in the toe. In fourth place over the line is Ashkener. Fifth is Verviche. Sixth is Marchinquois. And down to seventh, from second on the grid, is Yan Lachey. So that's one of those 3 title fighters who has taken a step back, really, because of that bad start. Girolami doing a good job in the Honda in second place, and Huff not close enough to attack here.
No, not close enough, and in turn he's looking in his mirrors because he's under pressure from Ashkener directly behind as they go down into the right-hander at Lisboa. So no attack from Huffy, defence for Huffy in third place. They turn now into San Francisco, and they've got this problem, of course, in sector 4. Are they going to get that car lifted and the circuit clear by the time the cars come up towards that point on the circuit? I fancy probably not.
Oh, I was going to say yes, I reckon they will, because they were doing such a good job, but we will see. Yellow flags are being shown anyway, so keep an eye to it. They are approaching the end of sector 2 then, as the yellow flags will be shown. Look back from Norbert Mikelic's car, past the wall, thread your way between the stone and the concrete either side. It's still Girolami second. Rob Huff not close enough on this part of the circuit to make a move. But Norbert Mikelic is doing everything absolutely right, isn't he? Converting pole position into the race lead. Ashkener fourth, Verviche fifth, Marchinquois in sixth place. As dropping downhill comes Mikelic, approaching that incident zone. And let's see, we've got green flag once more, so the road should be clear for the leaders to come through. It is, and they make the climb up the hill with Rob Huff then now in the first sector a little bit quicker, in the second a little bit slower, in the third sector a little bit slower than Girolami. And the Honda, if anything, looking nearer now to the back of the Hyundai.
And just to note as well from race control that after that incident there is a slippery surface down there. You just saw the yellow flag that goes throughout the race weekend. It just means no overtaking at the Melco hairpin, and it's single file all the way around the corner. They all concertina up, they get in a train as they head through the corner, and just a reminder of exactly how that happened. Horrible understeer, just gets it wrong. I don't think the car touched anything, did it?
No, I think it stalled as Tian Kai was so late on the brakes, and he just let the revs dip. He was so focused on trying to keep it off anything solid, and the net result of that was, as you saw, that it just expired on the racetrack. Leaders come through then at the end of the lap. and it remains Norbert Mikelic ahead, about half, falling back from Girolami now. It was 6/10 last time, and now as they go through it is 9/10, and Girolami in second spot has just done the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, so Nestor Girolami in second place, car 1:29, 0.7 of a second behind the race leader, but with the fastest lap of the race as well. He has bought himself a little bit of a cushion between himself and Rob Huff in third place. Almost a second the advantage, 2 minutes 30.581 was the fastest lap of the race. Ashkener had put in the fastest first sector. That's taken away by Fred Mavish, who comes through in 5th place. And that's the cushion that maybe Rob Huff was hoping was going to get past Mikael Ashkener and take the pressure off the back of Rob Huff's car. That hasn't happened. It's 0.7 of an advantage that Rob has over Mikael Ashkener. And the two of those having their own little moments in qualifying yesterday.
We had the switch, I think, between the Lincoln Co's, haven't we? With Yann Erlaché being allowed up past Marcin Croix. Yes, we have. So that's given a bit more of an advantage to Erlaché, but he's really struggling in 6th now, relative to second on the grid, after that really bad start. The car just crawled away. You saw the front of the grid flooding past him. Ashkener with an absolute best in the sector, so too Vervish. Look back from the leader. It is Norbert Mikelic then on this lap 3 out of the 9, and Ashkener getting onto the tail of Rob Huff. So, as Alan was suggesting, they had their little drama together in qualifying yesterday, and Ashkener, another one trying to rebuild his race here. And of course, were he to get ahead of Huff, that would be really good for the team, really good for teammate Norbert Mikelic, as he takes points away from the Brit.
Yann Erlaché in 7th place has just put in the overall best in sector 3, so that's a recovery from the rather poor start that Yann Erlaché had to endure. Dropped all the way down. He's in 7th place. He's put in an overall best.
6th, of course, having got past Xinhua because he let him by, didn't he?
Yeah.
So, yeah, on this lap, he's gained that place. So he, in turn, is closing on Vervish now, Erlaché. He's another one trying to rebuild the race. It's fascinating how this is all panning out, isn't it? And with the teammates in this as well to affect things.
Yeah, and plenty of teammates there are as well in the TCR World Tour event. First year that we've had this World Tour. It's taken in some quite splendid circuits around the world and has proved to be very, very successful. World-class drivers in touring cars competing against each other. They all know each other. They've been racing against each other for many, many years. Norbert Mikelic comes through and completes what is the fastest lap of the race. 3 laps complete, 2:29.768 for the race leader. Just as well, he's got a rear-facing camera. That's the only one we need at the moment.
This is Yann Erlaché then in that 6th place, and he's going after Vervish, who needs to hang on to that place to protect Rob Huff. And Huff in turn is still 8/10 back. He was fractionally quicker last time through than was Nestor Girolami, but look behind, because there you can see Ashkener, number 196, right on the back of the Audi. So suddenly Huff has to think about defending rather than attacking, and life becomes very different indeed. Ashkener got the absolute best first sector time on this run down to Lisboa. He's right on the back of Huff as they climb the hill now.
Yeah, so under pressure is Rob Huff in 3rd place. Ashkener right there on this tight and twisty section, at the very section that we've seen overtaking in World Touring cars in previous years, World TCR as well. You can just squeeze through. You have to breathe in. You have to be aware that you're not going to have mirrors at the end of it, but there is just enough room for 2 touring cars. Whether that's going to happen on this lap or not, probably not, because at the moment I think Ashkener is just hoping that Rob Huff uncharacteristically is going to make the slightest of slip-ups on this part of the circuit to offer an opportunity to take 3rd place away. Ashkener with the overall best in sector 1, right on the tail of Rob Huff.
What's rather more worrying in a way is that the Audi doesn't have the pace to stay with Girolami nor get away from Ashkener. Now, okay, Ashkener notionally out-qualified Rob, so we know the Hyundai is quick. He was behind him on the grid because of the drop that he got as the penalty for impeding, but this would predictably give Mikelic a greater advantage in the championship, given that he leads the race, 18 points, so that's going to make it very difficult for anybody to overturn that tomorrow. It's possible, but it's very difficult, so Huff needs a place, he knows it, and of course were he to lose that place to Ashkener and lose yet further points to Mikelic, it virtually gives Norby the championship. So Rob has got to keep fighting here.
It's not really been just the story of this race that the Audi has maybe just been a little bit down on pace compared to those around, namely the Lincoln Co's and also the Hyundais, it's just been a little bit breathless over the course of 2 days running up to now, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's never quite looked as good as the Hyundais, although the RS3 is a relatively old car these days. Still very rapid in normal circumstances, but you wonder whether it's coming to the end of its development, and with Audi Sport effectively terminating its customer racing program at the end of the year, you wonder whether it can go any further. They've got as much out of that car as is now possible. But Rob Huff will compensate for that. Look how quick he is. But Ashkin is even quicker, going through Mandarin, closing down towards Lisboa. Huff goes defensive on the inside. Ashkin feints to the outside line as they hit the brakes. He's alongside on the outside line. This for third place. Ashkin in the Hyundai goes toe-to-toe with Rob Huff. And Huffy has got sharp elbows. He sticks them out and he hangs on to third.
That's class driving though, isn't it? No contact between the two of them on their battle down into Lisboa. It could have oh so easily have gone wrong between the two of them, side by side into the right-hander, but it didn't. They gave each other racing room, and that was a very, very entertaining moment, the two of them going side by side, particularly after what happened in qualifying yesterday.
Under investigation for their starting position, Fred Verviche. It may have been that he just crept slightly in advance of the white line for his grid box, but Fred Verviche is fifth on the road at the moment. Mikulic leads Girolami, leads Huff. Ashkener fourth, Verviche ahead of Erlaché. Then it is Marc from Buick, from Urrutia, and John Philippe in the French driver in the third. Qualification Audi is there in 10th spot. We are currently on lap number 5.
We are, and Rob Huff didn't like that going side by side, so he's pulled away a little bit and has got himself a little bit of a breathing space behind him, and that means that now he's not having to defend quite so vehemently. He can maybe do something about bringing down the gap between himself and second place, with Nestor Girolami in second place. That gap had really extended while Rob was having to defend from Mikel Ascona. Gave us a great moment, didn't it? Side by side into Lisboa. That's one to savour.
It's proper touring car racers driving touring cars properly.
Yeah.
And it was great to see. I agree. There, off the road though, and in the wall, 21, that is Paul Poon. There's another car involved, which I fear is Yan Chuang's Lincoln Co. But Paul Poon is up against the wall. So we've got drama at the S's. It was Yan Chuang. He has got going again. And let's hope then that that car can be moved either under its own power or with a little bit of quick assistance. And I think Paul Poon is on its way. Yes, Deng Bao Wei goes through. Paul Poon, as we were hearing pre-race, has a good track record in some of the support races over the years here. But he's got going now, and the road therefore is clear. We've got 5 of the 9 laps in the book. Mikulic leading by 1.6 seconds, and the gap Girolami to Huff. It's 1.4, so it's still advantage Honda. It
certainly is, yeah. Rob Huff doing everything he could on that previous lap. The good news is that he is that much further ahead of Mikel Ascona in 4th place. So now Rob can maybe get his head down a little bit, put in a couple of those huffy laps around Macau, and see if he can bring down that gap from 1.4 seconds to second place to a little bit closer, to maybe think about putting Girolami under a little bit of pressure around San Francisco. Up the hill they go, and this is where the circuit really does tighten up. Wall on one side, barrier on the other side. Wall on one side, barrier on the other side, and then it swaps around. So there is no room for error here on the tight and twisty section. That's Teddy Yip that they're going into, the left-hander at Teddy Yip, one of the names synonymous with the 70 years of the Macau Grand Prix, and celebrated in the Macau Grand Prix Museum, which is a quite superb visit. If you have never been to Macau for the Macau Grand Prix, I urge you to do so. It's a unique motorsport event. It's a festival of motorsport, and they really know what they're doing to put on a street race. These are the streets of Macau.
So you're riding with Erlaché. He is in 6th spot and edging closer to the back of Fred Verviche then. And every place Erlaché gains is to his benefit, because it keeps him in the mix for the championship. Ashkener is coming back at Huff then on this lap number 6, make the climb towards Donna Maria now through that long left, and then the short run down towards Malco hairpin. Norbert Mikulic still leading the way. So championship leader is race leader. He took the points for qualifying yesterday, and there, look, really close under braking for the hairpin is Ashkener back onto the tail of Huff, and Verviche and Erlaché are not that far behind. The top 2 escaping. I hesitate to say that Rob Huff is the cork in the bottle, but I fear that before long he's going to have quite a queue of cars behind him.
Not a phrase we use often around the streets of Macau, and Rob Huff never do I remember using that phrase before about Rob, but yeah, unfortunately, that is the way it's rather looking at the moment, because they are queuing up behind. Ashkana right there behind Fabish, and El Ashe right there in turn behind them, up towards the conclusion of what is going to be 7 laps in the book, the conclusion of this lap. 3 laps to go at Macau for the first leg of the Macau Guia race here for the 70th Macau Grand Prix.
So you look back then from Rob Huff's car, we saw a lap ago how brave through Mandarin Mikael Ashkana was, and he's going to do it again. Huff goes defensive, covers off the inside line. Ashkana once more has only the outside line to try. This time he's alongside, he brakes late, he's got his nose in front. The Audi quivers under braking, they touch. Ashkana gets forced out wide, he just misses the barrier. Huff hangs on to third, but that time there was just a little rub between the two of them. This is getting ever more intense, isn't it, as Rob Huff desperately tries to hang on to a podium place and the points for third.
Get a replay of this as well. What a moment it was as the two of them went into Lisboa. Let's have a look. So Ashkana on the outside just wiggles. He's so lucky to have not had to go down the escape road, and so lucky to have not glanced the barrier on the exits of Lisboa. What a moment between these two.
So late on the brakes, you could see Rob Huff's car quivering as he stood on the anchors, his foot nearly through the floorboards to try and get the car slowed down, and as it did, the car had a little hop and a skip and just rubbed up against Ashkana. Nothing deliberate about it, but that's just how committed the pair of them are, that ultra fast part of the circuit down to the heaviest braking zone. Right, so Huff is still third and Ashkana fourth, and of course he served in 10. Rob will know what's coming next time through.
He certainly will. Yeah, we've had 2 laps now when the two of them have gone side by side on the run down towards Lisboa, and it's a mouth-watering prospect that may well continue for the remainder of this race. A great battle, but it's only for third place, and for Rob Huff that's not going to be good news, because Norbert Mikulits continues to lead. In second place it's still Nestor Girolami, and that gap at the end of the previous lap between second and third, so Girolami backs a Huff, was 1.6 seconds, not close enough.
Through Black Sounds and then down to Fisherman's Bend, the race leaders come. This is lap 7, so it's going to be 2 to go this time, and Rob Huff, because of having to defend, has fallen a long way back from Nestor Girolami, who in turn is close but not close enough to Norbert Mikulic. It's still about 1.5 seconds between those two. Right, so Ashkana's big move at Lisboa, take 3, starts now with a good run out of Arbend. This though is Jan Elashe, who is still on the tail of Fred Vervish, but equally not quite close enough to be able to challenge. So he's got the Audi in his sights, but with the 40 kilos of success weight aboard the Link & Co, he doesn't have the pace to be able to close on the Audi that looks to scamper away once again. Watch Ashkana now. He's going to be really quick out of Mandarin, and then the move possibly at Lisboa will come once again. He's in the wheel tracks of the Audi. Look back from the Audi. That's Ashkana behind. And maybe on this lap, Ashkana is not quite as keen to try. He's not. Maybe he wasn't as close either. So Rob Huff covers off that line and covers off third place. But Ashkana has a look at San Francisco. No way through there. Both of them totally committed to finishing third.
No further action about Fred Babish about the start of the race, so that comes up from race control, and I'm not sure if anyone was expecting that little cheeky look going into San Francisco. Not sure that that overtaking manoeuvre works an awful lot, but Rob was able to maybe relax for a moment. Yep, no challenge here going into Lisboa, and whoops, here he comes. He's doing it into San Francisco. No, just slotted in behind, so the element of surprise, I reckon, now for this battle for third place.
I think that surprised everybody, but it was a bit cheeky by Mikael Ashkana. Didn't work, but you can see that he's utterly committed to getting this place away from Rob Huff, and this is how it looked from a different angle. So there was a gap, but I think Ashkana thought, no, discretion, better part of valour and all of that, and slotted in behind, because to go off completely would be really bad news. That lead gap looking like it's come down just a little bit between Mikulic and Girolami. I'm not convinced that Nestor is going to get close enough to challenge with only a lap to run, but he has taken 4/10 out of it.
Yep, so the gap has come down to just over 1 second between first and second. Mikulic and Girolami, they continue to be in first and second place with this battle heading around the Melco hairpin. down through Black Sands and the run down towards the fast part of the circuit now. What are we going to see in this battle for third place with Rob Huff in third place? Needs maximum points for this race to take things through to the final round for the Macau Guia race here at Macau tomorrow. The scene is very well and truly set for the battle into Lisboa once again, because Ashkona right there with Rob Huff once again.
I think what Rob also tried to do on the mountain part of the circuit was stack Ashkona back into teammate Fred Vervish, but Fred hasn't stayed with the Hyundai, so Rob's still having to do this on his own pretty much as they come out of reservoir. So at that point, he has got 0.4 of a second onto the last lap's worth of an advantage. The lead gap is down to 9/10. Ashkona pulls out, so we've got a fight for the lead that's building, definitely a fight for third. It's going to be a great last lap this. Let's concentrate on third. First of all, it's Huff still ahead of Ashkona as they come down towards Lisboa. Look at how the lead gap has closed as well. Ashkona to the outside line. It's not worked before and it won't work this time. Huff's got the inside. Huff keeps third.
He defends beautifully into Lisboa, under pressure as well. He knew what was coming. It's the last chance to do that at Lisboa. It's the final lap, and Rob Huff has defended beautifully from Michael Ashkona, doing exactly what he needed to do. Not sure how chuffed he's going to be about being in third place, because he really wanted to be battling for second place and the lead of the race, but he's been defending throughout this race and doing exactly what was asked of him, defending beautifully.
So Huff for third, fourth is Ashkona, fifth is Vervish, but up front, 9/10 split Norbert Mikelic and Nestor Girolami starting the last lap. I don't think Nestor is close enough, nor does he have enough of the race in terms of overtaking opportunities to challenge, but he certainly brought down that gap against Norbert Mikelic, who is going to go into the last race tomorrow, 10th on the reverse grid, but with a really nice, healthy advantage in the championship.
So they thread their way through the tight and twisty section of the Guia circuit here at Macau, out of the right-hander at Moorish, and then on towards Donna Maria, the long left-hander. Has Rob been able to get himself a little bit of daylight between himself and Ashkona? Yes, he has, on the run now downhill into Macau hairpin, single file for the final time in the sunshine and the shade here at Macau. Through the Macau hairpin, is there going to be any kind of manoeuvre? No, there was a problem there for Ashkona going through the Macau hairpin. Dropped back a little bit from Rob Huff. There was a bit of a wiggle, wasn't there? And no place is lost, so Fred Vervish not able to capitalise on that. But at last, Rob Huff can breathe.
He can, and so can Norbert Mikelic, because he is going to go with an 18-point cushion into the championship showdown tomorrow. The only person that can stop him being the TCR World Tour champion is Rob Huff. But race one in the Guia race is going to be won by Norbert Mikelic. He wins at Macau. Nestor Girolami second, Rob Huff third, fourth Michael Ashkona, fifth Fred Vervish, and Jan Elaché can't win the championship, but he fights back after a bad start to sixth place. And the celebration then for the BRC Hyundai N Squadra Corsa, because that takes now Norbert Mikelic much closer to a championship. Slightly resigned expressions on the pit wall for the Kumho Audi team. But Rob Huff is not out of the equation yet, and from 10th on the grid, of course, the reverse grid, that's where Norbert Mikelic will start tomorrow. It puts him in jeopardy. There are cars all around him.
Yeah, so the celebrations for the team down in pit lane, and just a single thumbs up in the cockpit of the car, and keeping it cool, calm, because it's never over until it's over. And we have the Macau Guia race to look forward to tomorrow, another 9-lap race. We can say it now because we have a checkered flag and no interruptions during that race. Superb.
Yeah, well, I think we used the expression, didn't we? Touring car drivers driving properly and all of that. Well, it was quality racing and quality driving and respectful driving.
Yeah.
You know, that fight between Ashkona and Huff might only have been for third place, but 2 stars doing it properly. Very, very impressive indeed.
Clean, tidy, and we have a championship that goes into the final round of the year for the Kumho TCR World Tour event of Macau. Rob Huff looks like he's just been out for a little Sunday afternoon drive, doesn't he? Looks very cool, very calm. He'll be very hot and bothered when he gets out of the car for sure. It's a cockpit that rises above 50 degrees in the conditions of a hot day like we've got here at Macau today. But these drivers keep themselves very, very fit indeed to be able to deal with that sort of defence out on track, and the temperature as well. Super stuff by the top 3. They'll be arriving down in Parc Fermé. They will be shepherded over to the podium in due course. Checkered flag still waving as the rest of the field come through.
Norbert Mikulich has already won this year at Portimao, at Vallelunga, and then had a win at Bathurst, which set him up nicely coming here this weekend. So another good result. It's been a really competitive year. There's been this relatively small band that have done the entire tour, and obviously local drivers have supplemented that, but the concept of trying to keep alive a world championship has worked, because next year it's going to get an FIA rubber stamp on it. So the world tour has continued, and by having it in this fashion, allowing local drivers to drop in and out to boost the entry, and on occasions surprise us, like with, for example, Will Brown being one of the real stars when they went to Eastern Creek, or what's it called now, Sydney Motorsports Park, taking a couple of wins, you know, bringing people in, same spec of car, level playing field, good racing, local knowledge. It's really made an interesting year.
I don't suppose they really knew at the start of this year whether it was going to be a success or not,
no.
And it has been a success. But that's the same as TCR anyway. When TCR came in as a concept, I don't think anyone really knew whether it was going to be the huge success that it has been globally, because there are such prestigious championships right the way around the world for TCR spec touring cars. And that means they're available in many parts of the world as well.
And you don't have to run them in TCR, because of course they're eligible for the Creventic 24-hour series. There's a class for them in the NLS and the Nürburgring 24 hours. So you can get a lot of mileage out of one of those cars, as the winning entrants are sent to the pit lane and the Parc Fermé area there, and the others to the scrutineering bay. But Norbert Mikulich will be delighted, as I say, an 18-point advantage now going into tomorrow's race. That just gets him even closer to the championship. And we've had a similar situation for another Hyundai driver in the China Touring Car Championship, so this could be a really good party for the Hyundai teams at the end of the weekend.
Yep, on Sunday they have the awards presentation, and multiple parties take place as that finishes with a huge firework display. Things to look forward to. The firework display takes place over the water, is very spectacular, as you would expect here at Macau. And Norby arrives down in Parc Fermé, gets himself out of the car once he's sorted out the belts inside the car. And Norby Mikulich once again is very happy at Macau. But slightly tempered celebrations, in as much as there is still work to be done tomorrow for the title. The Kumho TCR World Tour. Team are happy, that's for sure, and rightly so. And so too Girolami arriving in Parc Fermé, and Rob Huff as well.
Still in the match, okay? Wow, you lost one.
So I think Rob will be disappointed not to have been able to do anything about Girolami, but the Audi just did not seem to have the outright pace, did it? And you made the point that it's been a bit like that all weekend. It's been, to use that dreadful phrase for a driver, there or thereabouts, but it's never looked sparkling. But I just do keep thinking that partly the Audi RS3 is coming towards the end of its development life, and it's just that bit harder to wring something out of it. That said, Nestor Girolami has worked wonders with the Honda Civic, because that's a venerable old shape, and didn't do the second part of qualifying after a red flag yesterday with a problem, but he's bounced back today in good style.
And what a history that car has got, the Honda in TCR racing and in World Touring Car racing as well. Very, very impressive, that. And the victor, Norby Mikulich, enjoying the moment down in Parc Fermé, taking a bit of water on board as well. Chance for the drivers to catch up with each other. Should get the chance to hear from Norby down in the pit lane. And let's get down to Paul Jeffries with our winner.
Okay, I am here with our race winner, Norbert Mikulich, just celebrating with teammate Mikael Kona. Norby, another weekend, another iconic track race win. How did that one go? Tell me all about it.
Yeah, it was a fantastic start. First of all, I was a bit worried if my getaway will be good enough, but I managed to keep the lead, and the car, like yesterday, was just great. So it wasn't easy because I was pushing flat out, but thanks to the team, because today, amazing day, thanks to the car that I had.
Things look good at the front of the field, but we never really saw a gap deform to Bebo Girolami. Were you managing the pace, or is that everything that we've got at this moment?
I was not managing. I was going flat out, probably I used the tires a bit too much in the beginning to make a small gap. But then towards the end, he was much stronger than me. So anyway, I expected something like this to happen. My plan was to build a gap and then to wait and see. But fortunately, it was a good strategy.
And it's an excellent start to the racing weekend. We go again tomorrow. How confident are you feeling on the reverse grid?
I don't know. Tomorrow is a new day. I mean, starting P10, you are in the middle of the pack, so anything can happen.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Derby. And let's head back up to the commentary box.
So good to hear from our race winner, and they'll be heading over towards the podium in a couple of moments in the sunshine here at Macau. So quick are they to get the next race ready. We've already got the grid boards in place, but confirmation of round 19 of 20 for the Kumho TCR World Tour event. Norbert Mikulec takes the win. Gilles Lamy in second place, Rob Huff in third place, Ashkona in fourth, Fred Vavish in fifth, Jan Ellershae recovering after a poor start in sixth place. Marc Ginois and Ted Bjork complete the top 8. And a full rundown of the results of the penultimate rounds of the tour ahead of the podium presentation. They're getting ready over the far side of the circuit for the podium. Garlands of victory will be awarded to the drivers and the trophies. Rob Huff has a big trophy cabinet from Macau. He's probably got a Macau special trophy. Only third place today. And we're about to have a view back at a race that was without stoppage and many highlights during the penultimate round of the World Tour for TCR.
So spectacular touring car racing, spectacular GT racing will be next at Macau. But before all of that, Mikael Ashkona reflecting on his fourth place. The winning drivers have gone up to the podium. Gabriele Tarquini discussing the race with Ashkona. The main focus of that for him, that big battle that he had with Rob Huff. But Rob coming out on top. So the officials get ready for the penultimate race of today. The championship then, 18 points between Norbert Mikulec and Rob Huff going into tomorrow. So it certainly is going to be tough for Rob, but he will start ahead on the grid. And if he can make good progress over the first few corners and Norbert Mikulec get a bit stuck in the traffic, then suddenly the pendulum swings back in his direction. So it's not over until it's over. And not only is the Guia race a prestigious thing to win at Macau, so of course is the first Kumho TCR World Tour. So there's that to factor into the mix tomorrow as well. A number of the drivers that you see within the championship have dipped in and out, done local races like Will Brown and Tony D'Alberto. Tom Coronel, who's won TCR Europe, sadly not here this weekend. He did enter, but then elected not to race. But we had a good mix of drivers. Kobe Pauwels, also the Belgian driver, has also looked very impressive on his visits to the series in Europe during the course of 2023 as well. So from the technical area up to the podium, the drivers are taken, and then to the podium. And there will be two podiums for this. One, if you like, for the Guia race, and then one for TCR World Tour. But Norbert Mikulec to take the race win, to take the top step. The teams have all assembled at the bottom of the podium. In the background, with the Audi cap on, Chris Reinke, the head of Audi Sport Customer Racing, who's been looking after the teams for many a long year now, both in GT and touring cars. And Audi Sport as a brand has had a huge amount of success as well. So the doors to the podium
Ladies and
open.
gentlemen,
We're good
welcome to the 70th Macau Grand Prix. Now it's the Macau Gear Race Kumho TCR World Tour event of Macau Race 1 trophy presentation ceremony. We will be presenting 2 sets of trophy at this ceremony. They are the trophies for Macau Gear Race and the trophies for 2023 TCR World Tour in Macau Race 1. First of all, let's welcome our top 3 finishers to the podium. On the second runner-up, number 179, Rup Hoff from the UK.
Attention in the paddock, Macau GT Cup and FIA GT World Cup cars. Paddock gate and pit exit are now open. Paddock gate and pit exit are now open.
Welcome, Hoof. And the first run-up is number 129, Nestor Girolami. Congratulations. And our winner driver is number 105, Norbert Michelis. Congratulations to the top 3 winners. Now, it's time for the national anthem for the Thank you. And now may I invite the following guests to present the laurel and the trophy for Macau Gear Race to our winners. First of all, let's welcome Mr. Buddy Lam, Executive Vice President, Corporate Office of Galaxy Entertainment Group, to present the laurel and the trophy for Macau Gear Race. First to our second runner-up, Rob Hoof. Congratulations. And I would like to also invite Mr. Lam to present the laurel and the trophy for Macau Gear Race to our first runner-up, Nestor Girolami. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Lam. Now I would like to invite Mr. Poon Wan Kun, President of the Sports Bureau and Coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the laurel and trophy for Macau Gear Race to the winner driver, Norbert Michelis. Congratulations. And I would like to invite the guests together at the center and take a photo together. Drivers can reach to the top of the podium as well. Thank you, guests. And I would like to invite the drivers, please remain on the podium. And now I would like to invite the winning team, Team BRC, the representative Gianluca Diana. And Mr. Poon Wan Kun, President of the Sports Bureau and Coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, will be presenting the trophy for 2023 TCR World in Macau Race 1. Also to the winning team, once again, BRC. Congratulations. Will all the guests please gather at the center and take a photo together? Thank you. please look to the front and take a photo together. Congratulations once again to the top 3 winners of Macau Gear Race Kumho TCR World Tour event of Macau Race 1. Thank you, guests. And again, driver, please remain at the podium as it's the champagne shower time. And we will be sharing your glory moments or the audience. Drivers, our top 3 winners, please again remain on the podium for some questions, and now I'll pass the time to Chris.
Thanks very much, Janice. Let's speak to our top 3 then. We'll start with Rob. Rob, a very dull moment when you're on the track. You fought hard to keep that man down. He's going to behind you. But ultimately, you just had to stay on the racing line again.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, practice with the go there. That's what I like to see. I like hard tough races like that. Totally there. Yeah, you just need to further in. Respect to the outside. You have to keep it on the outside.
There is a rumble around Macau, and it is the rumble of GT machinery. The Macau GT Cup is a real thrill around the Guia circuit here at Macau. 6.1 kilometers, sunshine, blue skies, and some glorious, glorious machinery all leads us into our first race of the weekend for the Macau GT Cup, and also, of course, tomorrow, the trophy for the FIA GT World Cup. That is Raffaele Marciello, and he was stunning at the end of qualifying yesterday, and very, very happy as well. Took pole position with a time of 2:14.542. Staying out of the car, the beast of a car, the yellow and green machine that lines up on pole position. The Mercedes will line up on pole position for race 1 of the weekend. Laurens Vanthoor, he's somebody that's won here at Macau in GT machinery. He won in a very strange way. The car ended up on its roof, but still Laurens Vanthoor took the win, and therefore the top step of the podium. I think he was as surprised as any, but doing a great job to qualify in 4th place yesterday. That's the car of Mauro Engel. He left it until the end of qualifying yesterday to take 3rd position. He's somebody that has conquered the streets of Macau and comes back year after year. He and Raffaele Marciello were 2 of the drivers, top world-class drivers, that made it to Macau last year for the Macau GT Cup. and not necessarily part of the FIA GT World Cup, which we haven't had here at Macau since 2019. It's a very welcome return as Mr. Macau forms up on the front row of the grid. Eduardo Mortara, in qualifying yesterday, took second position with a time of 2:14.758, and now brings his red and gold machine up towards the front row of the grid, brings the car into place. It's all the glitz and glamour of the grid ahead of every race that we have here at Macau. And this is racing all the way today as the BMW threads its way through. Two BMWs we have here for Augusto Farfus and for Sheldon van der Linde. Sheldon, who ended up qualifying in 5th position, and Augusto Farfus, who has won this race before, won the FIA GT World Cup and the Macau GT Cup, and he did so in fine style. Let's get down and hear from the drivers with David Addison.
And welcome to the grid for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup, and what a grid it is. We've got manufacturer drivers absolutely dripping on this grid, and we've got every previous FIA GT World Cup winner represented here. And one of those drivers is over here. It is Raffaele Marciello. Let me take my camera with me, because in what's going to be an emotional weekend, Lello, your farewell with Mercedes, but here you are on pole position. Yesterday, that qualifying lap was extraordinary, and it meant a lot to you.
Yeah, I mean, to be on pole in Macau, it's always special, and as my last MG weekend for sure, I have the extra motivation, and yeah, let's hope it's going everything well, and yeah, let's see.
Now, last year we had that great fight between you and Mauro going to the first corner. This time it's a different car alongside. It's going to be tough off the start again, yes?
Yeah, I mean, I have both Edo and Mauro on my helmet, so I mean, like they are my teammates, ex-teammates during my 7 years in MG. So I mean, I know they are both hard but fair, so I mean, it will be a nice battle. I don't know Edo how much we'll go for it today, because I mean, we know tomorrow is the big one, so I mean, yeah, like let's see, yeah.
No, good luck. Raffaele Marciello, then we'll start on pole position. Let's go this way and see who else we might be able to grab, because Eduardo Mortara is sitting in the car after an excellent job yesterday. Let me see if I can quickly invade before we go racing. Edo, sorry to interrupt you, but looking forward to this. It's going to be a tough fight, yes?
It's going to be very tough, facing some really good guys, tough competition, and we hope that we have a good and clean and safe race.
It's going to be a really brave run all the way down to Lisboa on that first lap as well. You know this circuit so well, so confident, or is that Mercedes going to have a little bit more of an advantage in a straight line?
Yeah, we will see. I mean, the start is obviously always a little bit particular, a little bit special here. What will be important is to try to be smart and see what we can do already in the first lap.
Good luck, Eduardo Mortara, one of those masters of GT racing around here, and also somebody that's won the Grand Prix. Let's go this way, because I want to try and grab, if we can, Lawrence Van Thorp, who is just getting into his car. It's a bit slower than normal, this. You'd have to forgive me, because I have my ankle in a boot after breaking a bone in it, so it's not quite as rapid as normal. But let's see if we can just quickly ask Lawrence Van Thorp about the chances. You've won here before, and now in a Porsche, you're upholding Porsche honour. What are the chances of a second win?
I'll be able to tell you in about an hour. It's obviously the goal, but everybody's here for that same goal. And it's quite a stacked field with big names, so let's see how the first couple of corners will go.
It's just so competitive, though, isn't it? I mean, it's a quality entry. It must be really good as a driver to have this level of opposition, because, you know, to beat these guys, you've got to be really good.
Yeah, exactly. I think the one who comes on top of this race can proudly say he won the World Cup. So yeah, like I said, a lot of high names, so expect a tough battle, a lot of egos, so it should be exciting.
Lawrence, good luck. Good luck to Belgium as well in the World Cup. Right, where else do we go? Let's try Mauro Engel, because he's about to jump on board, but the most Australian-sounding of German drivers, who is a great character, is about to spin around once he's just spoken to people on the grid. And Mauro, just very quickly before you jump on board, right, you've won here when it's the Macau GT Cup, you've won when it's the FIA GT Cup. You love this place, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely love it. Yeah, love coming back. It's an incredible place. So much fan support. So yeah, it's absolutely great to be here.
Right, second row, except that Marciello bloke's ahead of you. What went wrong?
Yeah, well, I think we timed it a bit early in our quali run yesterday, but you know it's difficult with the red flag. So nonetheless, we're in the fight. So we're going to try and do what we can.
It's a different team from the ones you drive for in Europe, but it's the same car. Does it make any difference coming to a different team once a year?
No, Craft Bamboo Racing is one of our top teams, and I won the race here with them last year, and you know, so it definitely made sense to come back here with the same team.
Excellent, Mauro. Good luck. We'll leave you to it. Right, the grid is about to be cleared, I think. Let me see whether there's anybody else I can quickly grab before we have to go. There are 5 minutes to the formation lap. Let's just go that way. One last car. Let's see if we can grab a BMW word, because we've tried some of the other brands. Maybe I could ask Daryl O'Young just very quickly before he walks off the grid. Daryl, you were a winner last week, and here you are with Craft Bamboo, your team, and there could be another win.
Yeah, I mean, we're well prepared. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the right timing for the qualifying to get that pole lap, but I just hope the guys drive a smart race and get up there and make a couple positions now, and hopefully for the final we'll be there.
Now, on a scale of 1 to really disappointed, where are you on the not being on this grid scale?
Yeah, I'm super disappointed, obviously. Very, very, very disappointed. But no, I'm also really enjoy being on the team side of the things, and yeah, it's really competitive here, all the top teams here, so yeah, really happy to be here and compete.
Well done on last week. Good luck for this week.
Thank you very much.
Daryl O'Young then, winner last week of the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. Right, the klaxon is sounding. We've got, I think, 3 minutes to go before the formation lap. That means I better shuffle off the grid and get back to the booth. And here on the grid, the build-up continues for the Macau GT Cup.
Great work from David Addison down there on the grid. Thank you very much indeed, David. Great to hear from the top drivers ahead of this Macau GT Cup and FIA GT World Cup to look forward to over the course of this weekend as well. Daryl O'Young is such a superstar in this region of the world. He's got his own action figure on sale outside the circuit. Confirmation of the grid with Raffaele Marciello lining up alongside Eduardo Mortara. There's a few wins apiece between the two of them on the front row of the grid. Laurens Vanthoor and Mauro Engel line up on the next row of the grid. Daniel Juncadella and Sheldon van der Linde line up on the third row of the grid. It's Daniel Serra and Augusto Farfus in the BMW lining up on row 4, and Earl Bamber and Christopher Haase on the next row of the grid. Matteo Carioli and Alessio Picciarello on the next row of the grid, and Kevin Estra and Thomas Preening on the next row of the grid. We have a few more rows, and that includes the number 33 car of Ye Hong Lee alongside Adelie Fong in the Hello Kitty liveried car, and that's been selling a few bits of merchandise outside the circuit as well. Jules Gounon yet to find pace over the course of this weekend alongside Frankie Cheng on the penultimate row of the grid, and on the final row of the grid is the 52 car of Chan Wei An with the Audi Sports boss being on your picture just a couple of moments ago, and the final car on the grid is Mark Lee in car number 70. Chance to have a look at first of all Eduardo Mortara and then Mauro Engel down there on the grid before the door is closed on what will be a very warm office for the next 12 laps around the Guia circuit here at Macau. Beautiful livery on the Porsche as we look inside the cockpit and get ready for the formation lap. We go back to number 32, the top qualifying BMW for Sheldon van der Linde. Sheldon with a time of 2:15.216 yesterday, and he's alongside Daniel Juncadella, who knows how to win in a single-seater and drive GT cars very impressively around the Guia circuit here at Macau as well. Ferrari is next, and the car of Daniel Serra, and car number 51 lining up 7th on the grid. Chance for our camera crew to get right the way down the order, because the next car will be the BMW, the Rover Racing team entered car of Augusto Farfus, who has been a works driver with BMW for many, many years, both in GT racing and in DTM as well. And then we're back to Earl Bamber lining up 9th on the grid, and a quick wave for the camera before the door is closed. Chance to see Christopher Haase as well. So many world-class drivers showing great pace this weekend so far, but they have yet to start a race. That is coming up in just a couple of moments. That car was quick as well. Matteo Caroli in the 120 car, away for the camera, and that car has topped times in free practice over the course of this weekend, and so too Alessio Picariello, who lines up 12th on the grid on row number 6. The purple car of Kevin Estre, that car has been repaired and is ready to go racing for Kevin Estre, the number 27 car. Just a final good luck from the team, and then the grid will finally be cleared as the engines fire up and create quite the symphony, quite the harmony of glorious different notes for GT cars. This is going to be great around the Guia circuit. 12 laps we have in prospect, and the field ready with the eyes of Eduardo Mortara. So often a winner here at Macau in single-seaters, in GTs as well, known as Mr. Macau. He lines up on the outside of the front row of the grid, and we've got that onboard camera with Eduardo Mortara, and that will be something to savour around the tight and twisty corners of Macau. Raffaele Marciello, the engines fire up. He leads off from pole position. You can see the delight in the eyes of Raffaele Marciello after he put in that lap yesterday. And now the important business of getting heat into the tyres starts as soon as they leave the grid, head off on their formation lap for the Macau GT Cup. This is the first race of the weekend. 12 laps today for the qualification race and 16 laps tomorrow for the Macau GT Cup race and the FIA GT World Cup. Right, pick a winner out of this lot. They are incredible world-class drivers in top-class, world-class machinery. And as they head the way around the Guia circuit here at Macau, it's almost impossible to work out who is going to end up on top after this race. Last year in this race we had a titanic battle at the start of the race, side by side, with Raffaele Marciello and Mauro Engel, both of them in identical machinery, the Mercedes AMG. Such a unique tone to that car as well. Very low growl to the car. The car looks to be an absolute beast, and they tame it around the streets of Macau in a way almost impossible as the circuit narrows, with the wall on one side and the barrier on the other. The run down through Melco hairpin, almost too tight to get around the hairpin and complete the lap. Adders has returned to the commentary box. Well done. Because
can I say ow?
It's not easy with the foot, and you were going at quite speedy pace as well.
Well, it's worth having a sore foot to go and get up close to GT cars. I mean, honestly, I know we keep saying it, it is a mega entry. And you look down there and you think, gosh, even on the grid, it's narrow. And, you know, the cars just exude all of this just raw power, and they haven't even moved. It's quite great being down there. So, yes.
Well worth it.
I think so. And we've heard from a few of the leading drivers as well, so
you do.
All good. Right, who's going to win? I suppose the benchmark is going to be Raffaele Marciello, but as he was making the point, tomorrow's the real tough one. That's the one they really want to win. But then again, they are racing drivers, aren't they?
They are, and I asked the question just before you excuse me, arrived. Who is going to win? Well, world-class drivers, so many of them. It is impossible to pick a winner, isn't it? It's really a question of working out which car you like, which driver you like, and they may win, because there are probably a dozen drivers that could win this race. Just beautiful to see and hear the machinery, isn't it?
There's also a second element to this, which is, if you like, the reverse grid, by which I mean those that have qualified out of position. Jules Gounon, first time here, but he struggled a little bit. Thomas Preining, first time here, has struggled. Kevin Estre, not the first time here, he has struggled. He's only 13th after a couple of offs. Matteo Cairoli, first time here, he's 11th on the grid. You know, all of those you could anticipate to make progress. And to use this almost boring phrase again now, that it's such a good entry, you can't have all of them in the top 6. Something has got to give, I get that. But there are a lot of drivers that want to, need to, must do, make progress forward.
And you said yesterday that every winner of the FIA GT World Cup is on this grid, so that gives you an idea of just what a fantastic lineup we've got here at Macau. They want to come here, and Raffaele Marciello and Maro Engel were two world-class drivers that did arrive here last year, even though it was not the FIA GT World Cup. They still wanted to come, they still competed, and as Maro said, won here with this team last year. And we've got now the mouth-watering prospect of Maro Engel and Raffaele Marciello lining up one in front of the other.
The R-bend is the last corner on the lap. That means as the pace car peels in, the rolling start is ready to go for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup qualification race. We're racing. Good getaway by Marciello. Straight away, he moves across on Mortara. Engel goes third at the expense of Vanthor. The purple Porsche of Kevin Estra dives down towards Reservoir, eager to make up ground, but Marciello has ticked one off the list. He's got the race lead, but look at Engel and Mortara absolutely toe-to-toe. Audi on the inside, Mercedes on the outside. Look back at the traffic. Danny Junqueira is in a big fight, so is Lawrence Vanthor, and down they come towards the right of Lisboa for the first time. Augusto Farfus right up against the wall. He's the leading BMW, going ahead of Daniel Serra's Ferrari, but it's Marciello ahead of Engel, ahead of Mortara, then Junqueira and Vanthor elbowed out wide. He's dropped a couple of places, and Cairoli with a slide just avoids the barrier.
How do they all get through Lisboa? Absolutely fantastic. I'll tell you how they do it. They are great drivers.
Yeah,
absolutely superb driving to get all of these mighty machines through Lisboa, through San Francisco, and all without claiming any scalps on this opening lap. That was breathe-in stuff, wasn't it?
Well, Marciello then now, he's in the box seat. He leads the way, but Maro Engel with a yellow flag at turn 4, and that's Matteo Cairoli in the wall, the Tsingtao beer-backed Porsche. I'm afraid the barrel has run dry because it's up against the barrier. So there's a yellow out. I was about to suggest that now that Engel's done one part of his to-do list, he's got himself up into second place. Now he can go after Marciello, but he can't afford to let Raffaele get away. That said, the gap has come down quick enough. You've got two Macau Masters in Mercedes, 1 and 2.
I said it was a mouth-watering prospect with Engel lining up just behind. And oh no, for the 28 car, this is not good news indeed. And a very heavy hit for Thomas Preening. And damage to the back, there's damage to the front as well, and quite a bit of debris on the circuit. That is not good news.
That's the DTM champion, and he's really struggled this weekend, I'm afraid. Thomas Preening has never looked comfortable, and he looks less comfortable again now. Leaders out of Melco hairpin then. Marciello leading in the Landgraf Mercedes ahead of the Craft Bamboo car. Safety car deployed. Safety car is on track as Marciello leads Engel, leads Mortara. And then as they come down towards our bend, the pace of the race will slow. This qualification race for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup. One lap will be in the book. It will be a Mercedes 1-2. It is Raffaele Marciello ahead of Maro Engel. And breathe. Over the line they come then in a moment. And they will see the yellow flags. They'll see the boards. Marciello, Engel, Mortara. Junqueira is 4th. 5th is Farfus. 6th is Serra. 7th is Jelmer van der Linde. Vanthor had a bad first lap. He's 8th ahead of Christopher Haas. And 9th Albamba is 10th.
Do you remember last year on the opening part of the race when we had Raffaele Marciello versus Maro Engel? Well, I rather like the idea that Maro Engel was just lining up behind Raffaele Marciello. Thought he might do that, get the best of starts, and then get ahead of Mr. Macau, Edo Mortara, as we recover the number 28 car.
Bad first lap for Porsche, wasn't it? 2 of them gone.
Yeah, it's a fairly quick job to crane the car out of the way. But yeah, you're quite right too. That was a bruising opening lap. And now we've got the prospects of Marciello versus Engel in the same machinery in the AMG. They tend not to call them Mercedes, do they? They tend to call, notice Raffaele Marciello calling it the AMG.
Yeah, Mercedes AMG is the homologated brand name. But there's quite a lot of talking to do in a GT race, so it does get abbreviated, so you're okay, I think, to do that. Even if Maro Engel can't get ahead of Raffaele today, he'll be alongside him on the front row tomorrow. That'll be tantalising enough. And more debris on the road there. Oh, hello. What's all going on here?
Bit of sweeping up to be done. And under control of the safety car. Got a replay of the start coming up now, so a chance to see that start from Maro Engel. Here we go. Get the race underway and see Maro Engel slotted in behind, just goes to the middle of the circuit. Eduardo Mortara still there in second place at this point. It was also a good start from Lawrence Vanthor.
Well, it was, but then he got elbowed back, didn't he, to 8th by the end of the lap. And I think for Lawrence, it all sort of went wrong at Lisboa. But there, he's out-dragged by Danny Junqueira, so he's fallen to 5th. And look at Farfus up against the wall. So in a minute, you'll see the Rover Racing BMW, look, right up against the barrier, just kicked into the air, but he clears Van Thor as well. And Laurens on the outside here, look, coming into the corner, goes a little bit deep, and he came off the power maybe, and that's what enabled Daniel Serra to jump ahead of him, and Sheldon van der Linde got through as well by the end of the lap. So it all unravelled a bit for Laurens Van Thor.
Still not really sure how they all managed to get through Lisboa and San Francisco, albeit we had the Porsche of Caroli going off just after San Francisco corner. Yeah, good to see the restart. Laurens Van Thor was quick off the line, however, then gets swallowed up, and that's what you get with such mighty machinery all the way around and very limited tarmac available on the opening lap. So Raffaele Marciello leads the race behind the safety car. Mauro Engel in the Mercedes in second place, then Edo Mortara in third place. Daniel Giancardella getting a really good opening lap from sixth place on the grid.
Yeah, and so much of that was on the first couple of corners, wasn't it? But that's the part of the circuit that those Mercedes love. You know, they just gobble up that really fast section. They've got all the grunt. Other cars work well at other circuits, and that's why the balance of performance that operates in GT racing is so important, because you're trying to balance all of these different elements. Bearing in mind what you've got on this grid, the Audi 5.2 litre V10, the BMW 3 litre 6-cylinder twin turbo, Porsche 4 litre 6-cylinder, the Mercedes 6.3 V8. You know, you've got big and small, you've got turbo, you've got normally aspirated, you've got heavy, you've got light. You've got to try and balance them all so that nobody has a massive advantage.
And do you know what that means to me? When you go out to the grandstand, you watch all of these cars together, you get a symphony of noise, because they are all different configurations of engine. They all make a different tone. And when you get the two of them, three of them, four of them going through together, it is harmony. It's beautiful.
It is.
The noise echoes around the streets of Macau. With the barriers, they amplify the sound, they echo it back. The walls on one side, the barriers on the other. It is just a glorious noise.
Right, so next year,
yes,
when you're packing your suitcase,
yes,
can you bring some of your microphones, and on the Friday,
good idea,
for free practice, go and stick them out around the circuit,
good
and then
idea.
We can download Macau GT sounds with 12 different tracks, one per brand, if you like.
What a good idea.
And I'll buy mine now.
Would you?
Yes, because I think that would be the perfect soundtrack.
I can do that. Yeah, I can make a top quality recording of this.
Make a fortune selling it to people that drive Teslas, make them realise what they missed. So at the moment, Raffaele Marciello leads. Mauro Engel is in second place, and Eduardo Mortara is third. It's Danny Giancardella fourth, ahead of Augusto Farfus, and Daniel Serra in sixth place. Got to say, Daniel Serra, as a Macau rookie, has been really impressive for me this weekend, because he's just quietly got on with the job. He's not been a hero. He's just got quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker. And one or two of the others, Cairoli and Priming, rookies both, they're out on lap one, and yet there is Daniel Serra, who has gained places from where he started on the grid anyway.
Yeah, doing a really, really good job. I like the idea of this recording, by the way. I'm beginning to think about this. Leave me on my own for a little while. Did you say it would be popular with Tesla drivers?
I thought never crossed my mind.
I think you did.
There, El Bamba, number 22 in the blue and yellow Porsche. The blue Porsche is Alessio Picariello. The white one is Yi Hong Lee. He's been a winner of this event when it's not run for FIA status. So we've talked about all the FIA GT Cup winners. We've got an extra Macau Cup winner, Leo Yi. And in fact, don't forget Mauro Engel. If you look at wins, he's sort of 2+1. He's got 2 FIA wins in this and 1 non-FIA Macau GT Cup win. The fact that they're being ushered to stay on the inside there makes me think it's down at San Francisco where we've lost Thomas Priming, so very early in the lap.
Yeah, just on the outside by the barrier after San Francisco on the run up San Francisco Hill. Which these mighty machines gobble up. They really do make light work of that hill, but it is quite a hill coming out of San Francisco and heading up to a twisty part of the circuit, past the hospital on the left-hand side, into Maternity. The right-hander takes them down to the left-hander at Teddy Ip, with the wall on the left-hand side. Into the Solitude S's, which is the left and the right and the left and the right. Finishing in Payol, the left and the right, to Faroe Hill. And the pinch points at Police and Moorish. We see touring cars going off at Police and Moorish. Imagine getting a GT3 car through those corners, because they are very, very tight.
I seem to remember one year there was a track blockage at Moorish. Somebody ran wide and there was just nowhere to go.
Yes.
That said, we had a track blockage in the GT race last week, didn't we, in the Greater Bay Area races. So we're behind the safety car, all of this counting within the allotted time and within the number of laps as Eduardo Mortara for Absolute Racing gets ready to go once more. He and teammate Christopher Hauser carry the livery of Storm Riders, the fabled story, and he is Cloud and Wind is Christopher Hauser.
Another chance to have a look at the start and the jostling for position as they go down towards Lisboa. Mauro Engel just around the outside of the car that started on the second position on the front row of the grid, and a formidable opponent as well in Edo Mortara. Mauro Engel getting the better of that. Great start from Mauro Engel. Edo Mortara will not be happy to be down in third place.
No.
Watch him on the restart.
I noticed a very colourful Audi there with Hello Kitty livery. So at this point, Alan takes centre stage.
Celebrating 50 years of Hello Kitty. It is the most amazing brand. If you count up the lines on the cartoon, 14 lines make up Hello Kitty, and it has been the most incredible global phenomenon over 50 years, including the fact we have a little stall outside the Macau Grand Prix selling t-shirts, model cars only available this weekend of the car that we have for Adley Fong this weekend, and people without tickets to come and see the Macau Grand Prix are travelling here from all over just to get the merchandise. The queue was phenomenal this morning, absolutely phenomenal at 8 o'clock this morning.
People on their chairs having been sat there for ages waiting. And it isn't a thing, it's just a brand, isn't it? There's no sort of physical, it's not like a cartoon character, or is it? It's just a thing.
As far as I know, a cartoon has taken place, but post-event. So it started out as a little logo on a purse.
At all?
Yeah.
Gosh. And the kitty of Hello Kitty is Kitty White. She's the height of 5 apples and the weight of 3. She liked baking cookies and playing the piano. She liked music, art and English.
Yes, quite right too. And has a boyfriend called
Daniel.
Dear Daniel.
Dear Daniel, forgive me. And he's not sure whether he wants to be a cameraman or a ballet dancer.
I think our director has had enough of this.
I must confess, halfway through, even what I was saying, I wanted to punch my own face. So I'm with him.
You had me at 5 apples.
Yes.
Depends if it's a Granny Smith.
Got to give credit to Andy Fong, though. He's had a lot of coverage, even if he's not been up at the front. He's the driver of that
really
car.
Has.
Safety car in this lap, Al.
Car looks brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So, a huge amount of thought goes into all of the liveries by the manufacturers as well for this event, because the eyes of the motorsport world are on this event. Throughout the weekend, not just today, but yesterday for qualifying, the day before for free practice. Would you believe people tuning in all around the world to watch free practice? And then tomorrow, of course, for the big one. It is a longer race, a 16-lap race in prospect, but we have now, at the end of this lap, 4 laps complete for our qualification race for the Macau GT Cup, and we are soon to get racing back underway.
So Marcello versus Engel then, the rematch from last year. And of course, although it was a great battle in the equivalent race last season, the Macau GT Cup, it didn't last long because Raffaele had a mechanical problem and retired, I think on the opening lap, wasn't it, down at Melco? It was certainly within the first 2 laps. And here we've got the opportunity to see that battle be renewed. We've also got the likes of Kevin Estre still mired in 14th place, needing to do something there. He is heroic on that restart. Kevin Estre's target is Adley Fong. There, number 50 is the Hello Kitty Audi. 27 is Kevin Estre behind him. So I think there's going to be an awful lot of drama on, as ever, the run to Lisboa, because this, for some, is the big chance. This is the golden ticket on the restart to gain places. So we have started with 20. We're down to 18, and 2 that we've lost are Porsches. That's 2 of the Porsche factory squad in the wall.
Yeah, not the best of starts by a long way, but Raffaele Marciello and Mauro Engel from Mercedes doing very nicely indeed, thank you very much, as they head their way around Melco. That's interesting to watch just how much you have to pull the wheel to get around Melco. Makes it look easy. That is far from easy, getting the car around. And then the ultimate focus, look at the eyes of Edo Mortara. Focusing, barely blinks, does Edo.
As well as Van Thor getting set to go. He is unique amongst our FIA GT World Cup winners for being the only one to do it upside down. Cause a red flag, but 1 in on the countback. Safety car peels in, and that means we're good to go.
Good to go. The safety car peels off into the pit lane under the control now of Raffaele Marciello, Mauro Engel, Eduardo Mortara. They blast around the final turn to get the race back underway. 4 laps in the book now. How close can Mauro Engel stay to the back of Raffaele Marciello on the run down towards Mandarin? The ultra-fast Mandarin is next. The 2 Mercedes have already pulled out a little bit of a gap between themselves and Eduardo Mortara, who in turn is having to defend from Daniel Giuncadella, who is in turn defending from the BMW of Augusto Farfus. That's the run down through Mandarin, and this, the all-important run down towards Lisboa. Mauro Engel right with Raffaele Marciello, pulls out to the left-hand side. They are oh so close, but they go in single file. And goodness me, that's was that Augusto Farfus just collecting a little bit of Daniel Giuncadella's car?
So Giuncadella tried to go around the outside of Mortara, couldn't quite do it, was slow off the corner. Farfus nipped up the inside and just glanced off him. So you had them absolutely side by side into Lisboa. As you were watching the leaders behind for third, they were level as well. And Giuncadella made a move and it's not worked, and he's come off badly. So Farfus has jumped ahead of him. They wriggle their way downhill there. 33 is Yihong Li. He is making progress as well. But Marciello is not yet getting away from Engel. So the 2 Mercedes Maestros run as one. Mortara in the Audi third, and then up into 4th place now should be Farfus. He is, remember, he's another winner of the FIA GT World Cup, and he is hunting down the top 3.
Engel is absolutely shadowing the race leader, Raffaele Marciello and Mauro Engel. There was little to pick between the 2 of them last year in the final race of the weekend for the GT cars. In the end, I think it was a problem for the car for Raffaele Marciello. We saw him go straight on at Melco hairpin, wasn't it? And Mauro Engel goes through and takes the win. That was last year. It's a new year and a new race, and tomorrow it will be for the FIA GT World Cup. They thread their way down through the Melco hairpin.
Danny Giuncadella has clearly picked up big damage because he dropped a long way back. There he is mid-pack going around Melco, so Giuncadella was certainly roughed up coming out of Lisboa at the start of this lap. So Marciello then did an absolute best sector 2, and Engel pegs him back with the absolute best in sector 3. These 2 very evenly matched drivers, very successful Mercedes drivers, stalwart ambassadors for the brand. Raffaele Marciello is set to leave Mercedes AMG at the end of the weekend, so very important, very emotional for him that he comes out on top here, but it's not a shoe-in. This is Mortara's view as they cross the stripe. Best lap of the race to Marciello. He's 0.6 of a second to the good. Engel is second, Mortara third. You're riding with Mortara out of reservoir. Farfus fourth, Serra fifth, Van der Linde is sixth, then it's Van Thor, Halder, Giuncadella and Bamber to round out the top 10. There's nothing else to squeeze out of that Audi. Eduardo Mortara can do nothing more with that loud pedal. Engel closing up again under braking, and Augusto Farfus in 4th. Really good on that section of the circuit, the BMW. It was the same in qualifying yesterday. He's done an absolute best first sector.
It's been a slow burner before the BMW in this race over the course of the weekend. In fact, it was a little bit of a slow burner the year that Augusto Farfus won the FIA GT World Cup here at Macau. But when it came to really make a move, it was on the Sunday that Augusto Farfus had a very emotional win for the final race, for being in charge of the Schnitzer team for Charlie Lamb. And very sadly, very soon after that, we lost Charlie Lamb. So that memory becomes even more wonderful for the Schnitzer team and for people involved with BMW as well.
So there is Mortara hunting down Engel. And Engel is still chipping away to get onto terms to challenge Marciello. So it's 3 for the lead. For my money on this lap, it's Mortara that's looking the more racy. He is closing, but then he's going to get a bit stuck behind Engel. Farfus, now look at that. He's taking Daniel Serra with him. And Daniel Serra has not been here before. So the first 4 are all previous winners, and fifth is a Macau rookie.
Yeah, which is pretty amazing, isn't it? As they thread their way now around the Melco hairpin, barely room to get one of these cars around the hairpin, let alone do it quickly and do it neatly, which is exactly what they need to do in order to set themselves up for the start of the next lap and therefore the run down towards Lisboa. The last thing Mauro Engel really needs is Eduardo Mortara right there behind him, because it means that rather than just think about attacking Raffaele Marciello, he also has to think about defending from Eduardo Mortara, the multiple race winner here at Macau.
But I think on this part of the circuit, the Mercedes are going to get away, because this is exactly the section that the Mercedes like. It's really frustrating for Mortara. Look, he has dropped back already. That car works well across the mountain part of the circuit, but you can't overtake. Here, where you can, he doesn't have the grunt to stay with the Mercedes. So, again, the importance of qualifying, and therefore the importance of being up at the front early on. But now, down to Lisboa, as you look back, it's become a Mercedes two-way fight again. Farfus has fallen away a little bit, strangely, from Mortara. Fifth in the background, Daniel Serra in the Ferrari, breaking late. Sixth is Sheldon van der Linde, also here for the first time. And then it's Van Thor, Haase, Junkerdea and Bamber rounding out the top 10. Kevin Estre update, 13th. He's got past the Adelie Fong Hello Kitty Audi.
And Augusto Farfus is doing what Augusto Farfus has done throughout the 2 days that we've had up until this point here at Macau. He's gone overall best in Sector 1. He's got some tricks, something he does in Sector 1 that makes him absolutely dominant on this first part of the circuit. Augusto Farfus, 4th place and overall best in Sector 1 on this lap. Daniel Serra has gone overall best in Sector 2. The overall best lap is held by the race leader, and that's Raffaele Marciello. 2:17.118 compares to yesterday, the pole time, a 2:14.5.
I'm not saying you're wrong about Farfus and having some sort of magic trick, but I think a lot of it does come down to the car, because don't forget it's a 3-litre twin-turbo engine, and that really is the ideal part of the circuit because it's long enough to really fully open the tap, and he's got all of that real estate on which to exploit that. So that's the section of Macau that is made for that car.
Stretch the legs of the BMW on the first sector, and Augusto Farfus is some hugely experienced driver. He's been runner-up in DTM for BMW and has claimed all sorts of titles over the course of his long career with the manufacturer, and is currently in 4th position. Mauro Engel has just gone overall best in Sector 3, so that's one to watch as well, for the gap of 0.7 of a second between himself and Raffaele Marciello at the front of the field, as was at the conclusion of the last lap, lap number 6.
You're on board with Lawrence Van Thor and Christopher Haase behind him. You saw a moment ago in the Audi then, as the cars accelerate once more up towards the line.
So Lawrence Van Thor, ultimate concentration that you need in these cars around the Guia circuit. There is no room for relaxation at any point around the Guia circuit. And once again, Eduardo Mortara coming into this section looking very pacey indeed in 3rd place.
Look in the background, Sheldon van der Linde's BMW was all over Daniel Serra's Ferrari like a rash, but he's not quite been able to get up alongside in time, and a big crash for Adelie Fong. Adelie Fong is in the wall. It's goodbye, Kitty, because that, I'm afraid, has done damage to the barrier. There's debris all over the racetrack. We're going to have a safety car, and Adelie Fong's Audi is out of the Macau GT Cup. Safety car is called, and that is a very badly damaged Audi. It was sideways, it hit the wall, and he tried to turn away from the next wall, but he just couldn't. It speared it across the road at huge speed. That is a big accident, and Macau has bitten again.
Yeah, it certainly has, and what was a very pretty car with the Hello Kitty livery is now a very damaged car, and that is going to require intervention in order to, first of all, make sure that Adelie Fong is okay, because that was quite a hit into the barrier. Barrier has been, he's out the car. That's very good news. Makes his way away from the car. So that's the first bit of good news, but look at the barrier.
I'm just looking at all the debris. Is that kitty litter?
I thought of it and decided not to say it. Thank you.
Second safety car period of the race then, as the drivers currently work lap number 8, and this might take a little bit of time. Now bear in mind this is a 12-lap race. Here it is again, just lost the back of the car, glanced off the wall, it's got damage already, and look, you can see him trying to steer away from the barrier, but there's no chance. In it goes. The good news is that's recticel more than barrier or concrete, but even so, look at the damage. It's like a bomb going off, isn't it? The car just explodes.
It is, absolutely is, and the absorption of energy is so well shown on the slow motion replay, and everyone else threading their way through to try and get past the car and get past the debris as well.
And that is the key to it now, isn't it? Because there are going to be so many shards of bodywork on the road. That's a long sweep up to make sure, especially there, that nobody runs over them and picks up any tyre damage. So, yeah, this might take a while, and we're now on lap number 9. So don't be surprised if this runs to the end under the safety car, but we know how quickly marshals and recovery crews are here. But that was a big impact, and you made the point. Great to see Adley Fong out of the car and okay.
Yeah, he was probably quite winded after that. He was walking away quite slowly, but at least he was walking away, because when you see a car hit the barrier, and that's what those Rexacells are meant to do. They're meant to absorb the energy and basically explode the polystyrene or whatever polystyrene type materials inside them. It's what you use for installation on your house. It's really good. It's really light, but it makes a heck of a mess when it's distributed all the way over the width of the circuit, and the safety car having to thread neatly through, and therefore everybody else following the leader as they go through the very, very dirty circuit now. Need a massive Henry Hoover. That's what you need.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if this didn't have a red flag race suspension to stop people having to drive through the debris. May not, but it wouldn't be a total surprise.
You saw the safety car having to tiptoe through, and just because there were sharp bits, and there were the bits of Rexacell as well.
Miroslav Bartos, who is the race director for the FIA GT World Cup, appointed by the FIA, will be looking at it, making a call, and of course they'll be in contact with the safety car crew. The safety car driver, Pedro Cruzeiro, who used to race many years ago, race suspension has indeed been called, so they will be under red flag conditions. The race will be suspended, and then it will resume, time permitting, but it might be quite a while before we can get things back underway.
It's just a lot of sweeping, and a barrier to be repaired as well. Repaired, replaced. So barrier is not something you could just pop back in place like a tyre barrier. It's something that needs to be new Rexacell brought in and secured. It's done its job. It's done a superb job, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it has. It's kept a driver safe, which is the main thing. And, OK, it's a damaged car, but it's going to be a damaged car anyway. The main thing is it's absorbed the impact, and Adley Fong, as you say, probably a bit winded and bruised, but he's OK to get out of the car. So they will return to the pit lane, and then we will await further news. Of course, the timetable had slipped a bit anyway by stoppages in the Motorbike Grand Prix this morning.
This ended up actually starting on time,
did it? Right.
Which was pretty good. Yeah, they did a good job. We were at one stage 40 minutes behind today, so a huge amount of time was made up. Yeah, the opening of the pit lane for the GT cars was as per schedule, so really good work, and that's really testament to the fact that the touring car drivers behaved very well indeed, and we had no interventions or stoppages during the touring car race, which is a good thing to see here at Macau. It's so easy to have a race that has stoppage or safety car after stoppage and safety car. So good work by the world-class touring car racers that we've got here this weekend. They helped us get back onto schedule.
So it'll be a gentle in-lap, and then the Pirelli technicians will go make sure that all those tyres are in good order after having to pick their way through the debris. Matteo Braga and his team will descend on the pit lane and have a look at the rubber. But clearly it's going to be a reasonable amount of time to sort out the circuit. But a huge impact, so it's good to see that Adley Fong is okay. Well, it's been dramatic as we expected, hasn't it?
Always is. Every race at Macau is dramatic, and when you put dramatic cars on the circuit as well, inevitably you're going to have the potential for accidents over the course of a race. 12 laps today, 16 laps tomorrow. But we've also had drama that didn't end up in a barrier, because this battle between Raffaele Marciello, Mauro Engel and Eduardo Mortara was yet to come to its climax.
So we have lost 3 cars from the original 20, and whether the Hello Kitty Audi can be repaired for tomorrow, I think, is a moot point. That was very badly damaged indeed. there are enough Hello Kitty supporters outside the paddock, I would have thought, that can come and lend a hand. It's really whether you've got the parts. Because, of course, for just about everybody, this is a flyaway, so there's a limit on what you can put on a crate and get here. So the circuit busily being swept. By hand, you can pick up the big bits. By broom, you can get rid of the shards, but it's the barriers where all the senior officials are going, because just look how far towards the tarmac they have been dragged. So it's going to take a while to put those barriers back into position, that's for sure. And the FIA officials, the local officials, all toiling away.
Yep, there's plenty of them down there as well, and the marshal is doing a great job while the officials are looking at the barrier. The marshal is doing a great job of sweeping up as much as they can. One of the things that we've been able to do in previous years when we have a lengthy stoppage is to hop down to pit lane and have a chat to some of the drivers, and they're able to look back at incidents that have taken place on the big screen at the far end. That's something that we can potentially think about for tomorrow, because it's quite interesting when you've got an incident that's taken place to have the drivers actually talking through the replay of an incident. Watching the big screen down in pit lane is always quite an interesting insight. Something else that they have to do is to remain focused while they're down there in pit lane, because they don't know at this stage how long it's going to be before the race gets back underway. And that's Raffaele Marciello keeping focus, remaining in car for now. If they know it's going to be a really lengthy stop, then they will get out the car, chat to each other, maybe get a bit of fresh air as much as is available on a warm afternoon here in Macau. 21, 22 degrees this afternoon in the sunshine. It feels an awful lot hotter than that, because the sun is a very fierce sun without any cloud in the sky. Blue sky, clear sky, and Lawrence Van Tour getting a chance to have a chat to the team. Raffaele Marciello with the door just ajar, getting a bit of fresh air into the car. But they seem to deal with temperature in a different way to normal human beings, don't they?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
They're sitting there in fireproof overalls, fireproof underwear, helmet, balaclava, and in a very, very warm environment, 50 degrees plus inside these cars, and they just look as if it's a normal day.
I think it was, I want to say Andy Prio, but it might have been somebody else that years ago used to go and try and train in the sauna, or would go on an exercise bike, but in helmet and overalls.
That's right, with little heaters on.
Yeah, simulate all that heat, so you can cope with it in training.
They're used to it.
Yeah. And of course, also, many of these guys race in hot countries anyway. We tend to think that anything with 2 digits in it is a high temperature.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're racing in mainland Europe or in Asia, you do get used to it anyway, I suppose. But that's not to say it's not hot in the car. It's Augusto Farfus for Rover Racing, the BMW. You can see all the cars remaining for the moment under parc fermé conditions, so drivers not being allowed out, because they are hopefully going to resume the race. In theory, it should be that when the race resumes, it will be behind the safety car, and as they leave the pit lane, then the race continues. Yeah, it's not regridded. That's Daniel Serra. Hat tip to Daniel Serra.
Yeah.
I keep saying it, but I think he's looked really, really impressive, and the sensible way that he's gone about it has been very good indeed. He's got on with the job, learnt a bit, pushed a bit more, learnt a bit more, pushed a bit more, and there he is, ahead of some big names like a Vanthor, like a Haase, like a Junqueira, like a Bamba, like an Estre. You know, he's done all right.
There's so many world-class drivers, aren't there, here at Macau, and that's going to be very welcome. Bit of air breathed into the car for Sheldon van der Linde. That's Lawrence Van Tour in the 99 Porsche. Gorgeous colour, that. It looks pretty good on screen. It looks amazing in real life with the sunshine looking down on it.
Yeah.
That car does look absolutely stunning here at Macau.
Outside the paddock, there is the Spark model shop.
Yes.
Some of the teams have been really clever and got the models built in advance, but I suspect there'll be a rush on next year when some of these liveries are then on the 143rd models. That's Christopher Haase. A fantastic Audi GT driver, Christopher. There's barely anything he's not won. And that's Danny Junqueira's car. We knew it got roughed up at Lisboa early on. There you can see the damage.
That was with Augusto, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, he tried to clear Vanthor, but it was Farfus that went up the inside. But Augusto went to the right. The damage was on the left, where he ran deep into the corner and rubbed the barrier. That's what delayed him, that gave Farfus the chance to go through. So the Craft Bamboo team trying to make that car safe. Scrutineers happy with it to be repaired for safety purposes. D2 Racing Porsche, that's El Bamba, double Le Mans winner, don't forget. And although he doesn't always drive Porsches now, because he's been with Cadillac in the WEC, and he won the Nürburgring 24 for Fricadelli this year. He is another very experienced Porsche campaigner, Super Cup champion, Carrera Cup Asia champion. He won the Carrera Cup Asia race here in 2013. And then he went on to sort of global success with Porsche, did Earl, the Kiwi. Kevin S has had a pretty tough weekend in the very smart Cooler Master Purple People Eater Porsche. But the Le Mans class winner, Spa 24 winner, Nürburgring 24 winner, Carrera Cup champion, still surprised, has had such a tough weekend, it isn't further up the grid. That is the Chinese driver Yi Hongli, or Liu Yi, Formula Renault Euro Cup racer, Formula 3 driver, and winner this year of the Shanghai 8 Hours, having also won the FIA GT Cup in the past. Now, this was the Junqueira and Mortara moment. Now, look, Junqueira is ahead, but he's on the outside line, and he can't quite make the corner, so look, bang, he skims up against it, and Farfus glances off the other side. But for Junqueira to carry on in the race, having done that, he got away with that remarkably lightly.
They have estimated in race control, David, that it will take 10 minutes to complete the repair of the barriers. So
right.
10 minutes until we have the barriers repaired.
Do you have any more Hello Kitty facts for 10 minutes that you'd like to renunciate?
Yeah, they've been selling, you say about some of the manufacturers putting together the race car model for this weekend. They have a limited edition, numbered edition that they've been selling outside, so a little boxed edition of the...
This is the Hello Kitty
car.
Right, okay. You bought one?
Yes.
Yeah, thought you might. There is a slightly chewed Ferrari. That is the car of David Chen, who is the man behind the team being Harmony Racing. That's the 488. Daniel Serra's Ferrari is the newer 296 model. And so there, the team and the officials trying to decide whether they can touch the car or not, because we are under part fairway conditions. Replay here. Does this explain to us how Junqueira and Farfus got together? It did.
That's looking back from Edo Mortara's car.
It is, yeah. I mean, Augusto Farfus, I'm coming through. You know, there was a gap and I'm going to go for it, come what may. So the car's in order, sitting in the pit lane. There is the very popular Marchi Lee, standing next to his car. Number 2 is Jules Gounon, who, because he was a bit far back on the grid, I couldn't really get down to talk to him. No. Jules had a tough weekend, I think he would agree. He's looking forward to coming here, but it's certainly been one of his tougher weekends thus far.
It's an eye-opener, isn't it, when you come to Macau for the first time? And Jules Gounon is one of these world-class drivers that we talk about so often, but yet to really master the Guia circuit here at Macau. Still working on the barrier. Estimated time was 10 minutes, probably about 3 or 4 minutes ago. Is that a big bin liner?
Yes.
It is, isn't it?
Yes. Well, you need a big bin liner because there are lots of bits.
You do.
Yes. Yeah, Jules Gounon's been racing in Europe, in Fanatec GT. He's been racing in IMSA in America. He's been racing in British GT this year, but first time here. And Jules is one of those rare drivers, if you look at his CV, that's not always been linked to one manufacturer. Some people are signed by a brand out of single-seater racing, and there they stay. Jules was the German champion in the ADAC GT Masters for Corvette. The same year he won at Spa for Audi, for Santalok. He's gone on to win at Bathurst for Bentley and in Mercedes as well. He was part of that Bentley squad, so, you know, now Mercedes, but 4 different manufacturers. And bear in mind that he came to prominence, first of all, racing Porsches in Carrera Cup France anyway. He is one of, I would offer you, the more versatile drivers in terms of jumping from brand to brand and delivering it all.
It's just been noted on the screen that teams are allowed to work on the cars. Pretty sure I saw that correctly. Yep, teams are allowed to work on the car when in the fast lane, which is covered by the regulations. So if anybody does need the car titivated before we get this race back underway, then they are allowed to do it where the cars are parked now, which is in the fast lane of pit lane.
Lawrence Vanthor staying in the car, many of the drivers at the front doing so, rather than popping out and getting some fresh air, but they're staying focused that way by staying in the car. If you get out, there are more people, there are more distractions.
That's the thing, there's plenty of distractions, there's a chance to chat to people and take your focus away. Look at the focus on Edo Motaro's face. Absolutely pin sharp as he takes a rare blink in the car. One of the most focused drivers ever that you can see in the car is Edo Motaro. Something you need around the twists and turns of the Guia circuit here at Macau. And Raffaele Marciello, one of the coolest and calmest characters you could possibly hope to meet, is Raffaele Marciello. Even when you went up to him today and sat down on the grid, happy with that. Yeah, it's also cool, isn't it? It's also calm and relaxed. That's his car. You can't miss it, can you? And a thank you on the side of the car for the service that he's made to Mercedes AMG over the years. Couldn't quite believe it when he said to you down there on the grid, 7 years with AMG.
I know. And in those 7 years, you know, he's won marquee races every year. It's been the most remarkable relationship. And you're right, I mean, considering that he is by birth Italian and he is, you might expect, a more volatile character, he's not. He is just remarkably laid back, remarkably calm about it. Not much phases him. I was telling the story yesterday of when he was in Parc Fermé having won, I think it was his 4th race of the year in Fanatec GT with Timur Bogoslawski, and it was Timur, his co-driver, who said that's our 4th win. Is that right? 4th? And Raffaele just said, I don't know. Just shrug. You know.
He does shrug.
He does
the shrug, doesn't he? Yeah. He's quite a character, is Raffaele Marciello. And that's the back of Eduardo Motaro's car. People tuned in around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you wherever you are. We've got a brief break in the action here at the Guia circuit at Macau. The Hello Kitty car, driven by Adley Fong, a heavy accident with the barriers. The barriers shedding an awful lot of composite over the circuit, and so too big bits of bodywork that need to be cleared up, and the barrier needs to be replaced as well. That's what they're doing. Probably about 5 minutes left for the repair to the bodywork. Bit of highlights of the race so far, and there have been plenty of highlights to enjoy. Liz Boa, not surprisingly, has given us plenty of it. That's Danny Juncadella into the barrier on the exit of Lisboa, and on the right hand side Augusto Farfus, just a little brush. I think that was a wing mirror that we saw flying off as well.
Whatever it was expensive.
It was every part of them is expensive, and yeah, Augusto Farfus lucky to get away with minimal damage to that car as well, because the BMW is going well in 4th place.
And that was Adley Fong's big lose coming out of Mandarin, and kaboom! That is a huge impact. But full credit to Macau for moving with the times and putting the recticel barriers there, because in the olden days that could have been far more serious.
Absolutely could. It looks even more spectacular with bits of the barrier flying all over the circuit, and fair play to everybody that was following. To maybe their tyres aren't quite in perfect shape, picking up a bit of debris, but avoiding the car.
Yeah.
That could have been so much worse.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen incidents there in the past, haven't we, where drivers almost panic and hit the brakes or slither in, or then get hit by, and the accident gets worse and worse. So, yeah, they did a good job by circumnavigating the imploding Audi. And the road, not quite clear yet, although the barriers are nearly done. We've still got a lot more sweeping. There's a bit more look further down the road, because those bits of car have gone everywhere. 5 minutes now rather, we are behind the safety car restart.
That's not bad, is it? If you bear in mind just the extent of the damage down there. And a week ago here at Macau, we had umbrellas up for rain, and it was unseasonal rain that we had at Macau last weekend for the first weekend. Now they are up shielding from the sunshine, the blaring sunshine, which beats down on the absolutely jam-packed grandstands around the circuit here at Macau. Not only to enjoy all the action, the saloon car action that we've had so far today, the motorcycle action first thing this morning. It saw Peter Hickman take a dominant win here at Macau first thing this morning. But also, we've got to look forward to our qualification race over 10 laps for the Formula 3 Macau Grand Prix, the 70th Macau Grand Prix and the 40th year we've had Formula 3 cars taking the star role for the Macau Grand Prix.
So there is Raffaele Marciello, the race leader. And remember that they don't grid up. It's not a two-part race. The race, although stopped, is suspended, and then it will resume rather than restart, if you like. So the cars are under red flag conditions, but then they will resume in due course. And this means that the barriers and the track can be made safe without the cars driving round and round and round, and the race just expiring. So this way they do get some mileage in. So we have 3 laps to go. So assuming it's just a 1 lap safety car restart, it's going to give us 2 laps of racing, isn't it?
Yeah. What could possibly go wrong? A mouth-watering prospect of these cars and these drivers sprint racing around the Guia circuit here at Macau over 2 laps.
Maro Engel with the very spectacularly coloured SJM Theodore Racing Mercedes that is run by Craft Bamboo Racing. It's always a delight to talk to Maro Engel. Not only because he's a very accomplished GT driver, but I always feel as though I'm in Australia. He spent time racing with Mercedes and Erebus in the Supercars Championship, and although he wasn't there for that many years, he's never got rid of the Aussie twang. It's great.
It's a great accent. You can't quite work out where he's from. If you didn't know anything about him, you wouldn't be able to work it out. You absolutely would not. But he's a good guy, a great character, and I'm glad you got to catch up with him. He heard your voice behind him and swung round, didn't he? Straight away, he was having a conversation. But, yeah, good to hear from Maro Engel. So we're getting close. Raffaele Marciello, in fact, the top drivers have not got out of the cars, and they have stayed focused in the zone. Every single centimetre around this circuit requires ultimate concentration, and this is the opportunity that they could potentially get to be distracted, and that's not what they need at this point. Stay in the car, stay focused, and just do whatever you're instructed by race control for the restart. They have no control over how long they're going to be down there.
No, but for Raffaele Marciello, he knows that he is still in a very strong position because it will be a single file restart. So Maro Engel's got to get up alongside him even to think about attacking, and he's also therefore got to absolutely match Raffaele Marciello's restart. Raffaele will be able to control that, see if he can jump ahead. Eduardo Mortara is good to go. He is the man in 3rd place. One of the drivers, and there are very, very few of them, but he is one that has a waxwork in the museum because he's a Macau Grand Prix winner. He is a winner of this race 4 times. And in 1 minute's time, the pit lane will open. So now, if you're not in the car, you need to be. Engines will fire, and the process of firing up a GT3 car will go through. Start cycle, pit lane being cleared of any extraneous personnel. So there you've got the cars all lined up, good to go. Eduardo Mortara's Audi, which is good through the corners, but a bit breathless, one fears, against the Mercedes in a straight line.
And the problem is there really isn't space to do any overtaking in one of these cars over the part of the circuit that the Audi seems to be absolutely perfect around.
And in fairness, I mean, proof of how it's a little bit out of puff on the exit of Mandarin was that Jean Cadet was able to get ahead on the outside. Okay, it didn't ultimately work, but it does show where the strength of the Mercedes and the BMW is. So pit lane is back open, and this means that the Macau GT Cup qualification race for the FIA GT World Cup is back underway. Race is back on.
It certainly is, and they filed out behind the safety car down from the hot lane in pit lane, and hot lane being the applicable word this afternoon. It's a hot day here at Macau. See the heat haze down there as you look back from the safety car. Everybody weaving the cars as much as they can to get tyre temperature back up to where it was before the safety car came out, and then the red flag came out in turn as well. So as much weaving as you can possibly do on this wide part of the circuit early on the lap. Do as much of it as you can now, because once you get onto the hill section of the circuit, it's not really possible. Maybe
no, exactly.
a wiggle or two past the incident zone, and the safety car heralds the race back underway down to the right-hander at Lisboa. That amazing overtaking opportunity. If you could put down all the angles that you require for the most amazing overtaking opportunity at the end of a long straight, you would probably come up with something like Lisboa, because it is the ultimate test and the ultimate overtaking opportunity on the Guia circuit here at Macau. It's the BMW, the 32 BMW that is, of Sheldon van der Linde. Two of them there are. And Augusto Farfus in the second of the BMWs, and that just on screen, the Rover Racing entered BMW.
That's Al Bamba, Alessio Picariello and Kevin Esper, three of those Porsche stars. At the end of this lap, maybe, we will be good to go. It might be that they give it 2 laps, because the second one can get the tyres up to temperature, and then it's a 1-lap shootout. But it'll be interesting to see what the outcome now is from race control. Safety car in this lap then. So as the cars make their way up towards Donna Maria very shortly, we will go racing at the end of this lap, and then that's going to give us a 2-lap shootout to determine the winner of the qualification race for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup race.
1 lap is fairly dramatic around the Guia circuit here at Macau for a restart. 2 laps gives us double the fun for the remainder of this Macau GT Cup race, the qualification race today. 12 laps in total, and tomorrow we have the prospect of 16 laps around the Guia circuit under the control of Raffaele Marciello. Pole position yesterday, leading the race today. The beast of Mauro Engel directly behind, and then Eduardo Mortara just behind in turn. The safety car peels off into pit lane. Very soon we're going to be back under full race speed, and Raffaele Marciello pulls the pin.
2 laps to go then, we're back racing. Green flag waved on the start line. Marciello, Engel, Mortara, Farfus, the top 4. 2-lap shootout to determine the result of this race and the grid for the main race tomorrow. And Raffaele Marciello was nearly half a second up when they crossed the line. Engel is in the wheel tracks then, trying to stay with him on the run down towards Mandarin. Look at Farfus, he goes one side of Mortara. Jinx back in behind him, but he's building up maybe for a move under braking. Engel is staying on the tail of Raffaele Marciello for the lead as well. And van der Linde comes up to have a go at Daniel Serra. The 2 leading Mercedes are almost together. Engel closing up under braking. It is game on.
It certainly is game on. The 2 AMG right at the front of the field, around the right-hander at San Francisco, up San Francisco hill they go. Mortara a little bit further back, but as we've already said, the Audi is pretty good around this twisty part. This is slightly different though, because he's got the BMW of Augusto Farfus right there behind him. He in turn is a winner of the FIA World GT Cup here at Macau. And we have got this battle on for the lead. We have got the battle on for 3rd place as well, because the BMW potentially could get the better of Eduardo Mortara over 2 laps. We shall wait and see.
So you're looking back from Mortara's Audi. At this part of the circuit, the Audi is stronger than the BMW. It's able to be a bit more nimble, threading its way between the barriers. And as the race leader, Raffaele Marciello, tries to shake off Mauro Engel, he drops down towards police with Engel inching up under braking. Mortara staying with him on this part of the racetrack though.
Yep, so Mauro Engel is in 2nd place. He needs to look in his mirrors as well, because as predicted on this part of the circuit, the Audi very good at the hands of Eduardo Mortara. So Mortara is close on the back of Mauro Engel around Donna Maria. The left-hander, it closes on the exit of the corner. The barrier kind of lures you in as they run now down towards the Melco hairpin. Raffaele Marciello turning the lock on the car. So too at Motorsport. Now the circuit opens up. They can really let these cars stretch their legs as they go down through Black Sands, down towards Fisherman's Bend. The conclusion of the lap will come at our bend, and the final lap is about to be started for the Macau GT Cup.
So the last lap board is made ready. Eduardo Mortara looks at those two Mercedes, tantalisingly close up the road, but they're going to get smaller in a moment because this is Mercedes country, isn't it, as they come booming over the line then past the pits. Marcello to Engel is 8/10, and then a further 8/10 back just under is Mortara in third place, but you're riding with him, heading towards 245 kilometres an hour through Reservoir. BMW's are 4th and 5th. Van der Linde has got past Daniel Serra, then he's moved himself into 5th spot. It's going to be a really tasty grid for tomorrow's race, with Vanthor having gone backwards for 7th, Christopher Haase 8th, Junqueira 9th, and the top 10 completed by Earl Bamber. To Lisboa for the last time they come. Move from one side of the road to the other. Alessio Picariello has a look up the inside of Earl Bamber, Porsche stablemates, but Picariello absolutely determined to find a way past. Couldn't do it, contact just avoided.
Almost couldn't look for a moment. We've lost a few Porsches during this race. We can't afford to lose any more. And good news that they both got through in single file. In fact, everybody has done down at Lisboa, San Francisco, and now the run up through the twisty section, round through Teddy Yip, the left-hander, and then onto the Solitude S's. The change of direction is constant. It's one side to the other side and back again as they thread their way around with the barriers and the walls either side of this twisty hill section on the Guia circuit here at Macau. The race leader, Raffaele Marciello, an advantage at the end of the last lap, 0.8 of a second over stablemate Mauro Engel, and then Eduardo Mortara in third, Augusto Farfus in fourth.
Half a lap to go then as the cars work their way in the 4th sector on towards Malco. Now you've got Vanthor here chasing after Daniel Serra. He wants his 6th place back. And remember, of course, Laurens Vanthor was 4th on the grid, so it's not been a great race for him. He'll be very frustrated about all of that. Second gear becomes third, and then down to first gear. You virtually come to a stop. Lots and lots to get it around the hairpin and then fire it out the other side. Kevin Astor almost tickling the tail of the blue Porsche of Alessio Picariello. Checkered flag at the ready, then it's going to be a win in the qualification race for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup for Raffaele Marciello. Another dominant display on the streets of Macau.
Raffaele Marciello 100% so far this weekend. He took pole in qualifying yesterday. He takes the first race win for the qualification race for tomorrow's Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup tomorrow here around the streets of Macau. And quite right too, the team celebrating down in pit lane. Raffaele Marciello has not put a wheel wrong. Now, Mauro Engel got a really good start, got himself up into 2nd place, and that means that tomorrow the two Mercedes will line up on the front row of the grid. Where do we remember that from? About 12 months ago.
And it got us absolutely enthralled watching the pair of them go toe-to-toe. So the rematch coming up tomorrow is going to be worth watching for certain.
Woohoo!
Last lap of the race, Eduardo Mortara did an absolute best sector, so he might have been frustrated, but he never gave up trying, did he? Farfus 4th, Van der Linde 5th, Serra 6th, top 10 rounded out by Vanthor, Haase, Junqueira and Bamber. Well, it's a shame we had the stoppage, but great racing, great drama, great action, and a superb drive by Raffaele Marciello.
And proof that when you get going after the tyres have lost temperature, you can get the tyres up to temperature, you can be careful on that opening lap, and you can get away without having yet another incident. We've seen it a few times over the last couple of weekends when we've had a restart and the tyres have cooled down, and as a result of that, we are unfortunately going from stoppage to stoppage. But when you've got these drivers with this amount of experience, they're able to really make the most of this. Not sure we're going to get a chance to get down and get a word with the drivers. Are you going to go down, David, and maybe get a chance to...
I wasn't planning on, because I was expecting really they'd get quickly whisked away up to...
I think they will be.
Up to the podium. Might try it tomorrow.
Yeah.
See. Try and tee it up for tomorrow, but we'll certainly do the grid tomorrow.
I think pretty much the way the timetable is, the drivers at the end of the race get whisked off as soon as they've done their technical checks to go and do the podium, the official parts first, and then they go to the press conference in due course as well after the podium. So press conferences are taking place throughout today. And Raffaele Marciello, the victor, makes his way down from the Macau hairpin. Mauro Engel in second place, Eduardo Mortara in third place. That's your podium for our qualification race for the Macau GT Cup, and the victorious Raffaele Marciello. Now, I don't think he's going to be as joyful about the race win as he was about qualifying yesterday, because he left it right until the end. But it was just in the end a two-lap sprint, wasn't it, for Raffaele Marciello? And he will come down into pit lane, peel off into pit lane, save the celebrations for tomorrow maybe, when we've got that much more at stake. The title of the winner of the 2023 Macau GT Cup, and at the same time the FIA GT World Cup, that will come tomorrow.
Well, certainly a marker has been laid down, even if it hadn't in qualifying, by Mercedes. Of course, the grid was Mercedes-Audi, but the result of the race, Mercedes. Interesting, isn't it, that after that you have to go quite a long way down to find a Mercedes 9th. So there's an interesting mix of brands across the top 10, but the top 2, Mercedes-AMG. Raffaele Marciello, Mauro Engel, Eduardo Mortara will be the 3 winners that we have on the podium.
So, grazie Lello, it says on the bonnet of the car. Now, Raffaele Marciello, race winner again here at Macau, squeezes himself out of the Mercedes.
I'd love to know who organises parking in a Parc Fermé area. It's the same in every championship. There is never enough room to open a door.
Same person that marked out the parking spaces for my local Tesco, I reckon.
So when you're very tall like Raffaele is anyway, it's not the work of a moment. Mauro Engel gets out of the Mercedes, and then Eduardo Mortara will hop out the other side with the Audi. But the 2 Mercedes drivers congratulate one another. Landgraf Racing ahead of Craft Bamboo Racing, the local team running this car for Mauro Engel. Lauren Granville from SRO handing over the Pirelli caps, because although it's a Macau race and it's an FIA badge, SRO Motorsports Group is given the job of putting the grid together and handling all the infrastructure and all the entries and making it all possible. So it's reflecting the stature that SRO has, that again it's been asked to put this race together for Macau and the FIA. Watch is on, and the team offering to take the crash helmet from Mauro so he can get to the podium unencumbered. So there, Eduardo Mortara getting out of the car. And the FIA officials stand by as well, but Eduardo Mortara in a moment will make his way up to the podium. I wonder whether he's a little bit concerned about something, which is why he's still to be found with the car. Anyway, let's have a look at the results of the qualifying race for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup, and it is a win for Raffaele Marciello. The winning margin just over a second in the end, 11 tenths from Mauro Engel, and Eduardo Mortara in 3rd spot. 4th, Augusto Farfus, Sheldon van der Linde in 5th, Daniel Serra taking 6th. 7th was Lawrence Van Thor ahead of Christopher Haase, and then Danny Junkadea with Earl Bamber in 10th place. So there's the hero of the hour, Raffaele Marciello, who has now taken on Swiss citizenship, the Italian driver, so the Swiss flag proudly represented with him. 11th place went to Alessio Picariello. 12th in the end, Kevin Est, who did make a bit of progress, but a tough race again for him. 14th behind Liu Yi was Frankie Cheng. 15th was David Chen, and then Jules Gounon ahead of Marchi Lee, and we lost so spectacularly Adley Fong. And on the first lap, and possibly connected, we never really got to the bottom of it, Matteo Cairoli, and we also lost, of course, Thomas Priming, but they were together on the grid, and I just wonder whether they may have come up against each other out of Lisboa and towards San Francisco. We'd seen Matteo Cairoli run wide at that part of the circuit on the opening lap, and then a couple of corners later we saw him up against the wall. So the drivers go to the podium. Here is Pirelli Matteo Braga handing over a winner's trophy for Raffaele Marcello, the man that took pole position yesterday, and taking the Pirelli trophy here as well. Smiles all round. So the podium awaits as the winning drivers are being briskly marched in that direction. The doors at the front of the podium on one side open to allow the Macau podium organisers to step forward. Then on the other side, the doors open to allow the trophy girls out. Then the dignitaries are called forward, and then the drivers are called forward. So there is a process, and the process has started. So it won't be long before we have drivers on the podium. And then shortly, we will have our final race of the day here, which will be for the FIA Formula 3 World Cup, the Formula 3 Macau Grand Prix qualifying race. And very shortly, as I say, the drivers for the podium will be there. So Formula 3 cars back at Macau, they will round out the day. But the GT race tomorrow, of course, the main race will be that little bit longer, 16 laps. I suppose one question is whether or not we're going to see the Hello Kitty Audi once again. Darrell Young there in the middle, winner of the Greater Bay Area GT3 race last weekend, and down behind the Craft Bamboo Racing team. Reflecting on that race. It'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. This car starting on the front row of the grid, driven by Mario Engel. Darrell, a very popular guy in this part of the world, the Canadian Hong Kong driver. Go outside to these merchandise stores we were talking about. You can buy not only merchandise and models in this car, you can buy a little Darrell Young statue as well, a little figurine of a driver that's also had a really good strike rate at Macau, be it in GT or in touring cars over the years. There is the podium at the front of the Macau Grand Prix building, which houses the offices of the staff that work 12 months of the year around to make sure the circuit is safe, to put the entry together. All the race is invitational, so you don't, at no point, get a guaranteed entry into Macau. It is quite a thing, with only 26 starters allowed for a race. Always there is great interest and desire to be on that grid. The last few years, all the races have been for predominantly the local drivers from this region. This having a far more international feel to it, and a really feel-good factor as well, as Macau is once again able to throw open its doors and welcome visitors from around the world. So there, in a moment, we will have the podium ceremony good to go, and as the dignitaries are amassing behind the podium, we will very shortly be able to cross to the podium, and the top 3 drivers will be coming forward in a moment or two at the end of the qualification race for the FIA GT World Cup, the Macau GT Cup. That result is tomorrow's grid. Tomorrow's race is the one that they are all so keen to win. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. It will start tomorrow at 5 minutes past 12 local time. Then after that, there is the build-up for the Macau Grand Prix itself. Benjamin Franosovici of SRO, who has helped put together this grid and make the race possible, standing in front of the podium, ready to cheer the drivers in a moment with everybody else once they are called forward. And a very strong 20-car grid that we have enjoyed for the first of the 2 races. So the trophy girls come to the podium, and that means that in a moment or two, so too will the dignitaries be ready, and drivers can see them behind the podium. The bright yellow, canary yellow overalls of Raffaele Marcello means that we're almost ready to go at the conclusion of the first GT race of the weekend for the qualification race for the Macau GT Cup.
To the 70th Macau Grand Prix. Now it's the Macau GT Cup FIA GT World Cup qualification race trophy presentation ceremony. First of all, let's welcome the top 3 finishers to the podium. On second runner-up, number 40, Eduardo Mortada. Welcome, driver. On first runner-up, number 77, Mario Engel. And the winner is number 48, Raffaele Marcello. Welcome the top 3 winners. And now I would like to invite Ms. Irene Wong, Senior Vice President of Public and Community Relations of MGM, to present the laurel and trophy to the second runner-up. And our second runner-up driver is Mortada. Congratulations. And now I would like to invite Ms. Wong. Please also present the laurel and trophy to our first runner-up, Maro Ango. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Wong. Now I would like to invite Mr. Poon Wan Kun, President of the Sports Bureau and Coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the laurel and trophy to the winner, number 48, Marcello. Congratulations. Will all the guests please proceed to the center and take a group photo together. And our winners, you may reach to the top of the podium as well to take this group picture together. Thank you. Yeah, raise up your trophy. Yeah, you may reach to the top of the podium and take one more, please. Thank you all the guests. Thank you very much. Would drivers please remain on the podium? Please remain on the podium for some questions. Thank you, our girls first. Thank you. And now I will pass the time to Chris for some questions to our drivers, please.
Thanks very much. Let's catch up with our top three. We'll start with Eduardo Matara. Eduardo, well done. Nobody knows this place better than you. 4 wins in GTs, a winner twice in Formula 3. Can you describe to us what this place means to you, what this track is like to drive?
Well, Macau is a very unique racing track where, as driver, you know, you have a lot of fun driving it. I had a lot of pleasure, you know, during these 2 days driving my Audi R8 around this track. Unfortunately, today we could not really, you know, get the first positions, but we still have tomorrow, and we will try even harder.
Do you know where you might be missing out, where you can find a little bit more pace to keep up with?
They were, they were really quick today. I'm sure that we will sit down with the engineers, try to look where we can, you know, have some, a little bit more pace, and hopefully we can challenge them a little bit more tomorrow.
Well done, Eduardo. Good to speak to you. Right, second place, Maro Engel. Maro, it's a long time ago, but if you can remember it, please can you talk me through that the start for second place? That was phenomenal, around the outside at turn 2.
Yeah, it's always a tough and exciting start here. Obviously, already turn 1. Managed to get a good run on Edo there, and we're side drafting on the way to turn 2, and I was just a bit ahead, so it was enough to stick it around the outside. I mean, was definitely always a heart and mouth moment, but yeah, it went well, and obviously a good move to get up 1 position, and hopefully we can move up 1 more position tomorrow.
And what a field of drivers to be amongst 20 unbelievable drivers this weekend. It's really tough out there.
Yeah, the field's incredible, and you know, if everyone in this field has won championships, has won at the highest level, so it's really a strong field, and obviously really challenging.
Well done, Mara. Good luck to you tomorrow. Edge past you. This is shaky. I made it. Raffaello, what a wonderful 5 years you've had with Mercedes. You've won everything there is to win. Feels a bit like it might be written in the stars this weekend to end on a real high. You've had a fantastic.
To 7 years, not 5, so I'm getting old. But I mean, yeah, I had an amazing 7 years with them. We won almost everything, so I mean, I cannot complain. And yeah, for sure, I will try to end my life in MG tomorrow with a victory for sure.
What does this place mean to you, Macau? Is it good to be back after 4 years away?
I was there last year already, so I mean, me, Edo, and Maro, we were there together last year, so it was different without the people, and I mean, this year it's nice to be back with the FIA GT World Cup. There are many strong cars, so it's fantastic, and if I can win, it's even better. If I cannot win, I will not like anymore this place.
Well done today, great drive. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well done to our top 3. Give them a round of applause. We'll see them all again for the main race tomorrow.
And that top three is Eduardo Mortara, third, Mauro Engel, second, Raffaele Marcello in the yellow overalls in the middle. Yet another victory in a Mercedes, yet another victory at Macau, and great racing that we've had. And we look forward to more because there is a longer race tomorrow for the FIA GT World Cup. The drivers will make their way off the podium and to the press conference. Mauro Engel celebrating in style, and we'll have a look at the highlights of the qualifying race here at Macau.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the press conference following the qualification race for the Macau GT Cup, the FIA GT World Cup. We're joined by the first place driver, Raffaele Marcello, second position, Mauro Engel, and in third position, Eduardo Mortara.
歡迎大家嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門 GT 杯國際汽聯 GT 世界盃選拔賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第1名馬些路、第2名晏高同埋第3名嘅莫塔拉。
Just before we start the press conference, if we could ask for complete silence in the room, just so we can all hear the driver speaking, please. And a reminder for no flash photography during the press conference.
喺記者會開始之前呢，首先我哋希望可以各位傳媒記者啦，可以調低聲量啦，等我哋可以順利進行到呢一個賽後記者會，同埋咧我哋喺過程當中係嚴禁使用閃光燈拍攝嘅。
Raffaele, let's come to you first then. The perfect rolling start, you could say, the perfect victory. Just summarise your race in Macau this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean it's never easy. I mean I had 2 safety car start that. Yeah, it's never easy with those long straights, so you can always lose the position. But I mean, no one took in front, I think, big risk for like for tomorrow, because anyway it's important to start to the front. So I mean, it was important to finish, let's say, at the race in front, and then we'll see tomorrow.
剛剛咧，我哋嘅選拔賽冠軍得主馬西路啦，都有同我哋分享，其實喺今次嘅選拔賽裏邊咧，佢嘅起步並非非常之順暢啦，而且咧因為有2次安全車嘅中斷啦，咁所以每一次咧對佢嚟講都係一個新嘅挑戰嚟嘅。佢好開心啦，可以喺聽日嘅正賽當中咧從杆位發車。
It's obviously a very difficult track, but when you've done all that hard work by leading and then the red flag came out, what went through your mind at that point?
No, I mean, for sure it was annoying, but I knew it, as I said, no one was going to take like big risk to overtake or something, because I mean, the big one is tomorrow, so I mean, I knew it with a good safety car restart, I was able to keep the lead. So at the end, it was only a matter to go to the end, and then we will try tonight to improve a bit the car and to do like the perfect race tomorrow.
而剛才咧，佢亦都有表示啦，其實喺東望洋跑道上邊咧，要超越對手咧，其實係非常之艱巨啦。咁所以咧，佢喺安全車嘅帶領下重新開始之後咧，都好開心可以因為咁樣咧保持到嗰個帶頭嘅位置啦。而喺重新恢復比賽嘅時候咧，佢亦都好開心地可以做到一個唔錯嘅帶頭嘅呢個空間嘅。
Now the main race tomorrow will obviously be earlier in the day, so the conditions might be a bit different, but are you confident you have a good setup for the main race, the FIA GT World Cup race tomorrow?
Well, it's the same for everyone, so we'll not. I mean, if it's different for me, it's different also for the others. So at one point we have to adapt, but it's not 2 hours that change the track conditions. So yeah, it will be. I think it will be similar to today.
而剛才咧，佢亦都表示，雖然聽日嘅賽事嘅開始嘅時間並非一樣啦，但係其實賽道嘅狀況咧，佢估計咧應該同今日嘅比賽咧係差唔多嘅，因為大家嘅賽車嘅設定都係一樣啦，所以佢相信聽日嘅比賽咧都會同樣地係艱巨嘅。
Raffaele, thank you very much. We'll come next to Mauro Engel. Mauro, Raffaele just said that no big risks were taken out there as the main race is the target, of course, but that first lap or the first few corners with you and Eduardo Mortara battling, that was sensational to watch. What was it like from inside the car?
Yeah, obviously, yeah, just trying to get up and gain positions. It's never easy here. We always know the start's hotly contested, and had a good run. We're side drafting on the way to turn 2, and we're slightly ahead, and luckily could get around Edo there. It's obviously always one of those very high-speed corners and very challenging. We've had a few runs through there over the years, and it was important for us to get up and gain that position.
而第二位眼高咧，亦都有同我哋分享到啦。其實佢喺成個比賽當中咧，要不停咁樣去追趕前車咧，都有一定嘅困難啦。但係佢好開心咧，可以喺起步做得唔錯啦。同埋雖然根據過往經驗咧，喺高速彎咧係比較難做到好啲嘅成績嘅，但係佢都好開心咧，可以攞到依家嘅呢個位置。
Was there ever a possibility, particularly at the restart, where you could have caught Raffaele, maybe push for the victory, or again was that just looking for tomorrow's race? What was the strategy there?
Yeah, I think like has been said, you know, it's about managing the risks. I was quite close at the first restart, but it is obviously a high risk, and at this stage, yeah, I think securing the 1-2 was the priority, and yeah, we'll obviously try and improve overnight and see what opportunities we have tomorrow.
另外咧，佢亦都有補充啦。雖然其實喺賽事第一次重新開始嘅時候咧，佢覺得自己都有少少機會咧可以攞到更加好嘅成績嘅。咁但係因為聽日仲有一場正賽啦，所以佢覺得喺第一排發車咧已經做得非常之好啦。
Eduardo, we'll come finally to you. Obviously qualified second, finished third. Just summarise your race, perhaps. Why did you not manage to maintain that second position?
Well, firstly because I'm facing 2 good guys, and our car is competitive, but it's hard to race against the people that we have around, because we're missing sometimes a little bit of I would say acceleration. And that doesn't mean that I'm complaining about anything. It's just that, you know, the way it is, and it's tough because the first, let's say, the first run, you know, to Lisboa, you obviously exposed, you know, to attacks of the others. And with Maro, through the years, we've been actually quite often like side by side. We survived that one also. And we will go again tomorrow, and we will try again. We proved to be one of the quickest, you know, today. I think that we set the fastest lap, but we're just missing, you know, that tiny bit, you know, to overtake the others.
第三位莫塔納咧，亦都表示其實今次嘅選拔賽咧，對佢嚟講都係幾艱巨啦，尤其是係賽車嘅性能咧，相對嚟講咧並非咁如理想啦，喺某一啲嘅部分當中，咁同埋加上排喺第一位嘅馬塞路同埋蘭高咧，都係好強而有力嘅對手啦。喺第一 part 進入葡京灣嗰度咧，其實佢同蘭高咧係多次都係並排進入嘅，咁所以咧佢都好期待啦，睇下今晚可以有啲乜嘢可以繼續進步啦，然之後喺聽日嘅正賽當中咧繼續向前推進嘅。
And Edo, I don't know if you could just give us a bit of an insight, just what happens next, how much work will you do between tonight for tomorrow's race? Is there anything you can do to finish higher up tomorrow, would you say?
Well, I don't know if there will be, you know, a lot of work, not a lot of work. I mean, firstly, we need to obviously cool down, analyze data, firstly collect them, analyze them, and see what we can do. Obviously, the idea is, you know, is try to improve the situation and make it worse. And so we will take our time, you know, to do that. Obviously, the situation is quite good already. So let's see what we can do for tomorrow.
莫塔納咧亦都有補充啦，佢今日翻到去之後咧，會同車隊一齊分析下數據啦，睇下自己仲有邊一啲方面可以進步到啦。但佢相信咧應該唔會太過艱巨嘅，因為佢覺得自己目前嘅狀態咧已經非常之好啦。
We'll just take a couple of questions from anyone in the room that has a question.
依家我哋開放場中記者問問題。
Unless that's any questions, we'll let the drivers prepare for tomorrow. We'll just do a quick photograph with the top 3 drivers and the Pirelli P0 trophy as well that Rafael Marcello won today. Thank you very much.
Attention in pit lane. FIA Formula 3 World Cup cars. Pit exit will open in 5 minutes. FIA World Cup cars. Pit exit will open in 5 minutes. Attention in pit lane, FIA Formula 3 World Cup cars. Pit exit is now open. FIA Formula 3 World Cup cars. Pit exit is now open.
Welcome to Macau. It is the 70th Macau Grand Prix, and it is a race back for Formula 3 cars for the first time since 2019. And the qualifying race for tomorrow's Grand Prix is about to get underway. The pit lane is open, and the cars making their way round to the grid, ready for this qualifying race, the result of which determines, after 10 laps, the order that they will start tomorrow's 15-lap Grand Prix, which also constitutes the FIA Formula 3 World Cup. It's a fascinating entry for this year's race because it brings many drivers that have been racing this year, as ever, in the FIA Formula 3 Championship, as you would expect, but it also, because Formula 3 hasn't been here for a few years and therefore drivers haven't also been able to travel to Macau, it brings some people that have been off racing Formula 2 and they've stepped back to F3. So that they can come and race here. You've got a number of returning drivers, not only to the category, but Macau as well, such as former winners Richard Verschoor and Dan Ticktum. And you've got people that have never raced here and never raced a Formula 3 car before as well, like Alex Dunn, who's been impressive over the course of this weekend. So it's been a really interesting entry, a really interesting set of 2 free practice sessions and 2 qualifying sessions. And qualifying, incidentally, has been 1 session Thursday, 1 Friday. So free practice in the morning, qualifying in the afternoon. And that has given us a grid based on a driver's better time out of the 2 sessions, like the old days, rather than aggregating times or combining or taking it only after the second session. It has been like the old days of looking for a better time. And yesterday's was, for some, quicker, for others slower. So a number of drivers had to rely on their Thursday time, but it was a Friday time that gave pole position to Luke Browning, which has been one of the big stories of the weekend. Luke's had a tough debut season in FIA Formula 3. He was 15th in the championship, 2nd at Barcelona as his best result, and yet he comes here and has looked really impressive. The other driver that's been up at the pointy end of the times all weekend, Gabriele Nini, he was a race winner in FIA F3 this year, but was only 7th in the championship. Now, everybody in the same car, of course, the Dallara F3 2019 chassis. They've got Mechachrome 3.4-litre engines, 6-speed gearboxes, and they generate 380 brake horsepower. These are serious rocket ships, far advanced, far more powerful from those old 2-litre F3 cars that dominated the Macau Grand Prix winners list for such a long time. 40 years, incidentally, since F3 first came here, 1983, Ayrton Senna the winner. And you look at an amazing list of names that have raced and won here ever since within that F3 era. David Anderson trackside. Alan Hyde is down on the grid and will join Alan shortly once the cars have made it into position. Because with the pit lane being open for a further couple of minutes, some of the drivers are electing to do an extra lap through the pit lane, just another sighting lap, just to have a look at what the track is like, because of course it sounds obvious, but to make the point, you can't test here, and every little bit of track time and mileage is all fantastic experience. Very, very useful indeed. So just another look at the circuit is worthwhile, and things slightly delayed here because we had a large accident in the previous FIA GT World Cup qualification race. The race did resume, but then we've had a bit of work between races on the barriers just to make sure that they are ready for Formula 3 cars. So that's the reason that we have had the timetable slip slightly. So the cars to the grid, and then we will have the drivers very shortly, perhaps in some cases getting out of the cars. We've got 10 minutes or so before the formation lap starts, and that's 10 minutes after the pit lane closes. So the pit lane stays open for 10 minutes. There's 10 minutes on the grid for the countdown, 10-minute board, 5-minute, 3-minute, 1-minute board. Engineers off the grid, engines fire, final formation lap. Everybody on Pirelli rubber as well. Pirelli, of course, the tyre supplier for GT racing globally for both categories, and the same for FIA Formula 3 and Formula 2, so continuing that relationship as well. So some of the drivers have a feel for car and tyre, others still learning all the time. There is the pole position driver then, that is Luke Browning, comes from Kingsley, near Frodsham in Cheshire, not far from Alton Park, and the British driver who was 15th in the championship this year, last year's GB3 champion back in 2022, the one-make sort of sub-F3 but F3 style championship. He also won the Aston Martin BRDC Young Driver of the Year award. British F4 champion in 2020, came out of the Junior Saloon Car Championship, then Junior Ginettas, before single-seaters beckoned, and Luke Browning just has looked so good all weekend. There's something about Macau that in some cases suits the driver, in other cases seems to intimidate. But Luke, straight away from the very start of the first free practice session, seemed to be confident with the circuit and has been looking very, very happy around here. But whether he's going to be able to convert pole into a qualification race win, we will see. Now, let's catch up with one or two of the drivers, because down on the grid is Alan Hyde.
In the sunshine here at Macau, I'm on pole position and standing next to Luke Browning's car. The team are down here just making sure that everything is right with the car, with a laptop plugged in. But Luke has said that I can go in and have a quick chat to him. Luke, absolutely amazing. You've not been to this place before, but you've absolutely murdered it so far.
Yeah, I've absolutely loved it so far. This place is so special. Yeah, super thankful to be here in the first place, but yeah, I'm looking forward to getting racing now.
Right, now, can I just ask, you've done simulators of this track, I'm sure, an awful lot over the build-up to this race. Is it anything like being on the circuit itself or not?
Nothing can prepare you for what you're going to experience here. Macau is Macau. Every day the track's different. Today may be different to qualifying and may see a shake-up. It's a crazy place, it really is, but you know, the fans are out here in force, and yeah, generally I've absolutely loved my experience so far. I'm hoping to top it off in style.
Luke, best of luck, and thank you for talking to us down here on pole position. Let me just extricate myself, and we're going to walk down the grid just a little bit and see what else we can get the opportunity to have a chat to if we just move past the Dino Bogdanovic car. And as you can see, all the glamour and the glitz in the build-up to this race, alongside Isaac Hadjar. Marcus Armstrong is next, alongside Alex Dunn. I'm going to see if I can have a chat to Alex Dunn, who's over here. He's another driver that has started his single-seater career in the UK, and photographic opportunities in front. Let me see if I can dive in and have a word to Alex. I get a thumbs up. Alex, how happy were you with performance yesterday? You've never been to this place before. It's something different, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I think coming into the weekend with the amount of experience I've had in the car, I think if you told me that I was going to be disappointed with qualifying sixth, I definitely would have taken it. So, yeah, you know, I think I probably didn't maximise the potential we had in the car in qualifying, but, you know, then again, I think it's Macau, and starting in the top six, you can race from there. So I'm looking forward to the race.
Is it a sort of a pinch me moment when you go around the Guia circuit sometimes?
Yeah, you know, to be honest, this track is pretty incredible. You know, especially in a car like this, I've never experienced anything like it. To be so close to the wall throughout the whole lap is something pretty special.
You're doing a grand job so far, Alex. Good luck. Thank you very much indeed. That's Alex Dunn, who is down there, qualifies in sixth place. I'm going to carry on walking and see if I can just get past Oliver Goetz's car. He's getting ready for the start. And in the sunshine, it's really warm down here. Dennis Hauger's car just over there to the right. Ugo Ugachukwu. And he's underneath the umbrella. He's visualising the start of the race. His eyes firmly focused ahead of him. And if we carry on walking, we might hopefully get to a double winner here at Macau. And walk this way with me, if you please, because we'll hopefully get to Dan Ticktum, who is down here, a double winner here at Macau. I would love to have a chat to him, and he nods and says that I can come forward and have a little chat to him. Hey, Dan. First, oh, are you talking in the ear? I can talk to you. Come back to Macau. The opportunity this weekend of a hat-trick at Macau is too tantalising to miss, isn't it?
Yeah, it will be quite tough, there's no doubt. But, you know, anything can happen. Can quite easily do 5 cars at the start, and then you're well into the top 10, and, you know, you never know what happens here. So, yeah, I think it's safe to say we haven't quite had the pace so far this weekend, but I'll do the best I can, hopefully get a good start, and yeah, put myself in a good position for tomorrow.
Brilliant, Dan. Thank you very much indeed to Dan Ticktum, double winner here. Yeah, so 5 cars at the start. That's something to look forward to, isn't it? Let me see who else I can have a chat to. Maybe I can have a quick chat to Sophia Flörsch, who is here. Just a very quick word with Sophia. Can I talk to you? Is that okay? Can I say? No, I'm not going to get a chance to speak to Sophia Flörsch, so I think probably that's about it from the grid. In the sunshine, the qualification race about to get underway.
Alan, thanks very much. Good to hear from the drivers then on the grid, and there will be no doubt an awful lot of stories after the race that we're about to enjoy. Some will be good stories, some will be hard luck stories. The 5-minute board has just been shown, so the grid is starting to empty, and therefore before much longer it'll be just the one engineer who is responsible for firing up the engine and the driver. Nothing else on the grid, everybody else there. One more formation lap, green flag that to get warmth into the tyres, and then we will go racing with Luke Browning on pole position and Gabriele Mini second ahead of Dina Beganovic and Isaac Hadjar on row 2. The third row, another returnee to Macau and Formula 3 from racing in America, Marcus Armstrong with Alex Dunn very impressively sixth ahead of Oliver Goethe and Dennis Hauger, another returnee. Newcomer, Ugo Ugachukwu, new to F3 machinery, ninth ahead of Mari Boyer, Pepe Marti and a Macau winner, Richard Verschoor. Dan Tickton, double winner, is next ahead of Paul Aron and Nikola Tsolov. Zane Maloney, the driver from Barbados, will be starting 16th on this grid, ahead in turn of Sophia Flörsch and Charlie Wurtz. Then it is Noah Leon and Roman Stanek. Max Esterson, another of the many newcomers to the circuit. Lawrence van Herpen, newcomer to F3 and Macau, is ahead of Sebastian Montoya and Christian Mansell. Peruvian Matthias Zagazeta rounds out the grid, accompanied by Australian Tommy Smith. That's the 26-strong entry then, with a real mix of people, as I say, that have been racing in and winning in FIA F3 this season past. Other drivers that have been racing in Formula 2 and are stepping down to make sure they can have a race at Macau in their career, and others stepping up to make sure they can race at Macau. Isaac Hadjar, you look at there, another of the high-tech Pulse 8 drivers, teammate to Luke Browning, the French-Algerian driver. There is 29, Marcus Armstrong, the New Zealander, having been at Chip Ganassi Racing in America this year. The lure of Macau has tempted him back to a place that he finished 8th at in 2018 and 2019. And Alex Dunn, who has been a British Formula 4 champion last year and second in GB3 this year, has been very, very impressive indeed. He will line up 6th. 7th on the grid, Oliver Goethe. He was the winner at Silverstone in FIA Formula 3 this year. His brother Benjamin Goethe, GT racer, Dan Roald, is the man behind the amazing Gulf Rothco collection. That is Dennis Hauger. He starts 8th on the grid. Last minute switch really to take over the car that was earmarked initially for Franco Colapinto, but Dennis Hauger, the 2021 FIA Formula 3 champion, given the nod, and he will drive it. And then for Trident Motorsport, number 3, the very tall American teenager Ugo Ugachukwu, who is the Euro 4 champion. He's on the McLaren driver development program. Number 28 you see there is Mari Boyer, who had one podium in FIA Formula 3 this year. And then next on the grid is number 15, which is the Campos car of the Spanish driver Pepe Marti, who had 3 wins on his way to 5th in the championship this year. Richard Verschoor was the winner here the last time Formula 3 raced in Macau. That was in 2019, and has come back from Formula 2 in order to make sure that he can race here once again with, in a sense, nothing to prove. And this man's got 2 wins, Dan Tickton. But starting as he is 13th on the grid, there's a lot of work to be done. But as he was suggesting, a good start will do some of the work for him. There is Paul Aron, the Estonian driver, a win and 3 thirds in FIA F3, 3rd in the championship this year. One of those wins came at the Red Bull Ring. That's Nikola Tsolov, who had a couple of accidents yesterday, so does need to keep off the wall. The Alpine Academy driver, Spanish F4 champion in 2022. Number 24 is Zane Maloney from Barbados, part of the Red Bull program, and the 2019 British Formula 4 champion. He was 2nd in FIA Formula 3 in 2022, and this year stepped up to Formula 2, 10th with 4 podium finishes. Sophia Flörsch there returning to Macau as engines now fire. Number 6, you've got Charlie Wurtz, one of the 2 racing sons of Alex Wurtz, UAE Formula 4 champion, Formula Regional Oceania champion, but new to Macau. And as the grid is cleared then, the 1-minute board shown, and so in a few moments time the cars will be released. Everybody dashing through the gaps in the barriers. And so for the first time since 2019, a Formula 3 grid is assembled, and a truly international one at that. As the cars are about to be released, you've got drivers from the Netherlands, from the Czech Republic, from America, from Austria, from Peru, from Sweden, from Italy, Estonia, Britain, France, Spain, Colombia. Keep going. There's Mexico, there's Australia, Bulgaria, Barbados, Norway. I'm sure I've missed one. Green flag shown. Everybody blast away then. An opportunity to get warmth into the tyres as they accelerate down towards that very fast first left-hand corner on this anti-clockwise circuit of Reservoir Bend. And then the speed builds from here on in and go racing. There's a DRS zone as well coming out of this hugely fast corner of Mandarin. So everybody is away, chased by the sweeper cars, the medical cars, and this is the fastest part of the circuit, all the way from Lisboa, sorry, down to Lisboa. From Reservoir, you have Mandarin, and then the speed continues to build and build and build, and then it's heavy braking. And this shot from the high camera looking down doesn't really give you the impression that the onboard does, far from it, of where you can barely see the corner. You can see barriers left and right, and then there's effectively a gap in the Armco, and that's where you turn right. And it's no wonder people make mistakes there, because trying to identify the corner and where you are and where you're meant to be braking, so difficult. But it's one of the challenges of Macau, and it's one of the reasons why the drivers love it so much. Then you climb up San Francisco Hill. The cars wriggle their way up past the hospital through maternity, and then drop down through towards Teddy Yip, the man behind the Theodore Racing Formula 1 team. And even to this day, the Theodore Racing colours and name carried on Formula 3 and GT and Formula 4 cars last week. Gabriele Mini here driving for the Prema team, which was the winner of Formula 4 last week at Macau. 2 weekends this year, with it being an anniversary year. And it was the British driver Arvid Lindblad that won the F4 race for Prema a week ago. So it's been a very long, busy, but so far successful foray to the Far East for René Rostin's team. They come out of Moorish and make the climb up the hill towards the longer left at Donna Maria, and then down the short run towards the Melco hairpin, which is where you will find them going into first gear, where there is a permanent yellow flag to make sure that people don't get all heroic and try and overtake, because it is impossible to get two cars side by side out of the corner. And it means that on the run down the hill, speed builds. You think the road opens up. It doesn't yet, coming through Black Sands, but then it does as you approach the very fast right of Fisherman's Bend, which is where Luke Browning is heading for now, and then into R Bend, which is another quick corner, but with a wall on the outside that is ready to bite you. That in turn brings you over the start and finish line. But from here in race trim, you're getting faster and faster. The cars now able to stretch their legs through Fisherman's, R Bend, over the line, then there's Reservoir, then there is Mandarin, then there is the run to Lisboa. So you're arriving there fiendishly fast. And so now pressure mounts. Drivers have got warmth into the tyres. They know the importance of this race. It doesn't give you the win in the Grand Prix, but it does give you a good grid position. That could give you a win in the Grand Prix. And so 10 laps is the journey. This is the qualification race for the Macau Formula 3 Grand Prix, the qualifying race for the FIA Formula 3 World Cup. It is a 1-by-1 staggered grid, 26 drivers, some new to Macau, some returning to Macau, 2 previous winners, and this is going to be good. Last couple of cars to come out of our bends. The last driver on the grid will be Tommy Smith. On the far left there, David Kennedy, who has been a stalwart racer for more decades than anybody cares to remember, successfully too as well, the Irish driver, and part of Teddy Yip's programme in the late 1970s, and he's remained with Theodore Racing. He was here last week overseeing the F4 squad, and the same again in F3. Tommy Smith's car is the last one to arrive on the grid. That's the pole man, Luke Browning, and he is set to look at the lights for the qualifying race for the Formula 3 Macau Grand Prix.
Doesn't it look fantastic? The green flag waved at the back of the field. The qualification race about to get underway for the Formula 3 cars, the Macau Grand Prix. The first leg is underway, and a great start from pole position by Luke Browning. Interesting to hear from the drivers down on the grid. I couldn't see their smiles, but you could see the eyes were smiling, because it is just a great opportunity. Side by side, Gabriele Mini goes to the outside around Mandarin. Wow, side by side through Mandarin. They're still side by side for the lead of the race down towards Lisboa. It's Luke Browning from pole position that has the inside line. He just gets the advantage. Gabriele Mini has a look down the outside, then jinks to the inside, but it's still Luke Browning. Wow, side by side through Mandarin, eh?
Fantastic racing, and Luke Browning stood his ground then. Gabriele Mini threw everything, and that is Sophia Flörsch tries to gain a place, heading up San Francisco Hill round the outside of the Campos racing car. She's done it, she's gone by, so Sophia Flörsch gains a place, but Luke Browning said, no, 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 Gabriele, you are not coming past. So, Browning the Brit leads, Gabriele Mini in second spot, and then I think it's Dino Boganovic's teammate in third. But look, Luke Browning exploiting his confidence on the cold tyres, because he's getting away already. He's, what, about 6 lengths ahead already, and next time around the DRS will be activated. If you think they're quick now going to Lisboa, just you wait.
That's the first time we've seen that over the course of this weekend, isn't it? It's DRS activated on the run. Is it from Mandarin down to Lisboa? Yeah. Wow, as if they didn't need anything more to think about. They've now got DRS as well on that run to the overtaking point. Fair play to Sophia Flörsch. I've not seen that done very often, particularly on the opening lap up San Francisco Hill.
No, I think the Campos racing car ahead had made a mistake, in fairness, which is why she was able to keep the momentum and go by. But even so, it was a good pass, and you're looking back then now as the cars dive down towards Black Sands for the first time in this 10-lap race. Luke Browning leading the way from Gabriele Mini, but it is a large lead. Look at that at the end of a lap. Luke Browning has already managed to pull clear by getting on for 2 seconds, if not more, from Mini in second place, and then in third as they come through. It is Alex Dunn, 6th to 3rd in a lap on your debut at Macau.
He sounded pretty cool on the grid, didn't he? My goodness, and he is. And now we've got a car park up at the Melco hairpin. 3-point turns, 6-point turns, 24-point turns. They've got to get those cars around.
One of them is Matthias Zagazzetta. There's another one, as you saw, involved as Luke Browning then leads the way at the end of lap 1. The gap was 1.8 seconds then. There is Alex Dunn coming under attack from Dino Boganovic, who will try to use that DRS to get into a challenging position. Coming down towards Lisboa. Boganovic goes to the inside line, but Alex Dunn is able to fend him off. That was good defensive driving by Dunn.
It certainly was, yeah. A cracking opening lap for Alex Dunn, coming all the way up the order, 6th on the grid, now 3rd. And then we've got a car park at Lisboa. So both of them have gone nose in. One of them is the number 3 car of Ugo Gachukwu.
The other is Ticktum. Dan Ticktum is in the wall then, so the double Macau winner is in the barriers. Virtual safety car is called, and Dan Ticktum's dream of another Macau win is done. Here's what happened, Al.
It certainly is. It's the run down towards Lisboa. Neither of them can turn in. They both go straight on. And I'm absolutely staggered that still we get the sort of wide-eyed, cheeky smile at the camera for Dan Ticktum. That was most peculiar, as they both are now locked together on the tyre barrier on the outside of Lisboa.
Ugo Gachukwu was the brave one on the inside, but it was never going to work. He clattered over the curb, and Dan Ticktum was the kind of innocent party. There was nowhere he could go. He was taken out, really, by Ugo Gachukwu's ambition on the inside. And Ugo Gachukwu was in the wall yesterday when he got a bit giddy. He's been really quick round here, but there's a rough edge or two that needs filing off.
It often happens on the first visit to Macau, and then they come back having ironed out all of the problems the next year and absolutely blast the place. And Luke Browning, the leader of the race, is rather blasting things on his first visit to the circuit. This is superb.
The other one that got involved in the dramas down at Melco, I think, was Marcus Armstrong, but I'm not quite sure how he'd gone from 5th on the grid to being that far back anyway. But Armstrong, I think, has been delayed somewhere along the line. So we're under a virtual safety car then. So the race continues. Marcus Armstrong is coming down the pit lane. So dramas for the New Zealand driver. And the virtual safety car means the race carries on, albeit under controlled conditions, and you don't need to throw a safety car. The virtual safety car means everybody has to slow straight away rather than having to find the safety car and racing to the end of the lap. So it slows the pace down instantly and gives everybody a bit more time to work safely to get the cars out of the way. So the race director, Rui Marquez, calls for it, and wow, in a rather undignified but rapid fashion, the car of Ugo Gachukwu is, well, I was going to say suspended, virtually thrown outside the perimeter of the circuit.
Imagine how quickly the crane operator had to find the lever that makes it go higher quickly, because he just did very quickly, and a situation avoided there. Luke Browning has been perfect here. He's got the lead of the race. Got a big gap actually behind the virtual safety car for Gabriele Mini, he has equally been superb this weekend.
He has, and now we're going to go safety car by the look of it, because Marcus Armstrong comes out of the pit lane. Now that's not the leader, so in theory the safety car should wave him by. Replay of Dan Ticktum, he turns in and bang, up the inside comes Uga Chukwu. Nothing Ticktum could do.
No, absolutely nothing. That makes a trio of victories this year for Dan Ticktum very difficult indeed.
Does indeed. So he will be at the back of the grid for the main race. What was he saying to you about being able to overtake early on? Well, that was what Uga Chukwu tried to do, and it didn't work for him. Now, Marcus Armstrong here is still trapped behind the safety car. Maybe after Lisboa, they will let him go. They don't want him to go now, perhaps, because there are marshals working. But once you've gone through that zone, they might be able to wave him by so he can catch the queue.
I think Dan, when he said 5 cars on the opening lap, I think he was playing with us. He's got that kind of sense of humour. He does it with a little sort of a smile, but well, yeah, potentially.
Yeah, but Alex Dunn got 3.
He did,
so,
yeah.
It's doable. Right, we're under safety car conditions then, but we haven't yet got the race leader behind the safety car. So Marcus Armstrong at the moment is the one being slightly impeded, but I'm pretty confident that once they get out of Lisboa past the course workers, he'll be allowed by and he can speed up. So dramatic start, and I was saying early on that there'll be some hard luck stories after this. Marcus Armstrong is waved through, and Luke Browning is the race leader. Marcus Armstrong, having made a pit stop, escapes going a lap down. Replay of the start, and there you can see a great getaway by Luke Browning, but Gabriele Mini's bravery really stood out, didn't it? He came out of reservoir, he lined up Luke Browning here, he was in the tow, and he made the move, went to the outside line, which in itself is brave. It worked as well. The two of them went toe-to-toe. Mini oh so marginally ahead by about a fraction, but then Luke Browning did not give in, and he ran absolutely side by side all the way down towards Lisboa. Look at Alex Dunn. Brake very, very late, almost had a cheeky look at second place, whereas Dino Boganovic braked early, and that cost him ground.
I think at one point Luke Browning just maybe had a glance in the mirrors and realised he needed to defend going into the corner, not just from Gabriele Mini, who was side by side, but yeah, Alex Dunn was going so well. He was potentially looking for being on the back of Luke Browning going through Lisboa himself.
Now, the safety car, as you have seen, is out. In the background, there is a yellow flag as Dan Ticktum's car is taken away. But around the circuit this year, there are 21 electronic flags being trialled to enhance the safety, particularly at the blind spots at different parts of the circuit. So it's to supplement the manual flags. No reduction in the number of the flag marshals. It's just to make things even safer for the drivers. And those electronic flag signals, the lights will be for reds and yellows, and the safety car and the virtual safety car. So although the Macau Grand Prix circuit is unchanged since its first event in 1954, it continues to move with the times and become as safe as it can be.
It evolves every year. Something evolves about Macau and the Grand Prix weekend, which is 4 days historically over the Macau Grand Prix weekends, and previously we have had a weekend for the celebration of 70 years of Macau Grand Prix.
We're looking from Gabriele Mini's car at the start as he accelerates down to the outside of Mandarin alongside Luke Browning, who does not give up, They go absolutely wheel to wheel, and Gabriele thinks about looking across, but look, there is Luke Browning's nose cone getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and under braking he's got the inside line, and Luke Browning not only goes back ahead but was able to just move across in front and get the line for the corner. That was fantastic late braking by Luke Browning, and look, coming out of San Francisco, he's away.
Yeah, he is absolutely fantastic start, wasn't it? Side by side, going through Mandarin, the advantage just held by Gabriele Mini, and then Luke Browning just getting the defence perfect into Lisboa to maintain the advantage. The advantage that is now rather eroded under the control of the safety car, and Luke Browning heads the field behind the Lamborghini. And Gabriele Mini, just look, a quick burst of acceleration to try and get a bit of heat into the tyres. That's what this is all about. If they can maintain as much heat as they can, then the restart is going to be that much more simple. I haven't had an indication that the safety car is coming in, so it continues on its way. 2 laps completed now. That's to complete 3 laps for this qualification race for the Formula 3 Macau Grand Prix. And now the wide part of the circuit that they can weave the cars. It's pretty warm down there, you know, in the sunshine.
Yeah, concur. So Luke Browning, the race leader, ahead of Gabriele Mini and Alex Dunn. So rookies all, first, second and third, and fourth and fifth, and sixth and seventh and eighth and ninth and 10th. The order is Luke Browning ahead of Gabriele Mini, Alex Dunn third, Dino Beganovic fourth ahead of Dennis Hauger and Paul Aaron. Isaac Hadjar is in seventh, and he went backwards ahead of Mari Boyer, Pepe Marti. Zane Maloney, the man from Barbados, the Bahrain driver, is in 10th. Replay at the start from on board with Dan Tickton. Now this is going to be busy, isn't it, as he tries to get past Nikola Solov, 23 on the right. And he does a meanie. He goes to the outside, going down towards Mandarin, ultra-fast part of the circuit. Whoa, right up against the wall on the outside. That was fag paper stuff, wasn't it, between wheel and wall there? There was nothing.
Brave, wasn't it, from Dan Tickton? And he was going for the 5 places, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, he got 4 maybe, but coming out of the corner, just mired in the traffic, couldn't really make progress after that point. But the car control, the precision, extraordinary. Sophia Flörsch we're on board with now.
So Sophia Flörsch, yeah, has gone really well this weekend. 3rd visit here to Macau, and you can see the traffic queue in front. She's been going really well on the first sector of the circuit, and you can see Dan Tickton over there on the left-hand side, making up that place through Mandarin. No lift there, off the line, blinded by the light, going on the run down towards Lisboa. We talk about this overtaking opportunity at Lisboa. You're now factoring in the early evening sunshine, low in the sky. Sophia Flörsch just picking her way through Lisboa, keeping out of the trouble that potentially lay ahead. And then this manoeuvre coming out of San Francisco and up the hill. So 1 place taken.
Goes now through the approach to eternity. And interesting, wasn't it, as she was sort of stuck in traffic and having to slow, waiting for the corner, almost as though it was, where is it? There were others on the outside just tonking past, and they were able to dive through and find a gap and turn into the corner. So you can understand why Lisboa is such an important part of the circuit, both in terms of attacking and defending. Safety car will be in this time. We'll be back racing at the end of lap 4 of the 10.
So 4 laps completed at the end of this one, with the notification that the safety car is coming in. They're going to have to utilise the last few corners of this lap and make sure the tyres are fully up to temperature. We're absolutely on it for the restart. We had that wonderful moment, didn't we, going down to Lisboa through Mandarin of Gabriele Mini and Luke Browning side by side, battling it out for the lead of the race down into Lisboa. What's going to happen on the restart? The safety car threads away around the Macau hairpin. The field follow through. Gabriele Mini are going to make the use of every single moment just to wiggle the car, just to get that last little bit of temperature into the tyres. Luke Browning can do it now because the circuit opens up a little bit, gets a little bit wider, a little bit safer to weave the car and get heat into the tyres. Here we go, restart about to happen. Formula 3 at Macau.
So the safety car will peel in. Luke Browning has got Gabriele Mini right up behind him. Gabriele has got a second guess when Luke is going to pull the trigger. He's still jinking around and get warmth into the rubber. The green flag is ready on the start line. Alex Dunn, Dino Beganovic 3rd and 4th are right there. So is Dennis Hauger 5th, and Luke Browning now goes and he gets sideways. The car wasn't quite with enough tire temperature, but he's still stolen a march of a couple of lengths. But that was a bit of a scare he could have done without. Over the line they go. The margin, 0.3 of a second. That's enough, I think, for Gabriele Mini to think about the toe on the way down towards Lisboa. Browning goes left and right to break the toe. Beganovic is on his toes to get past Alex Dunn for 3rd place. This is going to be really crucial down to Lisboa this time, because Gabriele Mini could get the race lead. Beganovic could get 3rd as they dive down to the braking zone. Browning is being attacked on all sides. Dunn to the inside. Mini on the outside. Who's going to be the race leader? It's Luke Browning who breaks later. Dunn goes 2nd. Fantastic!
That was awesome, wasn't it? Alex Dunn had set that up. Gabriele Mini was on the outside and no way around Luke Browning, and Alex Dunn had planned that. He knew exactly what he was doing. He got good restart. Luke Browning, meanwhile, really did take everybody by surprise, pulling the pin, coming around the final corner. No one was expecting that.
No, he nearly caught himself out, though, as he saw the car go sideways. Yeah, and Alex Dunn, having taken 2nd off Mini, was even sideways coming out of Lisboa. Wow. Alex Dunn is becoming an absolute megastar, and Gabriele Mini has had his hat nailed on there now, hasn't he? Because he's fallen back into 3rd place and hasn't been able to stay with them on the climb up the hill. Browning's car still looking as though it's a little bit more nervous than that of Alex Dunn, but it's not phasing Luke Browning because he's now done an absolute best 3rd sector as he tries to build the lead. But Alex Dunn, who's never raced a Formula 3 car, never mind even been to Macau, there he is. charging along now in that second place.
I was impressed how cool and calm and collected Alex Dunn was on the grid, just relishing the opportunity of driving the Guia circuit here at Macau. And boy, is he equipping himself well this weekend, isn't he? Up into second, past Gabriele Mini, who has been pretty much the benchmark over the course of the first 2 days this weekend. And yeah, Alex Dunn, a perfect manoeuvre, very, very clean as well.
There is Alex Dunn, runner-up this year in the GB3 Championship. He took 5 race wins, but he lost out to Callum Boysen in the Championship. He was the 2022 British F4 champion with 11 wins. And his father, Noel Dunn, a very handy Formula Ford racer at amateur level, but, you know, there's good racing genes as the leaders go by, and the lead gap is 1.4 seconds. That's what we need to monitor now. Mini is in 3rd place, and DRS will be activated on this lap in 4th position. Dino Vaganovic in 5th place, Dennis Hauger, 6th is Aram. Well, this is Mini, but he's not going to benefit, I don't think, from the DRS because he's just about a second back, and that's too far out of range.
Yeah, and a fastest lap of the race without too much to consider on the final pass of that lap was Luke Browning. He was putting in the fastest sectors.
Big dive up the inside there from Pepe Marti. He goes through. Murray Boyer goes through as well. I think that was Isaac Hadjar that was losing out. Isaac Hadjar falling back in the queue. So again, the benefit of that braking and being brave into Lisboa works for some, as we're now on lap 6 of the qualifying race. And Gabriele Mini, I think he's going to have a bit of head-scratching after this race. As you say, he's been one of the benchmark drivers all weekend, and yet, rather than gaining, he's been losing out, and he's pushed back to 3rd.
Richard Verschoor, who won this race, won the Macau Grand Prix in 2019, the last time Formula 3 cars were here, was just on purple in Sector 1, so overall best in Sector 1. And Alex Dunn has put in a purple in Sector 2. In Sector 2, Alex Dunn goes quickest. In Sector 3, Luke Browning goes quickest. So a tantalising prospect this at the end of the last lap. 1.4 was the advantage for Luke Browning over Alex Dunn, but they are trading fastest sectors now. This is great.
It is indeed. So Browning from Dunn from Mini, and best of those that have ever raced here, Richard Verschoor in 12th place. So really impressive to see how the drivers are getting on. And how they're developing over the course of the weekend. Alex Dunn started in free practice 1 hesitantly, but got more familiar with the circuit, more confident, and he's really come on a pace over the course of the weekend. So 6th to 2nd. Here in the meantime, 27 Dennis Hauger ahead of Paul Aram, that's for 5th. The 7th, Isaac Hadjar ahead of then the queue behind Pepe Marti, having jumped ahead of him. So you've got there Pepe Marti, Murray Boyer, and then Isaac Hadjar, who's fallen back, and he'll be under attack soon from Zane Maloney. Alex Dunn, fastest lap, 1.3 seconds. It's come down by a 10th.
Yeah, it's come down by a 10th, and they were trading the quickest sectors of the lap. So Alex Dunn quickest in sectors 2 and 5. Luke Browning quickest in sectors 3 and 4. The net result is that 1/10 is gained by Alex Dunn in 2nd place on Luke Browning, the race leader, and then they turn into the right-hander at Lisboa now. And Alex Dunn with the fastest lap of the race at 2:06.7 now. This is the field all far through Lisboa. This is good running by Luke Browning, by Alex Dunn. Gabriele Mini is 1.4 seconds behind now in 3rd place. You see, you can have really good pace around this circuit, but if you lose a couple of places, not only have you got to be close enough to have a look at making a manoeuvre, you've also got to be doing that in the right part of the circuit as well.
And equally, you can have good pace, but you can sacrifice some of your lap and go slowly in the narrow bits to stack them up behind in the knowledge, with the confidence you can go quicker and pull away where you need to. Here, you don't necessarily need to be absolutely flat out in the lead because no one's going to get past you. It's too narrow. You can be savvy and use the speed of your car where you need it. This is Sophia Flörsch, who is currently running in 15th place. These 3.4 litre macXony engine cars do make a great growly noise that's just right, I think, for the streets of Macau. From Police to Moorish goes Sophia Flörsch. This one of the narrowest sections of all.
Turning right into Moorish corner, it has caught out many over the years, which leads on to the long left-hander, Donna Maria. Tightens up on the exit, see the barrier on the exit as they now go downhill towards the Melco hairpin. Single file, they turn. No easy feat to get a Formula 3 car around the Melco hairpin. Pulling at the wheel and then down. The circuit opens up. Black Sands down towards Fisherman's Bend. The really quick part of the circuit. Great this, the on-board with Sophia Flörsch.
There's your race leader, Luke Browning. It was 1.4, it was 1.3, it remains at 1.3 does the lead gap. Alex Dunn in second spot, and he's 1.3 seconds in turn ahead of Gabriele Mini. The Prema drivers third and fourth. Mini and Baganovic here are going to have a lot of thinking to do overnight. This is a bit unlike Prema, not to be able to combat the efforts of high-tech Pulse 8. At the moment, that's the team with a 1-2. Browning and Dunn, different colour schemes, but they are teammates at Olio's squad. Now, their fifth is Dennis Hauger, and he's fallen a long way back now, almost being put under pressure. Look by Paul Aaron behind him. Challenge being made there. It's Richard Verschoor looking for a way past Charlie Wurtz, but the 2019 Macau Grand Prix winner unable to find the gap.
It's weird, isn't it, when you've got a winner, a former winner here at Macau, but you have to bear in mind 3 years since they've been here, so he won the last Formula 3 race here at Macau. They've been driving different machinery between now and then. You get used to the different machinery. If you've had a full year in these cars and you know the cars, and I'm now going to disagree with myself because Alex Dunn doesn't, but he's going tremendously well. He's an exception, but if you have got used to the cars, if you know what you're doing in the cars, then it is generally an advantage.
I wonder whether it's easier to step up than step down.
Yeah.
Because maybe if you're stepping back into F3, you're kind of expecting the car to do what it did in F2, whereas if you're stepping up, you're learning and you're catching up to the car, which Alex Dunn has now managed to achieve. This is Gabriele Mini's view. That dot in the distance is Alex Dunn, and he's approaching the Melco hairpin. So you go down to first gear, crank it to the right, on the power, drag it out the corner the other side, skim the barrier, skim the wall, down the hill. Gabriele Mini throwing everything at this. Now, bear in mind as well that part of the story in this race and tomorrow's is going to be how they use those 4 sets of tyres, because there'll be some drivers here on newer tyres than others. Some might be running, I'd be surprised if they were, but they might be running a full used set for the qualifying race and keeping a fresh set for the Grand Prix. Others might be mixing and matching 2 used and 2 new tyres. And I think part of the story is who has done what with tyre allocation and tyre choice here.
I'm just enjoying this wonderful opportunity to ride on board with Gabriele Mini and listening to the engine tone as well through Mandarin. Wow. Even as a commentator, you hold your breath and then down on the run in towards Lisboa. It is something special, isn't it? These onboards are fantastic this weekend, and to be riding on board with Gabriele Mini in third place, but also one of the quickest drivers here this weekend is a bit of a treat.
Wurtz versus Verschoor again. This is only for 11th place, but Charlie Wurtz is able to keep Richard Verschoor at bay. So the Austrian driver for Jensen Motorsport, Formula 4 champion, is Charlie, but he's keeping at bay a man with a lot more Macau experience. Luke Browning then, the gap went up last time, 2.5. So I think now Alex Dunn is going to have to settle for that 2nd place unless he can force an error out of Luke Browning, which might be possible, because bear in mind at the start of a free practice session on an outlet we had Luke with a wonky wing. We never saw what had happened to the wing, but it may well have been that he skimmed something.
And there was a problem later on as well, wasn't there, for Luke?
I think you're right, yes.
Yeah, so there were 2 problems at the start of the session, and then at the end of the day, things went really rather well. And at the moment, he's being a machine, because he's putting in fastest lap after fastest lap, lap after lap after lap. Bear in mind, he's got an advantage of 1.5 seconds over Alex Dunn in 2nd place, which means he's not under immediate pressure. He's got clear track in front, a bit of clear track behind, so he can pick his lines. He can keep putting in those quick laps, and he's doing so. 2:06.257, which equates to an advantage of 1.5 seconds for Luke Browning. Really going well. And also, dare I say it, they have been able to get into a groove. They're doing lap after lap. That's the first time this weekend they've had so many laps without interruption.
Yeah, you're right, and it's great to see, isn't it, a proper rhythm now being established by the drivers, and you can see the pattern of the race emerging, because normally we've had an outlap, half a flyer and a red flag, and then we have to go again, and it's been so bitty over the course of the 2 days. They're on the last lap of the race, the board is there. Browning to Dunn is up to 1.7 seconds, and a very frustrated Gabriele Mini will round out the top 3 We're not done yet, though, because further back, look, Pepe Marti has got Isaac Hadjar behind him. You saw Marti going left and right to try and break the toe, and Hadjar doing the same thing to stay with him. And there, change of place, Paul Aaron losing out to Mari Boyer. The MP Motorsport orange car goes 6th. The Spanish driver Mari Boyer gets ahead of the Estonian.
Good little battle, that, isn't it? There are battles right the way down the order, but it is the final lap. Luke Browning it is that leads from Alex Dunn. Alex will be very, very happy with the race he's had, getting up into 2nd place from 6th place on the grid. Luke Browning can be even more happy because he has been pretty much, as the race has gone on, unchallenged there at the front of the field, able to put in a fastest lap after a fastest lap. The last lap was a 2:06.273. The best lap was a 2:06.257. So just metronomic putting these quick laps in for Luke Browning. Very impressive this for Luke. Very impressive for Alex Dunn, and slightly frustrating for Gabriele Mini.
Certainly is. As there Luke Browning heads down towards Melco. Comes through that tight right-hander, and as the field comes through then we've got just a couple of corners to go for Luke Browning, Alex Dunn, Gabriele Mini, the top 3. And there is Luke Browning then, who is about to come from Fisherman's Bend, absolutely on the limit and so close to the wall again. Last lap, last couple of corners, but there's nothing being left on the table, and what a drive this has been for Luke Browning.
It's been absolutely supreme, isn't it? Luke Browning takes the checkered flag, the qualifying race for the Macau Grand Prix. The 70th Macau Grand Prix tomorrow. A round of applause for Luke Browning, absolutely superb. The advantage over Alex Dunn, who also gets a round of applause, is in 2nd place. The advantage, 2 seconds Luke Browning has over Alex Dunn, and then 2 seconds back to Gabriele Mini in 3rd place. What a super clean race that was.
Fantastic.
Little skirmishes early on. No need for anything more than the safety car. They could get into a rhythm.
Yeah.
Luke Browning in particular could metronomically put in fastest laps of the race, lap after lap. And Luke Browning, Alex Dunn can both be very, very proud of what they've done. Gabriele Mini may be slightly frustrated to be down in 3rd, but that was a qualification race. It means that lining up on the front of the grid for the 70th Macau Grand Prix, he's going to feel pretty good about that, is Luke Browning.
Absolutely, I think that was that's what we've been waiting for, really, for about 10 days. Because even the F4 race last week, the equivalent F4 race, was very bitty. But that was great. And so, yes, a round of applause for Luke Browning. Brilliant Macau debut. Alex Dunn, F3 and Macau debut to be 2nd from 6th on the grid. Very, very impressive indeed. Really good, that. And then Gabriele Mini in 3rd place. But they've now got representative data. So if Gabriele Mini is able to make the odd tweak to the car and get a good start, he's not out of the game for tomorrow. It's going to be interesting to see what pans out when we get to the Grand Prix itself tomorrow afternoon, isn't it?
So Luke Browning makes his way around the circuit. Very happy with today's work. Hasn't put a wheel wrong. Had to defend, had to do it cleanly, did it beautifully. And Alex Dunn can be very proud of making his way up from 6th on the grid to finishing in 2nd place. The 2 of them going round together. The 2 drivers that started their car racing career, racing in championships based in the UK.
Yes.
And as Luke Browning makes his way, just giving a wave to the marshals around the circuit as well. And pretty cool, you know. I was worried before the race got underway, but I wouldn't get the chance to chat to the drivers in the cockpit. Single-seater drivers can be a little bit focused before the start of the race, and very often don't want to be talked to when they're in the cockpit, when they're in the office. And Luke, as soon as I made eye contact, he was smiling and he beckoned me over. So too did Alex Dunn.
I just find it fascinating that drivers that have had a tough season in FIA Formula 3 come here to the toughest circuit of all and excel. All right, not everybody from the European Championship is here. I get that, so that changes the order a little bit. But, you know, Luke Browning, I made the point on the grid, he had 1 second place as his best result. His only podium visit, he was 15th in the Championship. It was a tough year, and yet he comes here and absolutely nails Macau, doesn't he?
Yeah, and it's a way of finishing the year on a high, isn't it?
Yeah.
You are remembered not just for the closed season between November and the start of next season, but also forever, because you write your name into the history books here at Macau, which is no mean feat, and Luke Browning has done that to great effect. I always think that if a driver has been awarded the Aston Martin Autosport BRDC Young Driver of the Year, they've got something special, because they dig down. They dig deep into the abilities of the driver. It's a real test over a couple of days at Silverstone in the UK, and there are some very learned people that do the judging in that award, and Luke Browning is a recipient of that. And he's also a winner at Macau, and he stands on top of the car, enjoys every single moment of it, remembers to pop the steering wheel back on, and that's an important part of it, and then cannot wait to get the hands device off and celebrate with the team. That's what it means to win at Macau. He's on pole for tomorrow's Macau Grand Prix, 70th Macau Grand Prix as a result of winning that race, and it wasn't easy. He had to defend, and he had to keep it all together, and he did it, and he did it brilliantly.
For Ollie Oakes' high-tech Pulse 8 team, there are lots of congratulations and celebrations, and for Alex Dunn for second spot.
Oh yeah.
And a 1-2 for the team. It's easy to overlook that given the different liveries of the cars, but as I say, they are from the same stable, and Alex Dunn, a tremendous drive that, and benefiting a little bit from Gabriele Mini trying to attack Luke Browning, but leaving the door open on the inside, and Alex Dunn needed no second invitation.
Hugs all round, and yeah, that's Alex Dunn taking the earpieces out, still with the helmet on for Luke Browning.
Gabriele Mini looks sort of sanguine about that, but he knows he's going to have to be on his toes on that first lap tomorrow.
Yeah, well, they can plan that, can't they? And a big broad smile for Luke Browning. Ushered away, and it will be up to the podium in due course, and a weigh-in as well, all about to take place. A confirmation of the result. Luke Browning, car number 11 for High-Tech Pulse 8, takes the win. Alex Dunn in second place, super race by both. Gabriele Mini finishes up in car number 9 for the Theodore Prima Racing team in third place. Dino Bogdanovic in fourth place. Dennis Hauger in fifth. Mari Boyer in sixth place. Great battle with Paul and Ron in seventh place in car number 10. And Luke Browning, Alex Dunn and Gabriele Mini are making their way up towards the podium. So the fans that have stayed here all day and packed the grandstands are now awaiting expectantly, actually looking down at the podium. How many photographers can you cram onto the pit wall in the evening sunshine ahead of this podium? And that shows you just how much this means around the world for a win at Macau. That was only the qualification race. We've got a longer race tomorrow. It's another third again. It's a 15-lap race tomorrow that we'll expect. And disappointment for a double winner, Dan Ticktum, finishing up in the tyre barriers down at Lisboa.
Yeah, I mean, that move by Ugo Chukwu was keen, but you could argue on the one hand he could have waited. The other argument is, well, you get so few opportunities to overtake. He had to take it, but he was so late on the brakes. I think he was going off anyway. Dan Ticktum just had nowhere to go, so you have to feel a bit for Dan Ticktum in that situation.
One of the key things to going well at Macau is to be patient. You have to think about it, you have to work it out, and taking risks very often finishes up not going according to plan. So patience is a virtue around the streets of Macau, because, as you said, David, Macau bites.
It does indeed, and it has bitten one or two drivers today, but it has also generated a victory for Luke Browning. Rene Rossin just in front of the shot there, David Kennedy over his left shoulder at the Prema Racing, SJM Theodore Racing collaboration. And yeah, the attitude at Prema is, that wasn't what we expected.
Yeah, bit of work to do, bit of thinking to do overnight.
Yeah.
And no doubt many discussions in the debrief after that.
Yeah, it's all a bit reserved, isn't it, to say the very least. You know, third is not a bad result, but it is for Prema, who come here with such a great reputation, whether it's in Formula 3, Formula 2, Formula 4, or these days in sports prototype racing. Yeah, I don't think I think they expected Gabrielli to get ahead at the start, certainly not to go backwards. That wasn't in the game plan.
Love the winner's car underneath the podium as well. It's very good down there. It's a busy podium. Watch the GT podium just before we got this grid aligned. And also interesting to watch the precision with which the grid boards are delivered to the various spots along with the number. It's beautifully done. It's so well drilled.
Well, there is the podium being made ready, and the officials making sure that the right people are in the right place, and then the drivers can be called forward, and the trophies and the celebrations can get underway. It's only the qualifying race, but it means a lot to Luke Browning, Alex Dunn and Gabriele Mini, as they are the top 3 drivers here in the Formula 3 Grand Prix qualifying race. It determines the grid positions for tomorrow, but tomorrow's longer race is the one where all the pressure will come when we get to the 70th Macau Grand Prix. It started as a sports car race, and this celebrating not only 70 years of the event, but 40 years since Formula 3 became the headline category, and after the imposed hiatus of Formula 3 cars and international drivers, it's great to have such a fantastic field back, an international field back in 2023. So Gabriele Mini third, Alex Dunn second, and Luke Browning, the qualifying race winner, will very shortly make their way to the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 70th Macau Grand Prix. Here comes the Formula 3 Macau Grand Prix FIA F3 World Cup qualifying race trophy presentation ceremony. First of all, let's welcome the top 3 finishers to the podium. On second runner-up, number 9, Gabriele Mini. Driver from Italy. And on first runner-up, number 14, Alex Dunn. Our driver from Ireland. Congratulations. And the winner is number 11, Luke Browning, the UK driver. Congratulations to the top 3 winners. And now I would like to invite the following guests to present the laurel and trophy to our top 3 finishers. First, let's welcome Mr. Benjamin To, Chief Operating Officer of Finance and Development of SJM Resorts SA, to present the laurel and trophy to our second runner-up driver, please. Congratulations to second runner-up, Gabriele Mini. Thank you, Mr. To. And now I would like to invite Ms. Angela Leung, Director of SJM Resorts SA, to present the laurel and trophy to the first runner-up, Alex Dunn. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Leung. And last but not the least, let's welcome Mr. Pon Wan Kun, President of the Sports Bureau and Coordinator of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the laurel and trophy to the winner, Luke Browning. Congratulations. Thank you, all the guests. Please gather at the center and take a group photo with the drivers. To the winners, please reach to the top of the podium together. Yes. Thank you, and take this group picture together. Please look to the front. Thank you. Once again, a loud cheers to the winners. Congratulations. Thank you, all the guests. Thank you very much. So to the top 3 winners, please remain on the podium for some questions. Thank you. Thank you once again to our guests. Please remain on the podium for some questions. Thank you, our drivers. And now I'll hand over the time to Chris, please.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, let's have a quick rundown with our top 3. Gabriele, well done. It's only halfway. You're still very much in the battle. I could see you were really trying to win that race on the restart.
Yeah, of course. It was not an easy race. Already on the start and side by side into, and we both did it flat. It was not really easy. In the end, I didn't manage to overtake before the braking points and just had to be careful. And the same thing happened in the second restart when I also got overtaken by Alex. Not ideal, of course, but 3 is a good start. It's a good place to start tomorrow.
And you've had good pace, great pace all weekend long, so you must still be very confident for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we showed a really good pace straight from FP1, so I'm really confident into going into tomorrow's race.
Good luck tomorrow. Well done on 3rd place. Alex, 2 weeks ago, no idea you were going to be here at Macau. Here you are on the podium. How about that? I'd very much like to hear about A, your start, and B, that restart to get you up to 2nd.
Yeah, you know, the start was really good. I had a really good launch. Then used the slipstream to get into 3rd before T3. And then I kind of just tried to manage my tires at the beginning. I had a pretty good idea that there was probably going to be a safety car early on. And then, yeah, you know, I had a really good restart. Made it 3 wide into T3 and managed to gain up another place. So, yeah, you know, I'm over the moon.
Fantastic job. And Alex is going to come round to our race winner, Luke Browning. What a way to get your first international Formula 3 victory. You clearly have just clicked with Macau straight away. It must be all those times running around your home circuit, a very narrow Alton Park, I reckon.
Yeah, I tell you what, yeah, it's probably about as tight as Alton Park, to be honest. But yeah, no, I've got to give all credit to the high-tech boys. That car was absolutely astounding. To have 2 people on the podium, but to obviously have Alex with me shows that the car's been great all day and, well, all week. And yeah, I'm glad to give them the result.
Can I just ask you about that restart? Because you had one on the left of you, one on the right of you into turn 3, but you didn't know where to look, did you?
Yeah, I wasn't letting them pass. I can tell you that for nothing. Yeah, it was close to the locking point in T2. That was as late as I could have broke, and that was how much I was willing to risk, and yeah, it was just enough.
Fantastic job, well done. Congratulations to our top 3 in the qualification race for Formula 3. Well done, guys.
3rd place, Gabriele Mini. 2nd place, Alex Dunn. Luke Browning is the man on the top step of the podium. They'll now disappear to the press conference, and we might be able to bring you that a little bit later as well once they have made their way from one building to another across the paddock. Luke Browning getting very excited, and that's only the qualifying race trophy. So now a little bit of work to do to get the roads open bang on 6 o'clock local time for the Macau public, and we will look at the highlights of an all-action qualifying race.
semana da edição número 70 do Grande Prémio de Macau. E o horário de competição no circuito de Guia arranca às 8h20 da manhã, com a segunda corrida da Taça de Carros Turismo de Macau, a prova que encerra a edição 2023 do China Touring Car Championship, o Campeonato Chinês de Carros Turismo, a prova de 9 voltas a sair então para o asfalto de Guia às 8h20 da manhã. 1h20 depois, às 9h30, temos então a segunda corrida do desafio do 70º aniversário do Grande Prémio de Macau, uma corrida de 8 voltas às 10h35. A corrida da Guia, a segunda corrida da edição 2023, a corrida da Guia, 9 voltas que vão ajudar a decidir o título no âmbito da edição inaugural do TCR World Tour. Ao meio-dia e 5 temos...
Is the steering wheel heavier in Prima?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the press conference following the Formula 3 Macau Grand Prix and the FIA Formula 3 World Cup qualification race. I'd just like to ask for some quiet in the room, please, so we can hear the drivers. And a reminder again that no flash photography is allowed, please. That's no flash photography.
喺新聞發佈會開始之前呢，想提一提場內嘅各位記者朋友，麻煩大家調低音量，我哋依家準備舉行新聞發佈會啦。同埋陣間呢，喺新聞發佈會期間呢，我哋係嚴禁使用閃光燈拍攝嘅。新聞發佈會馬上就要開始了，煩請大家調低音量，謝謝。
Well, let's come to Luke Browning, the winner, of course, of the qualification race. Your first time in Macau, winning a real battle of the rookies today from pole position. Luke, just talk us through that excellent performance in that race, please.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that was pretty sketchy. It was not easy out there. It really wasn't easy to stay focused. All the walls are coming at you so quickly, and yeah, that 3-wide moment into T3 was definitely eye-opening to say the least. But yeah, I broke as late as I could. I put it all on the line, and it was as much as I was willing to risk. And yeah, it was just enough.
歡迎大家嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門格蘭披治3級方程式大賽國際汽聯3級方程式世界盃選拔賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第1名嘅布朗寧、第2名嘅鄧恩同埋第3名嘅米利。剛才呢，我哋嘅選拔賽冠軍布恩同我哋分享啦，其實佢喺杆位出發之後呢，過程當中其實有幾次呢都非常之驚險嘅。成個比賽對佢嚟講呢並非容易啦，但係佢好開心自己可以守到最後。
Obviously, at the start, Gabriele did draw kind of alongside you, slightly edged ahead going through Mandarin. Obviously, it's a split-second thing, but what were you thinking at that point? Was that kind of concern that you might get ahead?
Yeah, you're not sure how you're going to level up by the end of the straight, whether one of us is running lower than the other and therefore has a slightly more top speed, or one's running more wing than the other. But yeah, it seemed that we were more or less completely even, and it was enough to keep on the inside, which is obviously the prominent position going into T3. And yeah, I tell you what, I was really smiling out there leading the race, especially when he said last lap. I had a good gap, and yeah, it was the car felt amazing. So looking forward to the main race tomorrow. I'm hoping for a repeat.
其實咧，佢都有表示啦。其實喺頭先比賽過程當中咧，之所以驚險嘅位就係譬如話喺一啲入直路嘅位啦，同埋一啲過彎位嘅時候咧，其實都係好難把握到嘅。但係咧，佢好開心咧，自己可以做到一個唔錯嘅成績啦。尤其是喺最後一圈，賽車嘅性能都非常之好，非常之期待聽日嘅賽事。
You made reference, obviously, to tomorrow's race. That's the big one. That is the World Cup race. What about the prospect of converting the performance today into that victory tomorrow afternoon?
Of course, yeah, that's what we're all here for. That's what I've worked so hard for, is the next race, and we're in the best position for it. Good start tomorrow, and yeah, let's see by T3.
而對於聽日嘅比賽咧，佢就話當然自己嘅目標係可以贏得冠軍啦。咁佢依家咧已經佔據咗一個最好嘅發車位置，希望聽日自己嘅表現會做得好好。
Let's come next to your team, or Luke's teammate Alex Dunn, of course. Alex, a couple of weeks ago, I believe you did your first test in a Formula 3 car. This is obviously your first race in a Formula 3 car, and you finished on the podium in the qualification race here in Macau. That's a sensational performance, Alex. Just explain how that was possible, please.
Yeah, definitely finishing on the podium in my first F3 race is something pretty special. Obviously the car has been great all weekend from FP1 to now. High-Tech have done a super job, and I think that shows, getting a 1-2 proves that the team are doing a really good job. But yeah, I think 2 weeks ago I didn't even know if I was going to be doing the race, and then now to be here in my first F3 race and finish on the podium is a special feeling.
而我哋嘅第2位鄧恩呢，其實喺幾個禮拜之前呢，先至第一次喺3級方程式賽車裏邊作第一次嘅測試啦。所以今次其實係佢第一次揸住3級方程式比賽獲得排位賽喺選拔賽裏邊咧獲得前3嘅成績嘅。佢好開心啦，可以喺頒獎台上邊啦。佢嘅賽車咧其實由整個比賽週末一開始，由自由練習一開始咧已經表現得非常之好。為此佢好多謝車隊可以為佢準備好一架咁好嘅賽車，而佢覺得自己一直到依家咧覺得嚟到澳門都係非常之驚喜嘅。
You gave some praise there to your high-tech Pulsate team, but your first lap in the first race was excellent, moving forward how you did. But that restart, just explain that passing move for second at Lisboa. That looked sensational.
Yeah. I managed to nail the restart. Got a really good run out of the last corner, and then I slipstreamed up to the top 2. I made it 3 wide into T3, but I didn't risk it all on the brakes. Wanted to keep my nose clean, and yeah, good to get into second.
而佢喺比賽嘅重新開始之後咧，佢喺最後一個彎角咧，其實都做得非常之好啦，所以佢就順利咧可以超越到前車攞到第2嘅位置。
Finally, Gabriele Mini, let's come to you. Gabriele, obviously your pace the first day was brilliant. Yesterday just missed out on that pole position, and today it's 3rd position, but it's certainly not over here, is it? You've still got this chance to win the Macau Grand Prix tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. We have had a really good pace right from the FP1 2 days ago. Yesterday also in quali we had really good pace, just got blocked by the red flag. Today we're probably not the quickest, but I still tried to overtake Luke into turn 1 twice, and turn 1, 2 and 3, both at the start and at the restart. Of course Luke left the door a bit open for Alex, so then I just didn't want to be the guy 3 wide on the outside in turn 3, which is never going to end up well. So just lifted a bit earlier and let them by. Of course I didn't have the pace to overtake them today, but we'll try to work tonight and be quick tomorrow. 而第3位嘅米尼咧，佢就覺得自己喺整個比賽週末裏邊咧，由自由練習一開始咧，佢嘅步伐都非常之好嘅。咁但係好可惜啦，咁因為今次比賽都有受到紅旗嘅影響啦。雖然佢哋並唔係最快，但係佢覺得自己嘅步伐咧都係非常之好嘅。雖然好可惜俾對手超越咗佢，但係佢咧今晚會繼續努力啦。然後希望聽日喺比賽裏邊咧可以做到更加好嘅成績。
And if you can just give an idea of what that involves, that work tonight, is that just purely set up? Is there anything you can do differently tomorrow, do you think, to improve the performance out there?
Well, I think we'll be watching the data, we'll be understanding, also comparing to my teammates. I have 2 really strong teammates in the 10, so it's really helpful for me. I will watch what they're doing different, if they're doing something better or something to make the tires work properly. And yeah, we'll go and make that work tomorrow.
而佢亦都表示咧，今晚咧佢將會同車隊一齊啦，去睇翻啲數據啦，因為佢覺得車隊其實有好多專業嘅團隊可以幫到佢繼續進步啦，而佢自己咧亦都會睇下自己喺整個比賽裏邊嘅邊一個位置咧可以做得更加之好，為聽日嘅比賽作出準備嘅。
Well, you're all Macau rookies. You've all driven exceptionally well today. But before we let you go and prepare for tomorrow's main race, of course, are there any questions from the floor before we allow the drivers to go?
Hi guys, Michael McClure from Feeder Series here. It's a question for all 3 of you. Now that we've had 6 consecutive green flag laps to run in race conditions, what are your impressions of how the tire behavior has been around here, both for warming them up and for degradation? And Alex, for you in particular, given your limited experience, how comfortable do you feel now with these Pirelli tires?
Well, I'd say I kind of went into that race a little bit blind. Never really experienced it fully before. But no, I think the car is good, and with the car being good, it makes my life a little bit easier with a deg. So Yeah, you know, I think the deg here is definitely a lot lower than what you would see at other tracks in F3, which is probably helping me a little bit for it being my first race. But no, I think the car is good and I managed it pretty well.
Yeah, you know, obviously sure.
剛才咧，鄧欣亦都有表示咧，其實佢因為並唔係作出咗好多嘅準備啦。由於頭先所講，佢並唔係喺比賽開始好耐之前咧，就已經知道自己會嚟澳門作賽啦，所以對比賽對佢嚟講咧，其實都係比較新鮮嘅。但係佢好開心啦，車嘅表現非常之好啦，性能亦都好好，令到佢咧其實喺參賽期間咧係更加順暢嘅。
Yeah, obviously the micro and macro around here being the two ways that you can describe the track surface is super low here, so it's one of the smoothest circuits we race on the calendar, and therefore having the medium tyre here was yeah, a pretty sensible option. I think especially with the walls being so close, having a lot of deg may have been pretty tough, and we didn't have that today. So yeah, I think Pirelli did a really good job. We yeah, we had some overheating, but we weren't through the tread depth at all. And yeah, I have to say it was thoroughly enjoyable feeling the grip through them, and yeah, it was enough to propel me today.
而布朗倫咧亦都有同我哋分享啦，其實因為澳門賽道佢比較窄啦，同埋其實咧喺整個三級方程式嘅賽力裏邊咧，算係比較順嘅一條道嚟嘅，所以咧佢哋就用中性能嘅配落力輪胎咧就已經好足夠啦。佢非常之開心啦，可以喺賽道咧有一個咁順暢嘅比賽嘅。
Yeah, a bit similar to what the others said. In the end, we were expecting much more degradation, to be honest, than what we had today. We did all the laps in a row, and we never suffered by a real graining or degradation. Of course, it was not easy to put them up to temperature. I remember that during the safety car, wheel spinning still in third gear before restarting, which of course is never ideal going into the first lap, but in the end it was not an issue. And yeah, same thing, we just had a bit of overheating, but no big degradation. Of course tomorrow will be different with new tires and with hopefully a few more laps without the safety cars, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
而最後咧，米尼都有同我哋分享到關於普羅尼輪胎嘅性能啦。咁佢就話咧，其實喺胎溫方面咧，因為賽事受到中斷啦，咁所以胎溫咧並未可以喺第一圈嘅時候咧可以提升到理想嘅溫度嘅。咁但係整體嚟講咧都 OK。雖然賽車去到最後嗰度咧，其實佢好似有少少過熱嘅問題啦，但係佢認為都唔影響嘅。整體而言都係非常之順暢嘅。
I'll do my second one. Gabriella, this is just for you. You raced for High Tech this year in the FIA F3 main championship. How much do you think that your familiarity with the team and its setups, its strategies, etc., gives you an advantage in trying to overhaul the two guys in front of you tomorrow?
Well, of course, I raced with them the whole season, and now I know very well how the car is working. And yeah, coming into here, I knew they were going to be tough to beat. Till yesterday and 2 days ago, we're pretty close to each other. We're probably the quickest in quali. Yeah, in the second quali we're very similar, and today they were just very quick. But as I said, we'll try and keep working today to see what we can improve, what I can improve myself in the driving, and yeah, and go again tomorrow.
而米尼咧亦都有補充到咧，其實佢對賽車嘅熟悉度咧，亦都隨住喺賽道上面嘅時間越嚟越長咧，而更加地清晰嘅。其實喺第一同埋第二排位賽裏邊咧，佢都覺得自己係做得非常之好啦，開始可以同其他對手咧係拉開咗距離啦。而喺今次嘅選拔賽裏邊咧，雖然佢係排喺第三位，但係佢相信咧喺聽日嘅正賽裏邊咧都依然有發揮嘅空間嘅。
We just have time for one more question. If there's any more questions?
大家仲有冇其他問題？
Okay, guys, well done today. Fantastic job, and good luck for tomorrow's main Macau Grand Prix. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the press conference for the 55th edition of the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. In third place for MTP Racing by 0 up pens 13, David Datzer. Second place, Burrows Engineering RK Racing, Davey Todd. And for first place for FHO Racing BMW, Peter Hickman. Peter, we'll start with you. It's a bit of a challenging long morning, but fourth Macau win.
Yeah, fantastic. You know, first things first, I really hope Brian McCormack and Nadia Schutz are okay. Obviously, they went down in the first start, so fingers crossed they're both okay. I've not heard anything about it, but I really hope they're both all right. But for us, yeah, fantastic race. Great for the FHO racing team and Faye. You know, this is her hometown, her home event. So the pressure was on a little bit, really. She really wanted to make sure we win. And it's never tough. It's never easy. It's super, super tough around here. It's a really hard circuit. With the stoppage and start again, you kind of got to go all through that, all the emotions again to start the race. And it's a long old way, 12 laps around here. So Davey really kind of put the pressure on early doors for those kind of 4 or 5 laps. Tried to get into a rhythm early doors and just try and knock the laps off and just see where we'd end up. You know, tyres were always going to come into it. And I knew we were in a really strong place from what we did in qualifying, and I knew that we could run 24s all race if that's what we really needed to do. And I think we did a 24.4 or something early on, so yeah, it's pretty fast around here. And yeah, really happy to obviously get the win for myself and also for the FHO racing team.
好，歡迎大家嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車、澳門格蘭披治電單車第55屆大賽正賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係冠軍得主克爾文、第2名嘅陶德同埋第3名嘅達查嘅。剛剛咧，克爾文咧同我哋講到啦，佢第4次嚟澳門奪冠嘅感受啦。咁佢首先咧就希望頭先喺比賽中事故中嘅車手咧冇事啦。另外咧，佢就係表示咧，因為其實車隊嘅FHO Racing 咧其實係何嘉華小姐嘅車隊嚟嘅，咁所以澳門係何小姐嘅家鄉啦，咁所以佢話其實為車隊奪冠咧，由一開始咧就已經好大壓力啦。從比賽開始咧，佢就已經不停咁樣擦出圈速啦，而陶德啦，亦都向佢施壓咗好多圈嘅。最後咧，因為佢嘅輪胎開始變暖啦，然後由尋日嘅比賽當中咧，其實個步伐就已經非常之好啦，所以佢最後咧亦都把握到時間擦出好嘅圈速，然之後就不停咁樣向前進攻，最後獲得冠軍嘅。
And Davey in second place. Mechanical challenges on the first start. Great start to the race when you got going, and then tyre problems later on. You want to talk us through that one?
Yeah, I've got to say, to start with, the Burrows Engineering RK Racing team have done a fantastic job all weekend. For a team that I raced for in 2018 and got to do my first Isle of Man TT with, it was a pleasure to be back with them. I've been friends with them since, and it's nice to be back racing for them. They've done a fantastic job and built a great bike, and we're just we were unlucky. I've got to say, I was obviously very frustrated, I think visibly, in that first run where we had a little bit of a mechanical issue, and the guys, you know, really composed. They didn't look like they were panicking to me. They took the bike back and they said, look, we're going to prepare it in case the race gets stopped. We're going to, you know, fix the problem, do what we can so the bike's ready if should anything happen. And it did. The race got red flagged. On that note, I hope, same as what Peter said, I hope Brian and Nadia are okay. The race got stopped so we can get back in the rerun. The guys were working flat out to fix it. Got us in the rerun, and we had a problem in qualifying where we were planning on actually doing a race run on the tyres that we wanted to race on. We then had a problem, so we couldn't do that race run. So it was then it was a gamble. What compound to use tyre wise, and we took that gamble. Went with the SEX tyre and. Didn't know how it'd pan out. For 4 laps, stuck behind Pete there, was in the mix and felt very comfortable in that. I think we both got into quite a comfortable rhythm, and then yeah, the tyre started going off, and I just couldn't hold on to the back of him. So just tried to nurse it, nurse it to the end. I think by the first 4 laps we had quite a big gap and just tried to nurse it to the finish to bring it home on the podium.
But the flip side is you must be delighted with the podium.
I am delighted with the podium. Honestly, it's my first podium here in my 3rd time at Macau. It's a pleasure to be in Macau every time that we're here. Not been back in 4 years, and I think we were all really excited to be back here in Macau. I know it's FHO's home race, but I was coming to spoil the party. Unfortunately, couldn't do that. But no, it's a pleasure to be back, and I'm already looking forward to be back next year.
第2名嘅陶德咧，亦都同我哋分享啦。首先咧，佢就好多謝車隊，其實佢同車隊之前咧都已經有合作過嘅。咁車隊咧都好好啦，為佢準備咗一架性能非常之好嘅賽車。佢覺得整場比賽咧對於佢嚟講咧係非常之幸運啦。其實喺比賽開始嘅時候咧，佢架電單車咧都有一啲機械嘅問題。車隊表示咧，如果中間有時間嘅話咧，可以幫佢整翻好啦。咁當然啦，之後比賽開始咗冇啦咧，其實就有一次嘅紅旗出事，咁佢亦都表示咧希望事故中嘅車手會冇事啦。車隊咧亦都趁住紅旗嘅時間咧幫佢整翻好個賽車。而喺賽事重新開始嘅時候咧，佢喺一開始嘅時候咧，其實嗰個輪胎嘅表現咧都非常之好嘅。而喺比賽之後嘅後段咧，輪胎嘅表現開始下降啦，所以咧佢就決定把握住賽車本身呢嗰個步伐啦，直至到最尾。好開心啦，可以上到頒獎台，好開心可以翻嚟澳門，希望下一次可以繼續嚟東望洋參賽。
And David, 2nd time to Macau, 2nd podium, and towards the end, Davey must be getting quite big in front of you.
Yeah, I see. After my bad start in the 2nd stint from the race, this was not good for me, and I was on the 8th place in the race after the 1st lap, and say, oh shit, I hope I come back to the podium. And yeah, it was good to see Davey in the last 2 laps, and yeah, for me it was safe to go on P3 and say big thanks to my team, to Brian, to my father and the MTP Racing team. It was a great show, and I hope I come back.
而第3名嘅達查咧，亦都同我哋分享啦。其實今次咧係佢第2次嚟澳門，亦都係第2次站上頒獎台嘅。喺賽事重新開始嘅時候咧，其實佢嘅起步並非太好啦。第1圈後咧，其實佢係排喺大概第8嘅位置，所以咧佢就繼續希望自己可以繼續向前推啦，然之後咧就可以上到頒獎台啦。佢好開心啦，可以最終攞到第3名啦。好多謝車隊，多謝佢嘅爸爸，同埋咧好希望可以下一年咧再繼續翻嚟澳門嘅。
And finally, Peter, back next year.
Yeah, that's the plan. Obviously, we taught David all the good words to start with. You always learn all the proper words you need before you learn anything else in another language. But no, absolutely, yeah. I really enjoy coming back to Macau, and yeah, just excited and happy that we finally got back. You know, 4 years was a long time away, and I'm just thankful to have such a great team behind me. BMW M1000RR has been fantastic. The Dunlop tyres have been fantastic. All my personal sponsors, it's been great. So look forward to coming back in 2024.
I have a question.
What's that?
Because I didn't spoil the party, do I still get invited to it tonight?
We'll invite you, don't worry.
而最後咧，克爾文都同我哋分享啦，其實今次可以喺4年之後咧重新翻嚟澳門，佢覺得非常之開心啦，亦都好興奮，好開心可以翻嚟澳門啦，亦都可以同一支咁好嘅車隊一齊喺東望洋作賽。輪胎咧其實都表現得非常之好啦，所以佢希望咧喺2024年可以繼續翻嚟澳門嘅。
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, your top 3. MTP Racing by 0 up Pens 13. David Datzer in 3rd. 2nd for Burrows Engineering, RK Racing, BMW, Davey Todd. And 1st for FHO Racing, BMW, Motorrad, Peter Hickman. If I could ask you 3 gentlemen to stand up for the photographs, and then I think some of the guys from the floor will come and grab you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon and welcome to the post-race one press conference for the Guia, Macau Gear Race Kumho TCR World Tour event of Macau. We're joined by our top three, our winner Norbert Michelis, in second it's Nestor Girolami, and in third Rob Huff.
歡迎大家嚟到第70屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門東望洋大賽 Kumho TCR 世界巡迴賽澳門站第一回合正賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第1名嘅米治尼斯、第2名基奧蘭美、第3名侯夫。
Norbert, that looked pretty easy out front there. Was it as easy as it looked?
No. I was a bit worried before the start because usually in Macau my starts were very random. I'm not really sure what that was about or the reason for that. So I tried to focus to have a good reaction. Fortunately was a good one. And then some pressure from Nestor in the beginning. Honestly, I did my best to build a gap. Was struggling a bit with my tires towards the end. The reason for that was just pushing too much in the beginning, but my strategy was to go flat out, to have a safe margin and then to wait and see. He was catching up. I think he had a very good pace, especially towards the end, but yeah, it's just an amazing day, like yesterday. Feels a bit like a dream.
剛剛米哲利斯就同我哋分享啦，其實咧雖然大家望落咧米哲利斯好似由頭跑到落尾都比較順暢，但其實對於佢嚟講咧過程並非容易嘅。首先佢起步咧就覺得自己做得一般啦，於是佢就決定喺比賽過程當中咧要一直保持住自己嘅狀態啦。咁其實喺比賽嘅中段咧，基奧蘭美咧都向佢不停咁施壓啦。佢好開心咧，最後可以將賽車安全大過終點，攞到第一嘅好成績，覺得自己今日嘅表現非常之好啦，同尋日都一樣嘅。
Obviously, it was an amazing day in terms of your hopes for the championship. Do you feel confident heading into tomorrow with that little bit of a buffer that you've got now?
It always feels good to be in front, but it's Macau. I mean, you saw that in the past so many things happened. Until the gap is not big enough, nothing is safe. So I'll try to stay focused for the race tomorrow. Of course, feels good to lead with this amount of points, but still anything can happen.
而佢亦都有，因為米哲利斯咧，其實係今屆Kumho TCR 世界巡迴賽總成績嘅呢個總冠軍有力競爭者啦。咁剛才咧，我哋亦都有問佢會唔會覺得自己今次嘅總冠軍嘅抬頭咧都勝算在握。咁佢就表示，雖然喺比賽當中可以喺前排發車係非常之開心啦，但係始終東望洋賽道嘅刺激同埋驚險咧係大家都好知道嘅。未去到最後一刻咧，佢就所有事情都會發生啦，所以佢就希望自己咧聽日可以繼續專注喺比賽當中，直至最後一刻。
Coming to you, Nestor, how was the race for you today? You seem to be able to sort of match what Norbert was doing, but not quite get close enough to try and attack for the lead.
Well, first of all, congratulations to Norby for the victory. Also for Rob for the third place. I think it's an honor and a pleasure to share the podium with them. 2 world champions here and probably the fastest driver around Macau. So for me to finish the day like this is really a pleasure, especially for the whole team, Mac Pro, all the team that did a great effort to put the car in last minute here. And yeah, coming back to the race, I think it was a good start. That always is important here in Macau, to have a good champ. And then I put some pressure on Norby at the beginning. Then I think he had a good pace towards to the mid of the race. And my car was performing really well. I felt like I could put some pressure at the end, but it was everything under control. He didn't make any mistake. He didn't give me any room to try. So yeah, I think it was a very solid race for our side, and let's keep pushing for tomorrow.
剛才咧基奧蘭美亦都同我哋分享啦。首先佢就恭喜攞到第一嘅米治利斯同埋第3嘅侯夫啦。咁因為咧其實對手咁強咧，對佢嚟講咧都有一定嘅壓力嘅。佢好多謝車隊咧，可以幫佢準備一架咁好嘅賽車啦，令佢可以喺比賽嘅開頭啦，同埋喺後尾咧，都希望可以通過自己嘅技術咧嚟到向米哲利斯施壓嘅。不過好可惜啦，因為米哲利斯實在係喺過程當中咧表現得非常之完美，完全冇留任何機會俾佢。不過佢都好開心啦，可以喺今場嘅比賽裏邊咧攞到第2位嘅。
And Rob, you really had your elbows out there. How hard was it to keep Mikel behind you in that race?
Yeah, I think first of all, congratulations to Norby and Nesta. As Nesta says, it's always a pleasure to share the podium with two such gentlemen. I think secondly, I need to apologise to Fabio for yesterday. He caught me on probably one of my worst days in motorsport, and I might have shouted at him. So I apologise profusely to Fabio because he definitely didn't deserve it. Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a real struggle for us. We had quite a few problems. Nothing major, but just lots of little things going on that just frustrated the hell out of me. And then, yeah, to be able to put them right in that race, we had a good car, we had good pace. Struggled a little bit in the middle just with some over temperature of the front tyres. And then obviously Mikel was pushing me very, very hard and I had to get my elbows out for that. But great racing with Mikel, completely fair, tough, hard racing. And yeah, just very happy to be on the podium here at my favourite circuit.
剛才侯夫咧亦都同我哋分享到啦，咁佢當然都有恭喜米哲利斯同埋基奧南美啦，而佢覺得咧自己經過自己尋日咧喺賽事裏邊咧表現得唔係幾好啦，咁但係佢都好開心咧喺今場比賽裏邊咧可以有一架好好嘅賽車，參賽步伐咧亦都非常之好嘅。喺比賽嘅中段咧，佢因為前胎胎溫嘅問題咧就有少少掙扎位嘅，咁但係咧佢整場比賽咧都覺得非常之好啦，好開心可以上到頒獎台，好開心可以喺澳門參賽。佢非常之喜歡東望洋呢條賽道。
Sorry, just quickly, Fabio's back now, so you missed me. I just wanted to say sorry for yesterday, my friend.
With a view on the championship, do you have a plan of attack for tomorrow, or do you just let the madness of Macau sort of decide how things land?
I mean, we do what we do around here as drivers. We have to brave it out. It is an incredibly hard track. It's incredibly scary and frightening in a lot of places, and hugely technical in others. I truly believe, here at Macau, Macau chooses who wins these things, and we have huge respect for the circuit and each other. I just hope for a completely fair, clean race tomorrow. Like I said, I really enjoy hard, tough races. Ultimately, let Macau choose, and may the best man win.
而最後咧，作為另一位 TCR 世界巡迴賽總成績冠軍嘅有力候選者咧，侯夫都表示佢聽日咧將會傾盡全力啦。不過東望洋賽道咧，大家都知道係一條非常之艱巨嘅賽道，有各種唔同嘅測試啦，所以佢會盡全力去攞得最好嘅成績嘅。
Do we have any questions from the floor?
依家我哋開放俾場中嘅記者問問題。
No? Well, congratulations again to our top three. We'll be back after race 2 tomorrow. If I could just get you guys to stand together for the photographers, that'd be great.